32 coming up for you. We've had some adverse weather this morning, but we're ready to get the action going, and the rain has finally stopped. So let's take a look at our calendar for this season so far. We've had round 1 and 2 with Italy being cancelled and Spain throwing up our first winner of the year, Oliver Randalou. We're here now at round 3 at the Power Park in Finland. We head next to the House of Drift at Mondello Park, and then it's Riga, baby. We head back to Buchaniki Trasa in Latvia. Then to the Iron City, Germany for round 6 at Ferropolis, and then finally round 7. All roads lead to Poland with the PGE Narodowe, which is our big Red Bull final for the year, where we are going to have a huge showdown. I absolutely can't wait for that. So let's take a look around our paddock. It's been pretty wet this morning, which some of our drivers are going to be not hoping to have on the track. So let's take a look at what happened in Spain last year, because you're gonna have to figure out what happened last time.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 2 of the Drift Masters Championship 2025.
That was really bad, I'm sorry.
Beautiful sunny Madrid in Spain. Time for talk is over. The road to the championship begins. There was some problem in our qualifying showdown. James Dean unable to slow that car down. That meant that Piotr Wojciech would not be able to compete in the top 32 due to that car taking on so much damage. It doesn't stop getting heavier every single run. It'll be Laurie Heinen to take on Oliver Randalou. Heinen not really putting himself in the fight, and I think Heinen panicked a little bit there. He's shortcutting the circuit massively. Randalou fires all these outside zones through the checklist and across the line. Oh, he's got a D-bead. So there we go. And I knew this was going to happen. It's going to be Oliver Randalou, ladies and gentlemen, who takes it through. We go straight into another heavy one. It is Connor Shanahan to face off against Jack Shanahan for a spot in the final 4.
Both drivers at full pace all the way through. No holds bars, no caring, no sympathy whatsoever. Just great tandem from the Shanahans.
It's going to be Jack Shanahan getting the win, advancing through to the final 4, and Connor couldn't be happier. James Dean isn't on the start line. He's back in the paddock with spark plug issues. Randalou now starts to put on a protest. Oliver Randalou gives a signal to say it's been 2 minutes. Randalou leaves the line and James Dean is disqualified at the line. James Dean, he accepts the fate and says, look, what can I do? So there we go, they sit on the line ready to go. Shanahan pulls into the chase position, the thumbs go up either side, the door slams shut, the cars go into gear and they come off the line under the green light. It will be Randalou to lead out Jack Shanahan. Only one spot in the final awaits, and look at that, a strange initiation for Randalou. Massive understeer for Jack Shanahan, he has to shut it down.
Could be that belt issue that we saw earlier, ended up being power steering.
Oliver Randalou gets the win, advances through to the final. Jack Shanahan will face off against Kevin Purser in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Let's get to our final battle of the day. This is it. The road to the championship begins for one of these drivers. Who could it be? The light goes green. Ite starts to creep off the line already. Oliver Randalou slams through the gears as BMW goes against BMW. They fire in. Identical initiation. Randalou almost straight lines. There's that much grip in the car. And he fires into outside zone 4. Puts the car where it needs to be, and Ite so there has nothing at the moment. He's not in the conversation. Randalou is a man possessed as he puts that car right to the edge of the circuit from angle to angle. Well, here we go, they're on track, arm in arm, because for both of these guys it's a dream come true. But who will be the round 2 winner? Slide them left for Randalou, right for Sada. It's going to be the man from Estonia, Oliver Randalou does it. He wins his first ever round of Drift Masters and takes the top step on the podium. Oliver Randalou wins round 2 of Drift Masters here in Spain 2025. Ite Sada, he did everything he could, but Randalou was the man this weekend to get the job done.
I've managed to catch up with Peter Wiensek, who managed to take 3rd spot in qualifying yesterday with a 97.25. Now, this is a tricky track. It's not always been your favorite track. You haven't had the best time here, have you?
Yeah, in the past we had a lot of stories that we wouldn't like to repeat, but overall, this time looks good for us. I'm happy about my qualification run. And yeah, it's probably going to be wet for the whole show, and fingers crossed it's going to stay like that, because the last thing that we want to experience is a patchy condition. So fingers crossed that it's going to simply be wet, and that we'll be able to figure it out ourselves in those conditions. But yeah, we'll see in top 32.
What is your car like to drive in the rain? I mean, I know lots of different chassis have different attitudes, but what is the Supra like for you?
It's actually good. It's really nice. The front is always in a good connection with the ground, which is that's what we want to have simply. So it's easy to steer the car in those conditions. But as always, once it's wet, you need to be super focused because one little mistake can knock you out. You know, it's drifting, so that it is what it is.
Okay, Peter, well, good luck in your top 32, and we'll see you very soon. All right, guys, let's take a wander through here. I'm so glad that the rain has stopped. Drifting is always way more fun when it's not raining, but it definitely sorts the good drivers from the not so good drivers because you really have to have car control. Let's have a run down here to find Larry Heinen, and we have some incredible machinery in the paddock. I mean, the Black Smoke Racing, these Mercedes, I mean, I've never seen diesel power like it, but this thing is absolutely crazy. Carbon everywhere. Wow. I mean, it's a machine. It seems to be doing some fairly hectic surgery in there as well. Let's take a wander up here. I'm seeing so many Finnish fans around the place rocking all of our Finnish drivers' merch. It's incredible to see. Larry Heinen had an amazing time here last year. He actually won and then went on to win at the championship. So this is a track that is familiar to him, one that he's comfortable at, and one that he will be looking to put himself on the top spot for. Here he is, having a chat. Let's bring our way round through here. Lowry. Hello, Lowry. How are you? How is your car running today after you had a few issues yesterday? We had a chat with you after you did your qualifying run, and you said that the exhaust had pretty much come off because it was sounding very different.
Yeah, it sounded really bad. We welded the exhaust back on and then it was fine. Yeah.
Okay. And how are you feeling ahead of today? I mean, the rain always throws up different situations for people. Are you pretty confident in the rain?
Yeah, I like driving in the rain, but I feel sorry for all the people here. But yeah, I think it'll be a good show.
No, I absolutely believe that as well. And can you tell us, is there anything that you need to change setup-wise on this car for when you take on a wet track?
Actually, we don't have any wet setup, so it's just the same. Like just maybe a tire pressure, maybe a bit lower. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Well, Larry, we're looking forward to seeing you in the top 32, and we'll catch up with you in just a little bit. Right, guys, we're going to run through here. Okay, let's take a wander through. I'm running. Let's catch up with one of our younger drivers here, Mr. Connor Falvey. Let's take a look through here. Okay. Here we are, Connor. Come here. Connor, you had a great day yesterday. Obviously, you put an 86 on the board, first of all, and you were like, that's not good enough for me, and you went out there and put a 90.5 on the board. Yep. It was an excellent showing for you. What are your thoughts ahead of today? You're an Irish driver, so you're used to the rain.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure of all the wet days down on my home track now, but I got a 91.5 and I was delighted until I looked at the bracket and found out I'm against Conor Shanahan, the 2023 champion. So it's going to be a tough battle, but me and Conor are great friends outside of drifting, so it'll just be a good battle. We'll give it everything. We have nothing to lose, so we'll just give it absolutely everything.
I believe you'll give it absolutely everything you've got there. Very, very best of luck for your top 32. And Conor Shanahan, this is a round that you're really looking to put yourself on the top spot here. You're looking very confident out there. How are your thoughts ahead of the top 32?
Yeah, obviously I wish it was dry. It's going to be hard now to read the weather. Raining, not raining, sun is shining right now. I'm at the last battle of the top 32, which I feel like could be the worst place because of patchy conditions, but it's going to be a hard one, to be honest. I think if it's going to rain again, I'd rather for the rain right now. But I'm looking forward to this battle. Conor has been a guy that we obviously have known for, I guess, pretty much my whole drifting career as a kid, running around, following his father, and now he's here, following his footsteps and stuff, so it's pretty cool. But these guys are very, very hard to battle because it's very, you know, I know how good he is, but it's also he can be a lot better, you know, because of hunger. I remember being that age, and I know what it's like to beat someone, you know, when you're trying to chase and trying to, you know, I remember the days of following James, following Jack, being like, I can be better than these guys, you know, and giving it everything. So I think Conor is going to give me a really, really big battle here. But as always, we're Irish, we support each other. I help him as much as I can. He's a great kid. And let the best man win. That's the goal. Let the best guy win. If he's good enough to beat me today, I'll shake his hand and be happy for him.
Excellent. Well, good luck at your top 32, Connor. Right, guys, that is a quick rundown, quick chat with our drivers, but we're going to get straight on with our top 32. I'm going to hand you up to the kings of the commentary box. Ian Waddington and Jacob Gettins. Guys, it's going to be a wet one, I think.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yes, it is going to be a wet one because we are high in the sky right there. On the top of that little building you can see in front of you on your screens, and we can see all of the clouds as they roll in across the flatlands of Finland. But look, we're not worried about the rain because we're dry. All of the drivers are worried about the weekend weather, and it has been a wet one. Overnight, all morning, these guys have been getting seat time in the wet parts of the track flooded. It's been that bad. But nevertheless, the show goes on, and these guys are going to have to put it on show. As you can see, machinery on circuit, cleaning off that excess water, trying to get rid of those bits of rubber, that bits of debris that's been sitting on there. But let's take a look at the weekend schedule. Top 32 starts right now at 12:45 p.m. and local time, and top 16 kicks off at 4:50 p.m. local time. You're not going to want to miss this because who knows what's going to happen. I can see the clouds rolling in right now. It could stay wet. It could end up being dry. The driver's saying right now that they prefer it to be wet from here all the way through to the top 16 to the final. Jacob, it's been a roller coaster here at the Power Park in Finland.
Yeah, it's been nuts. I mean, the qualifying was incredible. Now, once we get into battles, having all the dynamicism that comes with having a wet track and a slightly dry track and patchy, absolutely crazy. But thankfully, we don't have to worry too much about it because we've got our hands in, we've got the event in the hands of our incredible judges, and their decisions are really what are going to make up this entire event.
It certainly is. So we're going to hand it over to David Kalas, our speaking judge for this weekend. David, it's been a tough one yesterday. It's going to be a tough one today.
Yeah, we knew that it will be tough one yesterday, and today it looks it will be even worse. We were hoping for nice conditions and completely flawless battles, but unfortunately the weather was thinking different. We will need to adjust slightly our judgment based on the conditions, so we will be very closely watching how the track looks. We are having our people back on the track who will be checking for us the conditions and telling us the information about it. But the way how we will be judging it is the same how it was before. So the lead driver needs to do what he was doing yesterday, filling all the clipping zones, maintain consistent angle, and drive so the chase car can follow. That means following the deceleration, avoiding the no-go zone, which is marked in red on the track, and do perfect lead run. Then we are having the chase driver, and chase driver is having only one clipping point on the track, and that is the leader. He doesn't care about all the zones, he's just following the leader wherever he goes. He's trying to mimic the angle, mimic the line, and follow as close as he can. The zones are just hints for him where the leader will be moving.
Well, thank you very much, David. Yes, and as always, David Kalas, Werner Svenneveld, and Matthias Jejes in the judging booth. Let's take a look, though, at that track that these guys have got to take on. Yesterday, it was dry. It was perfect weather conditions. Look, here we go. Off the start line, through the gears. First, second, third. Big clutch kick across the circuit, then to that first outside zone, right on the edge of that rumble strip. Then it's in to a complete wall, that long outside zone 2, before they start to bring the front of the car in to inner zone 3. They flick that car, missing that no-go zone to put the back end on the wall out of zone 4. A nice long transition down into outside zone 5 before they pick up the pace once again and come up the hill to 6 and across the line on the wall at outside zone 7. It seems easy. There's a lot of bumps, there's a lot of camber changes, there's a lot of tarmac changes at this circuit, and in the wet it can be more difficult than it can be in the dry, as we've seen in previous years. But let's take a look at the battle tree for today. For me, some standout battles. Dean versus Nasser Al-Harbali. Not the first time they met in competition. Last time, Nasser Al-Harbali said to me both cars caught on fire, so that could be not happening today with the wet conditions. Jacob, some of the battles that we pointed out yesterday were just electric.
Yeah, one of them right off the bat is Torna Kavia and Benedictus Cerba. I think that is going to be just an epic head-to-head. Two drivers that really like to go hard and push each other to the limit. And then the final battle of top 32, which might be the most exciting coming up, Connor Shanahan, Connor Falvey. Yeah. That is going to be electric.
Well, I mean, look, what a way to end our top 32 with an incredible battle. Two young guns, a former champion, a man that's trying to get back to a championship, and a young rookie, the rookie of the year in 2024, trying to gain his first ever championship, going up against a man that's done it all and has the name on the side of the car. Look, this time for talking is over. As we always say, cars are warming up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for top 32. Well, here we go. James Dean sits on the line in that lead position alongside Nasser Al-Harbali, a man, like we say, that he's met in competition before. But yesterday, it didn't go James Dean's way. That qualifying showdown gave us a little brief look into what can happen in top 32. James Dean saying to me earlier on the grid, though, you can't really take everything into that consideration because the cars are built and set up ready for qualifying. They aren't dialed in. The grip's not changed. There's no suspension changes ready for top 32. So they're just going out there on those qualifying setups, which might not be optimum for top 32. James Dean just saying, can someone help me shut the door there? But yeah, look, these cars now are ready to go. They are in full battle mode. These guys would have been practicing in the wet conditions all morning. James Dean saying, look, it is better than last year. We see a lot of issues on outside zone 2 with serious amounts of rubber. That rubber overnight has been dragged up off the track. So it is just a wet track now, but still, who knows what's going to happen. Here we go. They get the green light ready to go, and the first battle of top 32 is underway. Dean to lead out Nasser Al-Habali as the pyro fires off at the side of the track. Dean kicks that skyline, that Mustang across the circuit and gets into it. Look at this, he's going to open the door for Nasser Al-Habali. He knows that James Dean has almost a perfect lead run as he puts foot to floor, tries to find the side of that RTR Mustang as they fire through the no-go zone. Nasser Al-Habali taking use of all of the circuit available. As Dean comes down the hill, he's going to try and put that Mustang right to the edge of the circuit, and he does. Sticks it on that perfect qualifying line. Up the hill he comes, puts that car right where it needs to be. Look at Al-Habali though, on the door, but too much contact, puts himself into a spin.
Yeah, really tough. I mean, these drivers spend a lot of time getting ready for this in the wet, and we're seeing already that it's patchy, which patchy is the most difficult because you don't know where it's going to grip up, and it's going to change between each run. James Dean, legendary, driving in wet conditions. Coming out of Ireland, it's just something that they've lived with, something they prepared for. James Dean puts down a clinic in this lead run, does everything he needs to do. Nasser needs to figure out where the grip is on this track. Thankfully, in the chase, and a lot of drivers were telling me this, that a slightly inside line, there's a little bit more traction. Not a ton, but when you are chasing, you're trying to find that traction. A lot of the things that you need to do to get around this track in the dry don't really work here now. If you do something like a left foot brake, you can over-rotate the car very, very quickly. So it's very touchy, very dicey, but James Dean out front looks great. And Nasser, everything looked good for him until this point. Got a little bit too aggressive, loops the car around, but then you see, lights up the tires, get some smoke going. It looked like more than steam to me. Yeah. So that tells me that spot right there could be a difference maker.
A fun fact about this track, that when the wind comes in, the breeze starts blowing across the surface of the track, it dries very, very quickly. Well, here we go, second run underway. Habali to lead out Dean as they fire in to that second outside zone. Dean giving him some room. That Mustang's not getting too close and personal. Dean would have been on the radio to the spotters, and spotters saying to him, look, you've got this one in the bag. Don't go too over-aggressive. Just keep yourself in contention, put on a good chase as Habali now trying to do everything he can to get away from that Ford Mustang as they come down the hill. Habali puts it right where it needs to be. Now Dean starts to apply the pressure as they go for the transition into that final outside zone, up onto the bank, and Habali can't deal with it and spins once again.
Same spot. I mean, almost identical. You can see where he looped it on the first run. A little bit further back now, but something's going on in that spot. I mean, some of it's going to be on Nasser, but I do think there is just a very rapidly changing condition there. So really, really tough, but James Dean, as you said, knows what he needs to do in this case. Just has to put down a solid chase run. Don't get too aggressive. Don't make any major mistakes. And once again, Nasser had a solid run. I really think, if he didn't spin, he would have been pretty much in contention for this battle. And unfortunately, to finish first you have to finish, and 10 feet short of that is just not enough here.
Yeah, exactly that. Quite strange what's going on there with Habali. And I would, it's hard to say because Dean made it through there. It looked like he was going to make it through there both passes of the circuit. So I'm unsure what happens to Habali's car as he gets up onto the bank. It's just like the car loses all grip in the rear and he just can't handle it.
Yeah, it's weird. He gets on throttle there, and I don't know. It looks like the front end is pivoting pretty hard, so I don't know if he just naturally wants to left foot brake that section, and then that's it. It just pivots around those tires, but happens. You don't want it to happen. Even the fans there, you can see just, you always want it to be a heads-up battle if you're going to win.
Oh, exactly that. Yeah. Exactly that. So there we go. Both guys out of the car, and Dean saying, what happens up there?
Yeah. Just for future reference.
Just for future reference. Is it greasy? So here we go. Slide of left for Habali, right for James Dean. We know what way this is going to go, and it is James Dean gets the win and advances through to the top 16.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be expected. Other driver loops it twice. It's
of course
pretty open and shut on that one, but
well, if you're spinning, you're not winning.
Yeah, if you're spinning, you're not winning. I like that.
There we go. Dean takes that Mustang back to the paddock. And we're going to move it along with our next battle of the day. And it will be, and there it is. And you know, I heard a rumor that this was going to be there.
Oh, really?
This is the piston from the engine of Diogo Correa's BMW.
Oh, no way.
Changed the cylinder head 3 times on the car. And they rebuilt the engine overnight to get Diogo Correa back out for top 32. But he has a big contender alongside him, a man that is local to the track, Finnish driver Juha Rittinen sits alongside Diogo Correa from Portugal. And look at the nerves inside the car for Diogo Correa, wondering, will that car hold together? And the double fist pump, as always, from Rittinen, slams the car into gear. The Finnish fans are on their feet. They want to see a Finnish driver get into the top 16 as Correa goes to lead out Rittinen for a spot in the top 32. In the top 16, sorry, as they come off the line nice and slow. Pyro fires up. Look at this from Rittinen, a straight line approach, straight onto the back bumper, onto the side. Diogo Correa's BMW E92 as they fire in. Diogo Correa into the wall, puts the back end in there, upsets the steering a little bit, but stays in it. As Rittinen now keeps his cool, stays with him as they transition through the centre of the circuit, come down onto outside zone 4. Rittinen now starting to lose a little ground. Will he gain it up on this transition? Will he make that big brave dive? And he does. He starts to pull back in onto the rear bumper of that BMW as he flicks it up into that final outside zone. Both guys make it through. Correa into the wall and into Rittinen.
Yeah, that last zone, I mean,
could be the decider for most of the battles today.
I really think so. I really, and look at the damage. Oh man. Correa, really good, solid run here out in the lead, and Juha Rittinen does a great job. He is such a veteran, such a pro when it comes to this, knows how to chase effectively. I mean, another driver who's really, really good in the rain, and does a great job. Knows not to get in too deep, not to overcommit to any of these. Diogo looked good up until that last zone, and that puddle there, that's going to play a big factor because you can almost see where the line was yesterday. Drivers were using that part of the track. Now they're going to have to be a lot more shallow, as we see some in-car there from Diogo. Oh, that is a rough hit, and that is not something that's going to be easily repaired. But you can see there, whole wheel in, and that second hit from Juha, who in the chase had nowhere else he could go.
Yeah, he was sandwiched between the wall and a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
He was literally between a rock and a hard place, and you can see the rear wheel there on that slow-mo shot as he hit the wall, just completely folded in the rear suspension. There was nothing he could do, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like Correa will not be able to take part in the second half of the battle. And there we go. He pulls off the circuit, and the clock ticks down to 0 as he will not make it back to the start line.
Oh, wow. That really shows just how much damage is there.
Yeah, and there we go. We're not even...
Oh, there he's trying. I mean, he's trying.
Yeah, no, so there we go. Judges deem it too unsafe to let Diogo Correa run. No buy run needed for Rittinen. Rittinen advances through to the top 16. And Rittinen will take that one.
Yeah, tough go. But the upside for every driver coming behind them is they know that that is a really tricky spot on track. It's treacherous. There's something going on there, whether it's just really slick in one spot and dry in the other.
Well, this is the thing. The spotters now going to be saying to the drivers, look, that final outside zone, when you get high on the bank and you start to get into that zone, it could be slipperier than anywhere else on the circuit. Yes, James Dean made it through, but James Dean yesterday put on a 98.5 qualifying run. Yeah. That man can deal with anything. For some of these drivers that don't get that high up in the championship, that are only just finding their feet, the spotters might be saying to him, you need to be very, very careful on that final outside zone because we don't know what's going on until you've gone through there and give us back the information.
Yeah, it's tough when you're one of the first battles up. I mean, especially first thing in the morning, especially we got a big flood of rain just before we started this. Then it dries up a little bit. Just ever-changing conditions, so you got to make notes wherever you can as we see Paweł Korpelinski really warming those tires up. The drivers were given a little bit extra time to get everything warmed up because of the rain. And, I mean, Paweł using all of it, just get the tires warm, get them ready to go.
Well, there we go on the line. Kevin Piscotty to take on Paweł Korpelinski. Hungary versus Poland on the start line, ready to rock and roll. We know that Korpelinski is an incredible line driver.
Yeah, and Korpelinski choosing to chase on this one. So
yeah, I was just going to say, switching it up. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that new rule coming in for 2025, the higher qualifier can choose whether they lead or chase first. Korpelinski taking the opportunity to chase first and saying to Kevin Piscotty, show me how good that lead line is.
Yeah, and
show me where the slippery parts of the circuit are.
It's a really good idea.
Yeah.
I think it's really, really smart to do that.
It's smart. That's what it is. It's smart because if you get into that final outside zone and you spin or you hit the wall, then you say, well, I know what I need to do now in the lead. Here we go. They're off the line, ready to rock and roll. It's Korpolinski to take on Piscotty. Piscotty to lead first as they come through the gears down. Big clutch kick in that BMW E92 as he flicks it across the circuit. Pavel Korpolinski looks for the opening, looks for the door, shallows up the angle a little bit. He's not going to play too dangerous here as Piscotty bounces the back end of that BMW on and off of that outside zone on the wall. They fire through the middle of the circuit. You can see Korpolinski playing it safe, very safe indeed. As Kevin Piscotty just tickles the back end off the end of that wall. He's picking up the pace now as he comes down the hill, keeps it clean, drops a wheel into that big puddle on the edge of the circuit. Korpolinski dives onto the front wheel, onto the door, no problems this time for both guys across the line.
I think because of the banking there, the water ran off there really quick, and it's drying up in certain parts, but maybe not right at the very top of it.
Yeah.
There seems to be either just the water coming off the blocks or something like that, but it's patchy. Either way, Kevin Piscotty, great run there, knowing that spot's going to be nasty. Powers through it, does a great job, and does an amazing job through all of these zones. Using that wall, we're seeing a lot of drivers do this, kind of using the wall and running it deliberately, grinding the back end of the car around just to make sure that they can get through the entire run without some sort of issue. But Pavel Korpolinski in the chase starts to back off a little bit near the end of the run and then realizes, oh, I'm getting too far back, and then starts to shoot back in at the very final few zones. So little bit to be improved on there, and I do think there's a chance that he doesn't take home the win just because of that. So we'll see.
Well, all to play for in the second half of the run as they flick through the gears and flick the cars from left to right as they fire in. Pavel Korpolinski now puts the back end of that Nissan 206 into that outside zone. And look at this from Piscotty, no holding back. He knows that he could be in contention. But this one, both guys put the back end into the wall, smoosh the back bumpers off the wall. Look at this from Piscotty trying to get traction out of that outside zone and get himself back onto the door of that Nissan as they fire down the hill. Piscotty looking once again to pull and try and dive onto the side of Pavel Korpolinski's S14 as they fire up the hill, both on the wall, both across the line.
Yeah, it's really starting to dry up there, so we can see the smoke coming off. That might be a sign of what's going to happen with the rest of the track here, but Pavel Korpolinski, I think choosing to chase first was the right call here.
Yeah.
I really do. He figured out what the track was going to be like in the chase, where if you make a mistake, it can kind of be a little bit overshadowed. You can get away with really trying to figure out what the track is like, but now being in the lead really has this dialed. But Kevin Piscotty doesn't let him get away at any point throughout this run, which can't be said the same for Pavel, who did. He left a little bit more of a gap on his run, so it's going to go back and forth. But I'm really stoked to see how Kevin Piscotty has developed, has gotten much better as a driver over the last couple of seasons as well. Really developed a driver that's kind of waiting for that opportunity to make it into top four, really pushing the pace here. So I don't know. I really don't know which way this is going to go, but seeing how Kevin Piscotty has developed, especially over the last couple of seasons, has been really cool to see.
It certainly has, yeah. And I remember Kevin Piscotty turning up to Hungary in 2018 and saying to his friends and his family, one day I'm going to drive a Drift Masters.
Yeah.
And here he is.
Yeah, I mean, last season finishing 7th, that's a massive improvement in a very short period of time.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Piscotty just missing out on those podiums, desperate to get some of those trophies in the cabinet. Could this be a weekend of redemption after heartbreak in Spain where he hit the wall? Who's he going to go to this weekend as the judges' score drops in? Left for Korpolinski, right for Piscotty. That's one vote for Korpolinski. It's going to be Pavel Korpolinski. Korpolinski gets the win and Piscotty gets sent home, the Hungarian driver, once again not being favoured. And look what it means to Pavel Korpolinski. Those treacherous weather conditions out there, the track not 110%. These guys, they're playing with fire every time they get in the car because they don't know what's going to happen. Yeah,
it really shows how incredible these drivers are, because at the level and the amount of horsepower that these cars have, and especially when we get into the turboed cars, the power just comes on immediately.
Yeah.
So you go from a little bit of wheel spin to 100 kilometers an hour out of nowhere. It's very difficult to do, and they are making it look quite easy.
They certainly are making it look easy. We go back on the start line to Kevin Passeur and Marco Zaccarillo. Passeur on the podium, third spot. in Spain. He'll be wanting to keep a hold of those points in the championship at the moment, sitting third in the championship. And look at him, laser focused as always. Windows in the car for the rain. Glances across to make sure that everyone's ready to go. Marco Zaccaril, though, a man that's been working tirelessly on his program and the engine platform and the car and his driving, trying to get himself back in there, back into that game of Drift Masters. He nods to our start line Marshall Martin and says, I'm ready to go, as the anti-lag fires off the line. Come Kevin Passer and Marco Zaccaril. Passer opting to lead first as well as the higher qualifiers. He flicks that car in, waits such a long time to get on throttle, but calculated from Kevin Passer as he puts the back bumper onto the wall. A little wobble, but he holds onto it. As Kevin Passer now works his way around, looks for that inner zone and finds it beautifully. Marco Zaccaril can't be shook though. 2 Series versus 2 Series right now as they go wheel to wheel down and outside zone 4. Zaccaril going to go for a dive down onto that front wheel, and he does as they fire through, drop a wheel into the puddle, then back up again they come. Look at this from Zaccaril making a big dive up to the wall. Oh, and a bit sketchy from Passer across the line.
Yeah, both these drivers, I mean, the runs are getting quicker too. We're picking up pace, we're finding the grip in a lot of these spots, and it's going to get even more interesting as we come through. But Kevin Passer, full commitment through this whole run. Marco Zaccaril not allowing him to really pull any gap, and does a great job at mirroring the angle through a lot of these zones, which is just so difficult to do in these conditions, and timing things out quite well. Marco Zaccaril, I really like the way that he's almost able to anticipate, and while it's a little bit slower, you can start to train some of that muscle memory, right? It's not as fast as what it's going to be in the full grip, so you can start to go, okay, this is how this driver drives, and we're starting to see more tire smoke further back in the track.
I was just going to say, there's some parts now from that drone footage, you can see patches on the track down the back end of the track.
We've also scraped off a lot of the rubber, which is great for the rain, but that becomes very difficult in the dry.
And look at this from Kevin Passer, decided to re-warm the tyres after the run in that chase position.
Super interesting. So the strategy now is going to get really crazy. What you do, even when you come back around, can make all the difference for your next run.
Well, Marco Zaccaril sits in that lead position, ready to lead out. Kevin Passer for a spot in the top 16 awaits for one of these drivers. You can see him battered, bruised, been in and around all of the walls and even off the track this morning in practice. And they come through the gears. Zaccaril flicks that car across the track. Look at this from Kevin Passer, though, onto the back bumper already as they fire through a nice line already from Zaccaril, but they're door-to-door into that first outside zone. Zaccaril takes a big chunk out of the wall. Kevin Passer has to back off, and look at this from Zaccaril into the wall quite a bit. Oh, contact as they transition through the middle of the circuit. Zaccaril tries to find the limit of the circuit and the pace, and he's got some pace as he comes down the hill, and it's caught Kevin Passer out here as he fires up the hill. Passer's going to have to do something. He's going to have to make a big dive and take fire across the line.
Wow, Marco Zaccaril, I mean, really finding the grip in this track, finding the pace in that BMW. And I think it caught Kevin Passer a little off guard. I don't think he was expecting this to start to go this way. And Kevin kind of doesn't quite catch the timing in the transitions, and that's a lot of it. Marco Zaccaril, that is a decent hit into the wall.
It's a big hit in the wall,
It is a decent hit, and even through a transition a little bit later on, you can see Kevin Passer trying to wait, but Marco Zaccaril holding that drift as long as he can, trying to almost outweight Kevin Passer, who loses a little bit of that patience, transitions a bit early, and it catches him out for the rest of the run. So going to be interesting how the judges look at this. They're very specific where they want you to transition, how long you want to hold some of these lines. So Marco Zaccaril might have been a little late on some of them.
I think he's a little shallow on this outside zone as well. Yeah, look at that. Just puts a wheel on the white line. So that grip not really playing into the favor there.
You almost want to launch out of that zone, and then you're going to have that momentum to push you back around, and it's weird. It's difficult.
I think that part of the track is drying, as we've already mentioned. I think the tough bit is that now guys are having to go full throttle there, where they've already seen other guys spin, hit the wall, make contact. So it's a game of chess.
Yeah,
what do you do? Do you go full commitment into that final outside zone, or do you play it safe and then miss the zone?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So we'll see if qualifying will dictate our winner on this one with the rankings, or if there's going to be a bit of an upset. And I mean, it would be pretty massive for Marco Zaccaril to take home this battle. He finished 25th last year, and that would be a great step to start to move up the rankings in our 2025 season.
Yeah, certainly would be as well, especially to take down Kevin Purser, who currently sits in 3rd place in the championship.
Yeah.
Purser says, I don't think this one's as clear-cut. I don't think this one's going to be as clear-cut either.
It's really, really tough right now. Especially when you have this many zones. There's so much that you can look through, and I know judges right now really scrutinizing a lot of the zones and the entries.
Yeah, the judges are still looking at crucial points on the circuit, and I think it's the contact.
Yeah, and Kevin Purser, kind of a straight line approach through there, and I think some of it might come down to where Marco transitioned, though, and how late that was.
Yeah.
So judges were very specific in the meeting earlier on as to where they want them to transition at what time.
Well, here we go, slide them left for Purser, right for Marco Zaccaril. Two good friends behind the scenes. It's one vote for Zaccaril. It's going to be Marco Zaccaril. Takes down the man that stood on the 3rd step on the podium in Spain. And you know what? Kevin Purser will be happy for him. And look what it means to Marco Zaccaril in to that top 16. But I want to quickly fire it over to David Kalas. David, there was some contact on the wall, but Zaccaril still got the win.
Yeah, there was more than one contact on the wall during this battle. Both drivers were hitting the wall a couple of times, but everything came to the second run. On the chase position, Kevin was going basically straight through the inner zone 3, and then there was a contact in between the cars. So here you can see how he's almost going straight, not allowing completely the leader to make the transition, and that was the point which was able to push it towards Marco Zaccaril.
Thank you very much, David. Yeah, that impeding the lead car was what really sealed the deal there for the judges, and just goes to show you it could have gone the other way if it wasn't for that impeding the heavy contact with the wall. This one's going to be interesting because these two guys see head-to-head action in Spain, and it didn't quite end up the way that Naoki Nakamura would have wanted it to go.
Yeah, and Nakamura's on an absolute heater here. Even in the rain, he was crushing it. We were watching practice and chatting with a few people. I'm like, who do you got as a favorite here? And Nakamura's name came up quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly that. Nakamura looking strong in the rain, fast. He brought the style yesterday, but he goes against David Spossum once again from Poland. Nakamura to lead out Spossum for a top spot in the top 16. But we know how it ended in Spain. Can these two guys get through a battle nice and clean this time? And Spossum will be looking for redemption. Big, long handbrake drag for Nakamura as he fires in to outside zone 2. Spossum keeps his distance, just trying to gain some proximity, trying to get that S15 onto the door, that GR86 as they fire through the middle of the circuit. Look at Nakamura though, picks up the pace, absolutely starts to drive away from Spossum, and Spossum, even shortcutting the circuit, can't hang with the GR86 of Naoki Nakamura as they come up the hill, fire through to the final outside zone. Spossum on the inside, he's not even in the conversation here.
Yeah, this shows the expertise of Nakamura in the rain. You need to find such a thin line between spinning the wheels and grip, especially right now. There's this very, very fine spot where if you overspin it, the car goes absolutely nowhere, and if you underspin it, the car straightens out immediately. Yeah. And that area in between is the sweet spot between getting that car around the track, still drifting, and having a lot of grip, and Nakamura found every single bit of it through this entire run. You can see, like, we've got a little bit of smoke, a little bit of steam coming up. This track is drying out and is starting to rubber in a few spots. This is absolutely nuts. And for Spossum, not able to really find the best spot. You would think cutting the track in some spots would be a good idea, but there's not going to be any dry spots through there. So counterintuitively, it might actually be slower by cutting in a little bit more. But man, you don't know till you find out, and David Spossum found it a little too late.
He did. He found it a little too late. Now he has to work through in that lead position. This is going to be hard for Spossum to try and overturn that poor chase as he fires into that first outside zone. Look at this from Nakamura, but Nakamura, the more experienced driver, comes into this one and uses every ounce of experience of wet driving, of technical driving, of chase driving, of battle driving as he puts that bumper to bumper on the transition. Look at this from Spossum. He goes into that outside zone 4, but Nakamura can't be shaken as they come down the hill. Nakamura now opens the throttle, shallows up the angle, trying to gain some ground. As Spossum goes wide, he manages to make the transition into that second to last outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, Spossum did a great job at getting the rest of this run dialed in, knowing that he had a bit of a deficit, if you will, on that previous run in the chase. So got more aggressive, realized where Nakamura was starting to find grip in this run, and went for that same line and does a really good job. It's actually just a little bit off of the wall. You can find a bit more grip. You'll see a few drivers being a little bit more shallow without being super shallow, and there's some spots there, but you can just see how hard it is to find the spots of grip through this run. But Nakamura, I mean, doesn't take his hand off the e-brake that entire run, knows, okay, I need to use this to get through, and Spasov going really wide and into the puddle there, which is really, it's interesting. I wonder how that's going to start to play out as we get through the rest of these runs.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, for me, look at this. It's very shallow on that final outside zone. Look at the amount of smoke, though.
That whole area is dry
Almost
now.
bone dry,
yeah. If you saw no other part of the run, you would think it hadn't rained here.
Yeah.
So.
Well, there we go, both guys out of the car. This time a clean battle. Spasov says, yeah, okay, there was no contact this time, and they were happy with that one. Who's going to take it through to the top 16, though? Will it be Nakamura? Will it be Spasov? Left for Matt Nakamura, right for Spasov. One vote for Nakamura, and it is going to be Naoki Nakamura into the top 16. David Spasov says, look, I know where I went wrong. I tried my hardest, but yeah, that track just was too much. And so was Naoki Nakamura.
Yeah, great run from both competitors, and I mean, David Spasov, once he gets this dialed, once he gets this sorted, he can be so crazy behind the wheel, and next round. I'm going to say now.
There's always next round. There's always next round. Right, we go back on the line. Two heavy hitters, two big contenders, two drivers that have been in this championship for a long, long time now. It is Torane Kvyat to take on Benediktus Čerba. And look at this, Kvyat, the higher qualifier, opting to go in that chase position first.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see that a lot right now. The higher qualifier wanting to let the other driver show him how this run's gonna go. Yeah, exactly.
Figure it out. Well, there we go, sitting there, cool, calm and collected. Little fist bump to the window for Torane Kvyat, the Norwegian sledgehammer.
Great personality in this sport, too.
Such a nice guy behind the scenes as well. Same as Čerba. I had a few words with Čerba earlier on, and he said, like, it's sketchy, but we're making it work and we're getting through it. Well, here we go. It's starting to get dark here once again in Finland. Could we expect another rain shower in the next 10, 15 minutes? We'll find out. Car slam into gear. Čerba looks for that start line, gets the green light to go, and he's through the gears and down onto that start line. And look at this from Kvyat. He goes for that straight line approach. They fire in. Almost door to door as Čerba gets himself into that second outside zone and makes it work. But look at this from Kvyat, super aggressive onto the door. Look at this, mirroring the angle, mirroring everything. Almost bumper to bumper contact. They make it work, and Kvyat has to back out. Čerba not too deep into that outside zone 4 as they pick up the pace down the hill. A little wobble, a little bump from both guys as they flick it into that second to last outside zone. And Kvyat means business, but no guy now can get up the hill.
Yeah, this is getting really, really interesting. I mean, Torane Kvyat, one of the best drivers we have on grid when it comes to inconsistent conditions.
Yeah.
He is so good at adapting, and I mean, the Norwegian heritage, that just goes with it, driving on ice and water and snow and pavement, anything that they can do. But really, Benediktus Čerba lays down a solid run out front, gives Torane Kvyat every opportunity to get into the pocket, dive right in, but we are picking up the pace here very, very quickly. I was actually just looking through to start finding some numbers to figure out how much faster these drivers are going, but I mean, I don't need Wally to tell me that these guys are really picking up the pace here. So great run from both these drivers, and yeah, it's been great to see. So let's see where we're at now. Speed-wise, yeah, we've jumped already 8 kilometers an hour through these runs, so it's great to see. I mean, I'm here for fast runs. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the full dry runs. No one likes drifting in the wet, and these guys now are starting to get mixed conditions, though. It's going to be patchy out there, and for me, the question mark is that final outside zone as we see Kvyat now fire in this S13. They both get it door to door as they get into this second outside zone. And look at this from Čerba, shallowing up the angle, just nosing the front of that BMW to the front wheel of that Nissan 200SX as they fire through that inner zone. No contact, no mistakes there, but look at this from Kvyat. He's deeper into that outside zone 4 than Čerba was as they come down the hill, and look at the pace already. But can he hang on to it? He can. He goes super wide, but puts it into that zone. Can he get up the bank? Can he get up to the wall? He can as they go door to door.
Yeah, great run there from Torane Kvyat, who almost used that puddle to get the car slowed down and checked up. Picked up so much speed coming through that downhill.
For me, the only question mark is there. If the tyres are drying throughout the run and the track is drying as we get further through the run,
yeah.
When you drop a wheel into that puddle, you then instantly cool the tyres. Are they losing a lot of grip straight away?
Yeah, I really think so. It's tough. The tyres will still get warmer and warmer throughout the run, and you kind of want them there's a really great operating temperature that these tyres operate at, and you need them at that temp in that final zone to really get the grip in there. So you're seeing the smoke, you're seeing everything else, but it's not that really thick white smoke you normally see on a dry track. It's a little bit wispier, it's almost a little bluer, and that indicates to me the tires are not warm, they're cold, and there's no grip that they're finding there, even though the track is dry. So, man, so tough.
Look how happy these guys are just to make it round. They get out of the car and it's pure relief car. And you could see Cherba's like, how did we even make it round there? And it's so sketchy, it's slippery, it's tricky. We heard Conor Shanahan mention it with Becky earlier. It's so difficult. Here we go, decisions in, left for Cherba, right for Kvyat. It's one vote for Kvyat. It's going to be Torane Kvyat taking it through to the top 16. We lose Benedictus Cherba, and he's a little shocked by that. I think the fate of that was that final outside zone. Cherba not being able to get high on the bank where Kvyat made it work, and he got into that final outside zone. And yeah, Vernon Zwanenfeld gives me the nod and says, yeah, you're right. Look, you could be good, you could have a good proximity, but you need to be connecting the dots. You need to be getting to those zones, even as tricky as it is right now.
Yeah, it may come down to just one zone at this point because the drivers are getting the line dialed. If there's one zone that's a massive glaring difference, you know, as they're tallying everything up, that could be it.
Well, it certainly is. As we sit on the line and we see Oliver Randleau, our championship points leader at the moment, take on a wild card. Paulius Perkio sits alongside him in this BMW E36. And Oliver Randleau will not want to go out to a wildcard driver, a man that probably won't come to any other events here at Drift Masters in 2025, looking to try and impress the judges, to try and earn himself a spot, maybe a permanent license in Drift Masters. Paulius will want to take down the current point leader and the legend that is the Estonian driver of Oliver Randleau.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on his shoulders right now. There's a lot for both, maintaining that top spot and fighting for a license.
Here we go, so off the line they come through the gears. As anti-lag bangs, Oliver Randleau kicks that car from left to right. He looks cool, calm and collected. He puts it right where it needs to be as Randleau gets on throttle nice and early, but there's no shake in the finish wildcard. Oh, he makes a mistake and straightens. And look at the grip. He's dialed into that car. He can barely get it sideways. The track is drying every single run, Jacob, as they fire through. Oliver Randleau goes for that wide line and can't get there. It's still very, very wet on that part of the circuit. They fire down the hill. Randleau deals with it as he goes wide into the puddle, flicks water in the face of his competitor as they transition up the hill. Now the power needs to be applied to that final outside zone.
Wow. Oliver Randleau using every single bit of the track, whether it's a lake or grass or anything else. He's finding the edges of everything and using it. So even on that initiation, I don't know of any other driver so far today that's really flicked it out that far.
No.
Transferred so much weight over, and that is very difficult to catch into a zone that's notoriously difficult, and that is zone 2, our big long one there, facing the roller coaster in the background. And man, he does such a good job through this and almost shakes his opponent.
There's a big reinitiation twice there, though, for Paulius Perkio, and the judges won't like that. Look at that straight line. Has to handbrake in a straight line.
Well, and nowhere to go at that point. You can't power through it. So that might be the deciding factor there that early on in the run. But Paulius, you know, you still want to try and finish it out. There's always the chance. Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Is my Canadian coming out with that one?
No, did you miss the pun? Try and finish it.
Oh my gosh.
I
didn't even mean to.
It's too early in the day
I know.
You've got a little jet lag setting in now. It's been 2 days. Here we go, off the line. It's going to be Oliver Randleau to chase down the wildcard driver, the man that everyone's cheering for. Big flick across the circuit for the wildcard driver as Randleau deals with it. His spotters were on the radio saying, look, don't go too mad, but he'll still want to put on a show for the fan. Look at this, mirrors the angle, but he's moving nowhere right now. And they're both struggling to get out of that second outside zone. They now find the pace as they come over and into outside zone 4. And look at the line from Perkio as he puts it right where it needs to be. Fires down the hill. Can he hold on to it? He's going super wide. Big splash through the puddle. He's going to be the transitions late, and he has to stall up once again. As Randleau deals with it, he goes wheel to wheel across the line.
Oh, what a great run there from Randleau. I mean, very difficult to chase.
Yes.
Paulius just not able to find where he needs to be on track, not able to find the grip, overspinning the wheels a lot through this zone. This is where having a little bit less wheel speed would actually be beneficial. You can find a bit more grip, but get into a bit of a panic mode. You just want to put the throttle down. You think the car is going to bite, and it really doesn't. But Oliver Randleau in the chase, though, does so much work to keep the car in drift, fights it, and even though his car wants to take off, he knows how to launch it out. Perkio just not able to find that sweet spot. But great run from both drivers, and I don't think this is the last we're going to see of Polias, who, you know, hopefully keeps practicing, keeps putting it down, and we'll hopefully see him again, maybe next year, maybe in another round, who knows, but it's always great to see these wild cards. You can see there just how much water these cars are retaining coming through that puddle. Wow, wow.
What a shot, look at this.
There it is.
And you can see the effect of the grip there as Polias tries to put that car into that last outside zone, just can't get there, and it forces Randall down on the circuit, and they have to go wheel to wheel, and both guys laugh once again as they step out the car.
Yeah, so tough, and I mean, Oliver Randall has just a lot more experience, but
look at what it means to Randall watching the screen. Here we go, 1 vote for Randall. It's 2 votes for Randall. Randall gets the job done and moves through to the top 16 and says goodbye to the Finnish wildcard. And Randall will say, sigh of relief. Everyone says the top 32 battle is the hardest one of the day.
Yeah.
Once you're through there, you feel a bit more comfortable. You can look at top 16 and say, look, we just go battle by battle.
Yeah, it's one of those, once you're into qualifying, once you've qualified, you're like, okay, at least I'm in the show. Once you're through top 32, it's like, okay, I've got, you know, this is it. I've gotten through this battle. If I go out now, I don't want to, but at least I made it in the top 16.
Exactly.
So,
well, there we go.
Show there.
Yep. Just finishing off all of the tyres, because burnt no tyre off. As he makes his way off the circuit, we get the next battle on the line ready to go. It's going to be Clint Van Oort to take on Mika Keskikorpi. And look at this, the higher qualifier, Keskikorpi saying to Van Oort, you lead first.
This is spicy. This is going to be a spicy one.
We said this, the younger drivers in the Driftmaster stable are now playing the game. They're now saying to the older drivers, the drivers that have been around longer, they're saying to them, well, you lead first.
Yeah.
You show me what you got. You weren't the best qualifier, but I want you to make the mistake. Here we go. The Finnish fans on their feet cheering for Mika Keskikorpi as Clint Van Oort flicks that car across the circuit. The Dutch driver will want to put on a show right here, and a little bit of redemption for Spain as he goes wide into this outside zone. And look at this from Clint Van Oort, destroys the back end, and it forces him out of that second outside zone very, very quick. Mika Keskikorpi dealing with it as they fire through the middle of the circuit. Clint Van Oort seems to have got this car figured out, and the grip. As Mika Keskikorpi holds back and lets Clint Van Oort fire body panels in his face as they go wide into the puddle on a cross and transition to this final outside zone as Clint Van Oort can't make it there.
Yeah, that last zone strikes again, but this really is a show of who's able to adapt to an ever-changing track condition, and Clint Van Oort does a really good job through it, just as aggressive as ever. Doesn't matter what conditions he's driving in, he's always aggressive, always just smashing body panels everywhere. I apologize to his team on his behalf.
It was a brand new car just a couple of weeks ago.
I don't know if I believe you. I think maybe the car was, but the body panels they just recycle, and there's about 100 zip ties holding that thing together right now. But look at how calm Mika Keskikorpi is here. Just so focused, but seems relaxed, back in his seat, arms not flailing as we see Clint Van Oort just getting the weight savings there, throwing it out, going really wide, dipping a wheel in that puddle. Mika Keskikorpi immediately on that line. You can see the moment those cars grip up, though.
As soon as it hit that banking, the car gripped up and shot him down off the bank.
Yeah. So the Dutch driver doing a really good job showing that aggression and his style, where Mika Keskikorpi a bit more patience in the background.
Yeah, and you know what? For me, he looked like he was driving beyond his age.
Yeah.
Because he was very calculated there. Kind of stayed back, did what he needed to do, stuck to the qualifying line. What can he do in the lead position, though? They get the green light ready to go. Clint Van Oort to chase down Mika Keskikorpi, and we know Clint Van Oort's been known for that aggressive chase. And look at the initiation, but he's on the inside now as Clint Van Oort. He's way out of sync, and he's going to have to reinitiate. He can't get himself back into formation as Keskikorpi holds it together. Very clever driving from the young Finnish driver as he fires through. Clint Van Oort gets himself back in to where he needs to be, but Keskikorpi can't find the outside zone. They fire down the hill as Mika Keskikorpi puts foot to floor, tries to dial on all the angle to avoid the puddle. They transition. Keskikorpi knows he needs to be high on the bank. Can he get there? He can, but Clint Van Oort's on the door.
Yeah, so that run was... It was interesting. There was a couple of big mistakes from both drivers. So how the judges are going to calculate this is going to be tough. So right off the bat, Mika Keskikorpi, great initiation. Clint Van Oort, too aggressive. Just cuts in a little bit on the inside. I don't know if he was hoping the car would float out a little bit wider, but he's stuck on the inside, and he has nowhere to go because Mika Keskikorpi holds that car in that zone so well, and Clint Van Oort just has to bide his time and wait for Mika to get all the way around so he can get back into this battle. But as we're starting to see this tack up even more, Mika just not able to really keep the car fluid in the same way that Clint did. So it's tough. I thought I knew where this was going after the first one, and then once we started, after the first zone, I was like, okay, Mika's got this one in the bag. Yeah. And then the rest of the run happened, and it starts to fall apart a bit for Keski-Korpi. And now I have no idea. I'm really not sure how this one's going to play out. So,
well, you have no idea, and I'm going to go the complete opposite to you, and I think I know how this is going to play out.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that mistake from Clint Van Aert is unforgivable for the judges.
Interesting.
Because I think it all came down to his initiation. If you watch back on the initiation from Clint Van Aert, he completely mistimed the initiation.
Right.
And put himself in the middle of the circuit. And he knows it there. Look, he's talking to...
You can hear him. He said, too early.
And I think that is what's going to seal the fate of Clint Van Aert here. Slide him left for Van Aert, right for Mika Keski-Korpi, and it is going to be the young man from Finland taking it through to the top 16, and he knows it, and so does Van Aert. The initiation was the killer. That is what sealed the deal for Clint Van Aert. Unfortunately, we lose him in competition. You can see his team there a little dejected, you know, second round, brand new car. But look, Becky's down there with Mika Keski-Korpi. The Finnish fans are on their feet for him, Becky. He must feel over the moon right now.
Absolutely, Ian. Mika, that was an incredible run. Congratulations on getting through to the top 16. Can you give us a track update? The conditions look super sketchy out there.
It's horrible. It's horrible. I was thinking that what tires should I put on, and I went to the dry ones, and that paid off. But yeah, it was so hard to drive.
On the last zone, it looks like it's starting to pick up grip and drying up out there. Is that true?
Yeah. It's fully true. I needed to brake some little bit and just full throttle, and luckily I was able to go with the zone.
Well, congratulations, and we're looking forward to seeing you drive in top 16.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Becky. Yeah, horrible is the word from Mika Keski-Korpi, and it looks horrible to drive because the final outside zone is completely dry. You hit a big puddle before you get to that final outside zone, and then the second outside zone, it looks like you can deal with it.
Yeah. It catches you off guard, too, because it changes. You're like, oh, I have all the confidence in the wet. Oh, I've got all the confidence in the dry. And it's just flipping back and forth.
Yeah, flipping backwards and forwards. Well, here we go. George Christoforou now sits on the line to lead out Dwayne McKeever.
Yeah, we're seeing it more.
Dwayne McKeever playing the game as well. But Dwayne McKeever in that borrowed car is probably thinking, look, I don't really know the car 110%. Yes, he's an incredible driver, but still feeling out these conditions, the conditions that are changing constantly. He said to George Christoforou from Cyprus, you lead out first. I want to see you make the mistakes, and then I won't make the mistakes in my lead run. They sit on the line, the car slam into gear, and McKeever eager to get this one underway as he comes off the line and through the gears. McKeever to chase down the Cypriot driver of George Christoforou as he fires in. Christoforou feeling confident, looking confident. The pace is picked up once again. Christoforou doing a good job in the outside zone, but leaves it a little early as he dials on all the angle. He just holds on to it as McKeever starts to find the front wheel of that BMW 1 Series. He avoids outside zone 4 as they come down the hill. The Cypriot driver now struggling, trying to panic because he knows McKeever's breathing down his neck as they fire for the final outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, it was tough to tell. It almost sounded like there might have been an issue with George's car partway through. I don't know if you heard that breaking up.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll hear with the anti-lag system, but it just didn't quite sound right to me. But off the initiation, George looked as aggressive as he needed to be through that run and almost over-rotates coming out of the second outside zone. Has so much angle and barely holds on to it. And it does shake Dwayne McKeever a bit, but it's not... It rides that line of unchaseable because there was so much angle and so much stall up through that section. I'm not sure. And then missing that whole outside zone, that's really, really tough. So kind of unlike George to do that, but it may be a similar thing. We're just not aware.
Big understeer as well there.
Yeah. So
you could catch on that last zone.
That's what I'm wondering if maybe there's mechanical. Yeah. Understeer, not enough power. I don't know. It's just interesting.
It certainly is interesting. Well, he's going to come off the line to chase down Dwayne McKeever, who now leads him out. As McKeever flicks that S15 from left to right, puts foot to floor, and 2JT underneath the bonnet, absolutely singing it. Look at this. Christoforou now finds himself in the middle of the circuit. The sun has come out in Finland. It's going to be unpredictable. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a roller coaster of a weekend. And look at this from McKeever, back to business as usual. Christoforou cannot get himself into this fight, and I hear the breaking up now as he comes down, and McKeever spins the car on the puddle.
Wow.
Christoforou stops instantly.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Yeah, Dwayne not happy about that at all, and rightfully so. That's such a rare thing from him. I mean, he There was a stat I heard a while ago that he'd went several years without losing a battle heads up. It was just mechanicals.
Mechanicals, yeah. I want to see where it all went wrong. He started to pick up the pace from outside zone 4. Watch this, he's on a really good line here. Christopherou's just, you know, constantly bleeding points in that chase position, because look at the line from McKeever on that outside zone 4. He comes down that hill absolutely flying. As McKeever fires it through, look, brakes, gets that car slowed down as much as he can, but he just can't hold on to it. As soon as he gets into that puddle, he looks across and he knows it's all over as the rain water comes through the window. He just can't slow the car down.
No, that's all. He used the puddle to slow the car down. That, you know, the side bite in the water is what did it. But he just had so much speed through there. Like, that's the amount of speed you would need to do that in the drive. So, really, really tough.
Well, there we go. Both guys out of the car.
Now, is this a 0-0 situation, though?
Well,
that's where my head goes.
You said that because I was thinking it.
Were you?
Yeah.
That, I mean, I don't know.
Was the lead chaseable from Christopherou?
And how many zones did he miss, and did he straighten? Because there was one part where he missed it.
Did he zero out in his chase already?
Right.
Against McKeever.
Interesting.
In outside zone 2. Hey, hey, we're just playing devil's advocate here.
No,
hey, this is what we can do. We're commentators. We're drift fans.
Yeah, it's really easy to focus on the run that just happened, but
look at the understeer.
Yeah,
he understeered across the finish line.
We're taking a look at what the judges are seeing right now, and they went back to the other run, and they started looking back at the other run to maybe see.
Did he zero at the final? Did Christopherou zero on the final outside zone by understeering?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. We'll get a reaction from the judges after this. The score comes in, slide them left for McKeever, right for Christopherou, and it's going to be George Christopherou gets the win, advances through to the top 16. We have to come to you, David Kalas. That was an incredibly scrappy battle. We thought it could have been 2-0. How close was it?
Yeah, this is the reason why you needed to wait a lot for our decision, because we've been like very closely checking the last corner of the first run if George was in completing himself there or not. Because if you look on the front wheels, yes, they are not in the right direction. The car is clearly going through understeer. However, if you look on the car itself, how it is moving through the corner, it is still having the angle. The chaser who's following that car can still follow that. So it is not unchaseable. It was a huge deduction. We deducted a lot of points for that, but we cannot call it incomplete. We cannot call it a 0. However, on Dway's run, when he spins out, he stops driving, and the car needs to stop behind him. That's unchaseable, and that is unfortunately 0, and that's how we decided.
Well, that, David, is why you, Vernon, and Matthias are judges, and I am just a mere commentator. And look at the anger in the car. Another year for Dwayne McKeever that doesn't seem to be his year. Look at that, slams the car out of gear, jumps out of the car. He knows what's going on. We go back to the line for more action. It's going to be Jakub Puszkonski to take on Juha Poitalaxco. This one means a lot to both these guys.
Yeah, this is big. There's a lot of weight here right now.
Well, there's a lot of weight on Poitalaxco's shoulders right now, because he sits here with all of the Finnish fans watching online and in attendance. And Puszkonski, for me, look, he needs some redemption from Spain. A big accident, didn't make it through the top 32. But what can he do this weekend? He looks like he's on form. He says that he likes this track. He likes these tight technical circuits. When he's through the gear, as we see an onboard, as the car almost wants to go sideways straight off the start line. They fire in, big angle from the Finnish driver, Juha, as he puts it right where it needs to be. Look at the skill and the consistency of Puszkonski as he balances that GR86 right the way along that wall. Now they fire through, and it's starting to dry even more, Jacob. The breeze is coming through and the track's dry, and certain parts of it are wet. They pick up the pace as they come down the hill. Both guys now nervous about over-rotating, and look at that, completely wet at that part of the circuit. Poitalaxco dives on the door and a GR86 across the line.
Oh man, Juha so aggressive through this. I mean, he's not. There's a lot of pressure, as we said. Being in front of the home crowd, and I know he doesn't live that far from here either, so that's even more weight, but does not let that pressure get to him. And Kuba, man, just so precise in here, known for being such a calculated driver and going through these conditions. I mean, this is one of those situations where his rally background really starts to come into play, dealing with all these different things and knowing how to handle a car given any situation. But Juha is such an OG competitor and has dealt with all these different things and just puts his head down and drives So when you put those two things together, you get a battle like this with these crazy conditions, patchiness, grip, traction, no traction, and just two competitors who are very hard-headed and just want this win. Solid, solid run as we see them firing through on that beautiful shot there from our team. Man, I don't know how this is going to go on this one, man, but I'm excited.
Well, here we go. We're back on the line. Juha to lead out. Pushkonski right now. They fire through. The green light goes. The pyro fires off the start line. And it's a nice initiation from Juha. The Finnish driver puts it right where it needs to be. Goes into that zone. And now look at Pushkonski. He cuts across. He's not into that outside zone. It's a very shallow line for Juha as he puts foot to floor now. Starts to light up the tyres as they look for outside zone 4 on that part of the track. Wet, dry, who knows at this point. The sun comes out once again and blesses us. But he goes super wide. Can he hold on to it? He misses the transition. He times that transition way too late. And that could be the nail in the coffin for the Finnish driver.
Oh, so tough for Juha Puttalaxo. Just so tough there because he's got so much speed in this car right off the bat. I mean, even at initiation, he's getting everything lit up. A little bit of steam coming off the tires through there. Second outside zone looks great. Gets on the throttle, almost starting to make some smoke at this point through there. And the track just dries up as he starts to move through this. Inside clip looks great. Kuba does a good job in the chase, but could be a little bit closer as Juha just trying to gap him. Trying to find and outdrive Kuba Pushkonski, which is not an easy thing to do. And unfortunately, overcommits, has too much speed coming down the hill, and another driver using that gigantic puddle, but he transitions too late.
It transitions after that zone or halfway through that zone, and you can actually see Pushkonski there transition before Juha gets it done. He's on a nice alignment and has to drop on the inside to try and find the back of that car. Look at that contact across the line.
Barely.
Bumper to bumper action, we love to see it.
Yeah, we do. It's such a tough battle from both these drivers. So, man, real tough for Juha on that.
And he knows, look, shakes his head at the camera and he says, I know I made a massive mistake, and the judges this weekend being super critical on that line and on everything that's going on. Left for Pushkonski, right for Juha Puttalaxo. And it's going to be one vote. It's going to be the Polish driver, Jakub Pushkonski, getting the win, advancing through that massive mistake on the outside zone for the Finnish driver. Sees him leave competition as the Polishman makes his way through. Becky is down there with Jakub Pushkonski. He must be feeling good. He loves these circuits, Becky. He must be realming right now.
Absolutely, Ian. Kuba, that was a very good battle, but it looks super difficult. Can you tell us what that was like from your point of view?
It's really extremely slippery in the first corner, then grippy in the middle part, then slippery in the mid part, and the last part is extremely grippy. It's really hard track to drive, and I'm really happy to have not so many mistakes, and let's go further.
We saw you making a little bit of contact on outside zone 5 there. Is it because the track starts to grip up and it's actually starting to dry?
Normally we drive on the third gear first part. Now we go on the second gear, which means it's completely different speed. Then we need to upshift, then downshift, upshift, which is not what was drifting, and this car is what made it for.
Very busy there in the cockpit, but congratulations. I will see you in the top 16.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Becky. Yeah, very difficult. And it changes throughout. You hear Pushkonski talk about that. A little slippery on that second outside zone. Then it's dry, then it's wet, then it's dry, then it's wet. And the final one, completely dry. You need to downshift the car because you've got it set up for wet weather. There's a lot going on inside the car.
It's a lot, yeah. It's a dance in there. It's a full body dance between hands and feet. They look like
a barn dance.
Yeah, it's like metal
hands going everywhere.
Metal drummers just flying everything around. But yeah, wild.
It certainly is wild, and the action doesn't stop here at round 3 in Finland as we go back on the start line to Ite Seda to take on Jarkko Juhla. And it looks like Jarkko Juhla has been forced to lead first by the young man, Ite Seda. He's thrown his hat in the ring as well. Another driver saying, look, you lead first, you make that mistake first. Jarkko Juhla will have all the Finnish fans on his feet. The man who made his debut here in Drift Masters in Finland 2 years ago. and been a regular ever since, and now a full licence holder as they fire through off that start line. You can say Ite Seda finds his way down on the inside, down on that front wheel with that big JZX 100 as he now plays with Jarkko Jula in and out of that long second outside zone as they come firing through the middle of the circuit. Now you see it goes full dry. Look at this line though from Jarkko Jula. He can deal with these conditions. The Finnish drivers adapt him well, and a big mistake there from Ite Seda as he hits the front wheel, and it looks like he's broken the steering as Jarkko Jula tries to deal with it, but it's completely upset his line.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, Ite Seda had a ton of speed coming in there, but Jarkko Jula almost looked like he was decelling through an area he shouldn't have, so could go either way. It's really tough. I mean, big thing, we're seeing movement in the cars. It was a good hit. It was a good hit.
It was a fair hit, front wheel to front wheel as well, and that would have pulled the wheel out of Jarkko Jula's hands. And look at this, Jula on a very nice line here as he fires through, gets that zone dialed in, and we can see an onboard here of Ite Seda as he goes for the transition. You can see him come in. Jarkko Jula absolutely dialed though for me. He knows, it looks like he's got it worked out. He's been watching everybody else's runs, and he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah, it looks really good in that chaser. I mean, it's such a...
Look at that, the car grips up and it fires across the circuit. Yeah, and I think he's potentially broken the steering on the front of that car.
Yeah, the only thing I'm kind of looking at though is how Jarkko is on the handbrake through there. You can see the wheels lock up. He is decelling in that area. That would be, you know, if I was on the other side of that, would be my argument.
Well, if we go back to the driver's briefing 2 days ago that me and you sat in.
We did.
You made me go to a driver's briefing.
I did. It was a good time. We had a blast.
We did have a blast, yeah. We sat there. I fell asleep, you fell asleep. We cuddled a little bit, and then we woke up and we were told to go home. That zone down, outside zone 5, is a slowing zone. So in the dry, the judges said that the guys would use angle there to slow the car. Not a big decel. It was just said that they could slow the car if they needed to. In the wet, though, that could change, and we'll probably try and speak to the judges to say, look, is it now a decel zone? Can they use the handbrake to decel? Jarkko Jula being spoke to by one of our track marshals, as we can see Ite Seda take that car off track. Look, the alignment on the front of that car, as we can both see, yeah, look, helmet off for Ite Seda, a little shake of the head, and that will be him out of competition. We are hearing word that Ite Seda is deemed at fault by our judges for that contact.
Yeah, and I'm...
look at that, we can see it on the screen right now.
Rough go, but yeah, I'm taking a look back at the Wally system to... I mean, I can see all the speed and the angle and everything else, and you can see the moment that Ite Seda just grips up, pulls a bunch of angle out of the car, and actually picks up speed as he comes through that section. So there's a...
Yeah, you're on the Wally system here that we have with us, and the Wally system showing us, does Jarkko Jula drastically slow?
Not really. No. He has a moment where he comes down a couple of meters per second, but just before that, Ite just is picking up speed. So you got one driver slowing down a little bit, but another one picking up speed. That gap closes very quickly.
It certainly does, and there we go. Decisions in. Ite Seda at fault. Deemed unsafe to carry on the competition by our safety marshals, and Jarkko Jula gets that win, advances through to the top 16. And he'll be happy with that, that's for sure. So will the Finnish fans as they celebrate, and we move the action on as we see Ite Seda. I mean, big upset for him.
Yeah, I mean, coming off of a podium finish on the last round, and you know, there's enough rounds here where you can have one bad round in the championship, but if you look historically, it doesn't happen often for drivers that win championships, as we have our last season champion now warming up his tires and getting real aggressive about it.
Yeah, he certainly is getting real aggressive with it. The man that is very, look at this, through the gears in the burnout box.
That is madness. Most people throw it in second, whip it around a little bit. Not Laurie Heinen.
Not Laurie Heinen. He's through the gears.
I need to make sure they all work. So let's just
does every gear work? Can I light the tyres in every gear? That's what he's looking for. Here we go. The Finnish fans once again on their feet. The Laurie Heinen flags wave in the grandstands. A start line marshal Marcin checks out the car, gives him a little fist bump there, but Laurie Heinen, the higher qualifier, again saying to the lower qualifier, you lead first.
This will be interesting, though, because Yves Myers is on a heater and practice looked good. I don't know if I would want him to lead first on this one. Really? I don't know if I would have made the same choice. I would have wanted to try and spook him a little.
The form he's carrying.
He's good.
I mean, he's going up against Laurie Heinen.
I know, and we'll see.
Oh,
we'll see.
You're on the fence about it. I like it.
Yves Meyer is on an absolute heater right now. Nothing against Laurie Heinen. He's epic. He's champion. But Yves Meyer's got momentum behind him.
He certainly has got momentum behind him, but he's fighting that forward. He's feeling ever more confident in every single round. Of Drift Masters as they fire through off that start line. Look at Heinen, though, goes to that straight line approach as they fire into that outside zone. Look at this, it's even starting to dry now. That second outside zone, smoke appearing from both cars, and both struggling to get that car to angle as they fire through. Heinen won't want to let Yves Meyer get away as they fire down the hill, and Yves Meyer starts to pour a gap on Laurie Heinen, and he keeps it away from the puddle. And look at this from the Swiss driver as he puts it right where it needs to be, on throttle. Heinen struggles.
Yeah.
All right, I was wrong. You're looking at me as if to say, hey, I told you, I watched all the practice and you were at the hotel in bed.
There's a little bit of, there's confidence right now in Yves Meyer. He's coming off of a great practice, a great qualifying, and when you have the open air out front like that, you just have to drive your run. That's it. You have to worry about nothing but hitting the zones, putting the throttle down, and really running it. When you're chasing, you have so much to think about. And to me, giving Yves Meyer the open air on the first run just builds even more confidence and more momentum for it. And it looked like to me that, I mean, Laurie just gave him too much. Thought, okay, Yves a really good competitor, but he has struggled before. Maybe I'll give him a bit of gap, and I don't know if that was the right move.
That was a really nice lead line as well. For the patchy conditions,
yeah.
The only thing I can fault is he put a wheel on the no-go zone. He left outside zone 2 a little early. Well, it's now time to see what Heinen can do. The weight of the finish on his shoulders as he fires through. And look at this from Yves Meyer again, another straight line approach as he now looks for the side of that S13. And Heinen goes for shallow angle. And look at this from Yves Meyer, a big clutch kick in that GR Super as he puts it where it needs to be. Heinen fires through the middle of the circuit as Yves Meyer has to take to the curve to shortcut that circuit. Now they fire down to the trickiest part of the circuit. Yves Meyer's going to go wide as Heinen gets the transition time. Yves Meyer gets it wrong. Across the line go Meyer and Heinen.
Yeah, that is a tough one. I mean, Yves Meyer had one big mistake in there for sure, but does that outweigh the small mistakes that we saw from Laurie Heinen and all the way through on his chase? I mean, lead to lead, very solid for both of them. I mean, very comparable to me.
Yeah.
And what I can say, though, taking a look back over to our Race Data Labs Wally system, their judging puts a 1 point difference between the two on a combined of these runs because it is really, really close.
I would like to see that drone shot again.
Okay. What are you seeing here? What are you seeing?
Laurie
Talk me through
Heinen,
it.
to me, from that drone shot, looked like he went way deep over that no-go zone.
Interesting. And that could be big. I mean, he was a little bit shallow through.
And is that what threw the
line
line off from Yves Meyer in the chase position?
It could be. It could be. I mean, this is really tough. Like I said, when we get into the collective points through our system right now, all the tracking we're doing, they're putting a 1 point advantage to one of the drivers.
1 point advantage to one of the drivers. Heinen shakes his head and he's like, what is going on? Like, no one can work out what is going on right here. Yves Meyer is on top of the world right now.
Yeah.
Incredible qualifying session yesterday, and he gets to battle the man that won the championship in 2024. Here we go, decisions in, left for Meyer, right for Heinen. Who's going to take it through? One vote for Heinen. It's going to be Laurie Heinen. Laurie Heinen gets a win, advances through. And Yves Meyer bows out of competition. And the judges just look over at me and say, close.
Yeah, it was close. I think just that one big mistake is a little bit more than the small mistakes that we saw from Laurie.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, Becky's down there with our 2024 champion, and the man with a target on his back. He must be feeling confident now, Becky.
Yes, Ian. Congratulations, Laurie. I mean, that must be so difficult. You can see the way you're trying to pick your initiation. What is it like for you trying to decide what move you're going to make behind the lead car?
Yeah, for me, it's the hardest decision is to go if I go on second gear or third gear. And this is like the worst condition. Like, it needs to be 2.5.
When you're coming through out of zone 4 and you're heading towards that puddle, do you have to pick your line so carefully?
Yeah, it's because you can lose everything. Like on the in the end of the second zone, there's like ice, so you can lose everything there. It's so tough.
Well, we're going to be seeing you in the top 16. Congratulations, and we'll see you then, Laurie.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you very much. Becky coming out with some of the best questions this weekend. She's making me and you look very bad. She's asking all the right questions.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, where's the line?
We're like, oh, that's such a good question.
I know.
Wish I could ask that question. Well, we go back to the start line. It's going to be Pierre Novacek to take on a wildcard driver, Teemu Asunma. And Asunma, a wildcard this weekend. The Finnish driver sits on the line taking on a man that is decorated
and
in championships and trophies.
Piotr deciding to chase on this one too, so another interesting one. I mean, I
think this is playing into the tricky conditions and making the higher qualifiers say, I don't want to lead first.
Let them make the mistake, and then I know what I need to do after.
Then the spotters will tell me, he made the mistake here. Okay, you see it and you dealt with it, but now you need to not do this.
Yeah, exactly. And coming off of a big hit in a previous round, how's that going to affect Piotr as he comes across the line?
Well, here we go, through the gears, down they come for initiation as the Sunma fires in that BMW E46, and Wojciech takes the option to shallow up the angle, stays with him, keeps it cool, calm, collected. So far, a nice lead line for Sunma, though, as he puts that car right where it needs to be, and now Wojciech starts to apply the pressure. He knows it's almost full dry, tags the wall. Oh, look at that, bumper to bumper, Wojciech back in the moment. Oh, and he spins the car. That is where Laurie Heinen was talking about.
Yeah, and Piotr Vincek, he's so smart. You can see he actually comes back a little bit before that transition just to see what our lead driver is going to end up doing through it. So very, very smart there. Piotr just playing the waiting game with Timo to see if he's going to make a mistake, where he does. But I like that it wasn't at any point an inactive chase. You know, Vincek was in it throughout the entire thing. Right on the door, makes those transitions look good, but see how smart he plays. He pulls in a little bit, and then through here, you can see he just delays.
He can see
that
Sunma's going wide.
Yeah, so smart. But he kind of follows him there, and then at the last minute backs off. See, right there.
Handbrakes.
Knows what's about to happen. Oh, man, so smart. But yeah, it's glass through that section. You're picking up so much speed now because the rest of the track is dry.
Well, that part is completely wet because it's in the valley between two parts, and it doesn't look, on the broadcast, it looks flat.
It's not. There's a solid, what do you say, meter and a bit
of elevation.
Metric
system?
I can do both. You just let me know what you need.
A metric system?
Yeah. How many hands was it?
It's a few thumbnails.
There you go.
There we go. Well, we're off the line through the gears. It's going to be Wojciech to lead out somewhere as he fires in. Nice line so far into that first outside zone. Look at this Wojciech on the foot brake, working the back end of that A90 Supra into the outside zone, and it's almost full drive through 90% of the run at the moment as Wojciech goes nice and deep to outside zone 4, fires the car down. But now he knows he needs to be careful, and he is very careful as Wojciech puts it right where it needs to be, opens up the throttle, puts a Supra to the wall and across the line.
That might have been the best lead run we've seen so far. Yeah. He's got this nailed. He's got the car completely dialed in, very confident in the driving. You can tell when drivers have some hesitation or a tendency to hold back a little bit because they think that's going to dry up or be a little bit slicker there. But Piotr just knows inherently at this point exactly where it needs to be, and that is kind of that benefit of chasing first. So you really have a great understanding of it, and then now we're seeing the tires light up. And this is helping a lot too with that last zone. Although the tires do cool off when they come through the wet section in the middle, they're still retaining enough heat that when they get into the last zone, they can push the car around it. So it's just getting more dynamic. The line is changing a little bit, and the driving's just getting more and more ridiculous. So.
It certainly is. More aggression you can see now coming through for the drivers, where they've been very tentative on those wet runs earlier on in practice and the first kind of runs in top 32. These guys now really starting to push the envelope, and look at this, the sun breaks through the clouds here in Finland, and if we could be blessed with a dry top 16, which would be electric here in Finland, where we see door action.
Just had to say it.
Wojciech says, well done, that was a good battle, and for a Sunma, that would be a dream battle for him to battle Piotr Wojciech. Well, here we go, he's going to slide him left for Wojciech, and it is unanimous. Piotr Wojciech gets the win, advances through into the top 16, and he'll be happy with that result, that is for sure.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, for Timo, this is massive. This is absolutely massive to be able to compete against a driver like that, and in a lot of ways hold your own.
Yeah.
Not completely blown out of the water, obviously had a big mistake, but that was kind of it. He was still in the battle all the way through, and that's got to be such a cool moment, one that he'll never forget.
Oh, he'll never forget that, yeah.
Hopefully compete to take him down one of these days.
I dream about those battles in my head.
Do you?
Yeah, me and Peter, top 16.
I mean,
head to head. I beat him, obviously.
Yeah, of course. That's how it works in a dream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just win everything. And it's like a who's who of drifting as well. It's not just like one championship.
No, you just win all the championships.
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah. Oh, to be in your head for a day, you.
No one wants to be there. It's a scary place. We go back on the line. Jakob Kroll to take on Oran Nilsson, two guys that are incredible drivers, but one man that's very calculated. Jakob Kroll is a very good calculated line driver, a Polish driver that's used to these walled circuits. And Oran Nilsson, well, a bit of a wild entity.
Yeah, I mean, the Norwegians, man. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, the Nordic drivers that are known for flair, style, and super aggression. Look at this as Jakob Grohl punches the end. Got the Ray-Bans on, got the shades on in the car, just in case it gets a little sunny out there. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, the sun is coming out.
The sun is coming out. Well, there we go. Off the line they go. Ryan Nielsen being asked to lead once again. The higher driver, the higher qualifier of Jakob Grohl throws the gauntlet to Oran Nielsen. Nielsen puts it back in, that Sora into that second outside zone. Both cars now full tilt as they fire through, and a big mistake there from Jakob Grohl as he has to wait for that transition, and he's struggling with the grip, what it looks like here, and that's a massive mistake for Jakob Grohl as they fire down the hill. Nielsen deals with the wet part of the circuit as he gets that transition time perfectly and still manages to make that final zone.
Yeah, great job from Oran Nielsen, who makes it look easy going through that run. A bit of a hesitation as he got towards the puddle. I think all the drivers now know, don't go into that. You're going to drop tire temps like crazy. It's going to make it very difficult to get through the rest of the run. But Jakob Grohl just looked like he just wanted to be more aggressive and couldn't figure out the exact time to do it. There's a lot of great signs here of him wanting to really push the pace, get into the side of Oran Nielsen's car, and just isn't able to figure out the exact moment to do that. And that's got to be very frustrating as a driver, because Oran had a very fluid, smooth run out front, good pace through it. We're seeing here not a lot of corrections. I mean, grabs the e-brake through the transition to settle the car out, but he's not making these wild dynamic changes all the way through. And Jakob Grohl just the timing, I think, is a lot of it.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest mistake there, coming down off that wall into outside zone 5. I think that Grohl made a huge mistake. He found himself on the middle of the circuit, almost straightens out, has to reinitiate and try and get back onto the door of Nielsen. When it's swapped around, it's going to be Grohl to lead out Nielsen now for the second half of the run. Spotting the top 16 for one of these drivers away as they fire through the gears and down. And look at this from Nielsen, times it perfectly when he put the front wheel onto the door on an S15, and he does as they go wheel to wheel. And now Nielsen struggling in that chase position as Jakob Grohl puts foot down, tries to fire away, tries to find the walls, and he does. And will he make the same mistake again? He doesn't. And look at this, picks up a lot of pace, puts the car on angle, gets the transition done, and Nielsen now struggling to find the side of that carbon Kevlar S15.
Yeah, that was interesting. It almost looked like Jakob Grohl had significantly less speed through this run, and Oran Nielsen was able to find a lot more grip in it. Now, we're seeing a good amount of smoke from both drivers, but to me, it seemed like Jakob Grohl was just maybe 10 kilometers an hour slower consistently through it, and Oran Nielsen didn't quite know how to deal with it, really fighting to hold the car back, and that's how I saw it. There's nothing wrong with that from Jakob Grohl. Get the line down, get the angle down, and if you take some speed out of the car, then that's up to the chase driver to really do it, because it was very chaseable. But yeah, Oran Nielsen just not able to hold that Sora back is really what it felt like. Both drivers wanting to be more aggressive in the chase and just not quite sure how to do it.
Yeah, well, looking back at the replay of that, you can see a few mistakes creep in there for Jakob Grohl in that lead position. And I wonder if that could seal it, because the lead run, for me, from Oran Nielsen was a lot stronger. Jakob Grohl, not sure what's going on there. I don't know whether these guys have turned those cars up to 100, dialed in a lot of grip, expecting it to be a lot slicker, a lot slipperier than what they assumed, and now it's almost full dry. Both guys out of the car, waiting for the result to drop in on the big screen. Who's going to take it through to the top 16? Bottom left for Nielsen, right for Jakob Grohl, and it's one vote for Nielsen. That's 2 votes for Oran Nielsen. Oran Nielsen gets the win, advances through to the top 16 as the Polishman Jakob Grohl once again bows out of competition, and he says congratulations to Nielsen. And Nielsen, a Norwegian driver, dealing with the weather conditions better than Jakob Grohl. Becky's with Oran Nielsen. He just about made it through in qualifying, Becky, but now he looks like he's back on form.
Yes, absolutely, Ian. It's actually a brilliant run there from Oran Nielsen. Oran, obviously we've given the drivers the choice of chase and lead now. Were you expecting him to go into the chase position for this top 32 run?
Yeah, so I saw he chose the chase position, and I figured I'd just do my lead as I used to. I saw the track starting to dry really up on the live stream before I went out, because that's the gear strategy. So I went as it was a full dry run, went a little bit wide after out of zone 5, but I managed to save it and into the last corner, and my chase was not the best, but it was really tricky conditions, and it's very grippy setup now with the wet. So just really happy, it's a relief.
It feels like you're doing a lot of dancing inside the car to keep it on the line.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Well, congratulations, you're into top 16 and we'll see you there.
Thank you so much.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Becky. Yeah, and yeah, it is a dance, and you can tell it's a dance. And look at that. And it was a dance for Ryan Nielsen, who danced himself into the top 16, taking out Jakob Kroll. Jakob Kroll has to go away and reevaluate, come back round 4 in Mondelo Park in Ireland in just a few weeks' time. As we go back to the start line to this one, I've been looking forward to this one. This is one of them other battles that I've been quite excited to see. It's going to be Jack Shanahan to take on Jason Benet, the Frenchman, the man that I put a lot of bets on in Spain.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier as what could be one of the most damaging battles, just because both of them like to be very aggressive, and it might come down to which car is able to actually cross the line at the end of these runs, because they both really like dooring the other driver all the way through. They are intimidating drivers.
They certainly are. Yeah. And Jason Benet, a point to prove here at Drift Masters. He's going to go against Jack Shanahan, a man that has been so close to a championship before, but yet to get there as he fires that GT86 across the circuit. Two JZ Power GT86s go head-to-head on this circuit. And this one, machine on machine, is just man versus man right now. Who has got the setup right? Who has got the skill as they fire through the middle of the circuit? Shanahan on an absolute blinder of a lead run, but there's no shaking the Frenchman as he transitions down the hill. He goes for that little shortcut, trying to gain that ground. Back up again on Jack Shanahan as they both go head-to-head across the line.
Man, solid run. Yeah, that was great. And they kept it clean. Shockingly, they kept it clean. There wasn't, I mean, they might have touched at one point, but there wasn't any major contact. But Jack Shanahan has done so much homework, or he's just instinctually such an amazing driver. When we get into that middle section where the big puddle is, he takes a different line. He comes out of his zone just a touch early to kind of shoot himself across it and kind of avoids as much of the wet parts of the track as possible. And that's one of those strategic things where you go, I might lose a little bit here, but it's going to make up for it, and it's going to cut down on the likelihood that I'm going to create an issue. Right there, it's a pretty tight line through that section. But now the tires don't cool off. He doesn't touch any wet part of the track and keeps it. But Jason Benet does not let Jack Shanahan get away at any point in this run. He is right there the whole time, and that is not an easy thing to do, especially with a Shanahan who's choosing what is a new line for this set of runs.
Yeah, it makes that last transition very, very snappy, and Shanahan dealt with it. Can Jason Benet copy? And we're going to find out. They roar through the gears and hammer down onto that start line as they fire through into that second outside. So Benet touches the wall. It upsets him. You see Shanahan back out a little bit. Benet touches the wall once again, and it's completely upset his line. As Benet tries to deal with it, Shanahan sticks it to the rear quarter as they fire through. Down they come towards the puddle. Benet goes a little wider. Shanahan times it perfectly in to that second to last outside zone and across the line, rear wheel to front wheel.
Yeah, I always love how Jack Shanahan at the very end of a run will always make sure he's as close to that car as physically possible.
He does. On the run.
I mean, I don't know if it sways anything, but why not have a great final impression? But Jason Benet just trying to outrun Jack Shanahan, gets into the wall twice there, and Jack just on a solid run, not even phased, doesn't make any corrections, just watch Jason Benet do it, and the transition from the Irish driver is just phenomenal. But shouts out to Jason Benet for being that aggressive in the lead, trying to really push the pace on this run, put it in the wall, stays into it, hits the wall again, stays into it, tries to go wide, tries to shake Jack Shanahan off in the chase. But I mean, that's what you needed to do. Jason Benet did exactly what he needed to do, just a touch too aggressive. Once Jason Benet figures out how to drive like that, but about 5% back, he is going to be unbeatable because he's got all the makings of an incredible driver. It's just fighting himself just a little bit. But at this level, at this event, that little bit extra is just a bit too much.
Jason Benet said, I touched the wall. God, it was too hot. Came in there too hot. Well, here we go. Decisions in. Slide them left for Shanahan, right for Benet. There's going to be one vote for Shanahan. It's 2 votes for Jack Shanahan. Jack Shanahan gets the win, advances through to the top 16. And Jason Benet, unfortunately, bows out of competition.
Yeah, so tough. A couple of small mistakes there, into the wall, a little too much speed, but
I think if that would have been closer, if it would have been no contact with the wall, that would have been potentially a one more time battle.
Yeah, I think so. I agree, 100%. It easily could have gone one more time as we see the next Shanahan pulling up to the line and, taking into that lead position.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Yeah, Conor Shanahan pulls to the line to lead out Conor Falvey, and this one is one we talked about earlier. It's one that Conor spoke about with Becky down there at the pre-show, saying, look, I know what it's like to be Conor Falvey. I know what it's like to have that hunger, to take down the top guys, to know, to prove to everyone that you can do it. You can be the guy that takes down the big names and prove yourself in this championship. But Shanahan still looking for a little bit of redemption, still trying to hunt down that second championship. And look at this for Falvey, the aggression slams that S15 into gear, and they know it's almost a full dry circuit right now. That information fed back to them from the spotters as they come off the line. Falvey creeping already, he won't want to let Shanahan get away as they roar through the gears. Shanahan flicks that GT86 to angle, and Falvey can't be shaken as they get in to that second outside zone. Look at the aggression from Conor Falvey, very shallow angle onto the front wheel. That GT86 he goes as they fire through the middle of the circuit. Shanahan on a blinder right now, deep into outside zone 4. They come down the hill and Shanahan pulls a gap on Falvey, but he keeps it clean. Both guys transition, mirror image, door to door. Falvey pushes Shanahan across the line.
Holy Conor Falvey. I mean, I think he felt like he was behind the 8 ball just a little bit through the mid part of that run, and then just decided I'm going to make up for it here at the end. So let's get back to the start on this incredible run that's going to round out our top 32. This battle is nuts. Conor Shanahan gets right in there. Look at Conor Falvey, though, just hunting him down. E-brake, trying to get the car in, noses it in, tries to get the back end around, but Conor Shanahan adding angle as he goes to the second outside zone, even more angle through the inside clip than Conor Falvey times things so well as we see Shanahan just very relaxed as Conor Falvey appears in that side window, hunting down one of his fellow men from Cork. Man, what a nuts run. Look at Conor. Knows that he's getting gapped, dives in, and then that transition right before the end is absolutely everything from Conor Falvey. So good. Oh man, it's incredible that one tiny road in the middle of nowhere, Ireland, has produced some of the greatest drivers of all time, and we're seeing it again.
Wow.
So nuts.
It's crazy to see two young guys this talented go door to door, head to head. Well, here we go. It's going to be Falvey to lead out Shanahan. Shanahan's going to want to repay the favour right now and put some tyre marks on the side of that carbon Kevlar S15 as Falvey fires into that second outside zone. Once again, shallows up that angle, trying to drive away from Conor Shanahan, but there won't be no shaking the 2023 champion as they fire through and they look for that outside zone. Two good lead lines so far, but look at the transition from Shanahan. It was bumper to bumper as they figure it out on both transitions. Second to last outside zone, door to door across the line. Are you kidding me?
Conor's like, you want to tap my door? Guess what's happening to you? So good. So good from both of these drivers. Conor Falvey set up in that car, looks a little bit loose, really dynamic, trying to find every single little bit of it. And Conor Shanahan, that car, very stable. So able to get into the pocket, super controlled through the entire run. Conor Falvey just trying to get away, trying to really push that pace, trying to pick up as much speed as he can. But Conor Shanahan is not letting him go anywhere. Reeling him in at every turn, while Conor Falvey not even phased a little bit, running his race out in the lead, not worried about what's behind him, while Conor Shanahan just lurks there. Every transition, he's right next to him, times it out perfectly, and as we come through these final zones here, Conor Shanahan puts on that exclamation point and really gets into the door of the fellow man from Cork. Wow, just great. And this is top 32. That could have been a finals battle any day of the week.
Yeah, I was just thinking that could have been a finals battle any day of the week. And these two guys putting on a show right here at round 3 in Finland as we see the slow-mo shots of Shanahan hunting down Falvey across the circuit. The final battle of our top 32 and a pretty clean top 32. We was expecting some big crashes, some frills and some spills. We got some frills. We didn't get too many spills. We just got door-on-door action. Two guys out of the car, slide them left for Shanahan, right for Falvey. It's one vote for Shanahan. It's going to be Conor Shanahan making it through to the top 16. Unfortunately, we lose Conor Falvey, but what a drive from that young man. The future of Irish drifting stands tall, but Shanahan knows what's coming up in top 32, and it will be a Shanahan battle once again in top 32.
Wow.
An incredible top 32 rounded out there. Becky's with Conor Shanahan. He must be feeling good, but he knows what's coming up, Becky.
Well, you managed to get the driest battle of top 32. That was incredible. Can you tell us from your point of view what that was like to battle somebody that you've literally watched grow up?
Yeah, I got beat by one kid last weekend and I was really nervous it was going to happen again, but I really have credit for this kid. He's working so hard, and he reminds me a lot of my own journey. So it motivates me when there's people like this in the sport, and he has a huge future for Irish drifting. So, but top 16, you all experienced the Shanahan final here 2 years ago, and I'm sure the top 16 battle is going to even be more nuts.
Well, you took the question right out of my mouth. I was like, well, you've had this battle. Now you're going up against your brother in top 16, and we always know that's fireworks.
Yeah, it sucks that we meet top 16. I thought for sure we were going to be, a little bit different place in the bracket, but I got to run my own game now. We're brothers at the end of the day, but when the helmet goes on, we both want to be as best we can. So you're in for a treat. Get the phones out. There could be a wreck, or it could be the best battle you'll ever see.
Well, that's not quite what we want to see. We want to see a nice, clean battle over here. Connor, can you give us an update on the track conditions? You're the last car to leave in top 32. Let us know what it might be like for top 16.
Yeah, my spotter, Matt's done a really good job at explaining the track as best he could. And it's crazy that me and Jack fight at the top level of this sport, but right after the run, our radios are connected in the car, and he basically gave me a walk through the whole run. So it's really cool that we can do that, and he has that respect for me to make sure that we have the battle in top 16. And yeah, it was really hard. It was, the GT86, you're really deep in the wall compared to any other car. So I feel like, yeah, it's dry, but then we go almost a foot deeper. So you're kind of playing with fire of making sure that you have enough traction to drive out of the wall again. But overall, I hope that it stays like this. It's drying up for sure, and top 16 will be good.
Well, congratulations, Connor. A solid run, and we'll see you in the top 16. Guys, well, there you have it. There's all our cars set for our top 16. What do you think?
I don't know what to think, Becky, to be quite honest with you. All I know is that I want to see the battle tree for top 16.
Yeah,
because
it's going to be nuts.
We have it right in front of us right now, and here it is. This is what we've got to look forward to when we come back for top 16. James Dean, Juha Rittinen. Pavel Kopelinski versus Sakharil. Nakamura versus Kvia. Randlu versus Keski-Korpi. George Christoforou versus Pushkonsky. Jarkko Jula versus Heinemann. We're going to lose a Finnish driver and a Finnish driver head-to-head there. Wycheck versus Nielsen and Shanahan versus Shanahan. Top 16 is going to be wild. The track, fingers crossed, will stay dry. It looks like there's some break in the clouds. The weather looks like it's dying out. Becky, it's almost time for a little break before we come back for top 32.
Absolutely, guys. I'm just taking a little look around, checking the track to see what it's going to be like for our top 16. But we've got some absolutely massive battles for you coming up. I'm looking forward to seeing the Shanahan Showdown. Well, you're going to have to join us at local time 4:50. That's at 4:50, so make sure you get a drink, strap yourselves in. You're not going to want to miss this, and we'll see you then. roster, and we've brought you right here. We have got an incredible top 32 coming up for you. We've had some adverse weather this morning, but we're ready to get the action going, and the rain has finally stopped. So let's take a look at our calendar for this season so far. We've had rounds 1 and 2, Italy being cancelled, and Spain throwing up our first winner of the year, Oliver Randalou. We're here now.
This fear, like the fear of noise, is inborn.
We're Think hard, make it tight, taking pictures with it. Think hard, make it tight, taking pictures with it. Think hard, make it tight, taking pictures with it. Think hard, make it tight, taking pictures with it. Think hard, make it tight, taking pictures with it.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life in black.
Pick some margaritas by a string of blue lights. Listen to the mariachi playing midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? Mexican sky. Drink some margaritas by a string of blue lights. Listen to the mariachi playing midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me?
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. right back in the groove. I ain't never worried. When low and high, what matters is now. Getting right back in the mood. I live my day as if it was the last. Live my day as if there was no past. Doing it all night, all summer. Doing it the way I wanna. Yeah, I'ma dance my heart out till the dawn, but I won't be there when morning comes. Doing it all night, all summer. Gotta spend it like no other. I live my day as if it was the last. Live my day as if there was no past. Doing it all night, all summer. Doing it the way I wanna. Yeah, I'ma dance my heart out till the dawn, but I won't be there when morning comes. Doing it all night, all summer. Gotta spend it like no other. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. The club isn't the best place to find a lover, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, drinking fast, and then we talk slow. Come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop, I feel the man on the jukebox, and now we start to dance. And now I'm singing like, boy, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, girl, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room, and now my bed sheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. Oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I. I'm in love with your body. Oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I. I'm in love with your body. Oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I. I'm in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of one weekend. We let the story begin. We're going out on our first date. You and me at 50, so go all you can eat. Fill up your bag and I'll fill up a plate. We talk for hours and hours about the sweet and the sour and how your family is doing okay. And leaving, getting a taxi, then kissing the backseat. Tell the driver make the radio play. And I'm singing like, boy, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, girl, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. I feel my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room, and now my bed sheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. Oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I. I'm in love with your body. Oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I. I'm in love with your body. Oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I. I'm in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you. I hope it's romantic all my life. Surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I'd find a lover that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical love. But still I wanted more, more, more. I gave a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't
where we have built a drift circuit inside. My name is Ian Waddington, and you'll be joining me all afternoon as I talk and walk you all the way through our top 16 to the final, but I won't be alone. I'll be joined by my good friend and co-commentator, Jacob Gettens. Jacob, top 32 was an absolute movie. Top 16 is set to be incredible, but in that break between top 32 and top 16, we were going to prep for the worst. They're going to prep for full wet. They're going to be ready to put those cars in any scenario that they need to work their way through to that final today to crown the winner of Finland. Look, this has been a crazy round so far. It's been a crazy season where we kicked it off in Spain, but let's take a look at the calendar. So far, we was meant to kick things off in Italy for round one. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, that was cancelled. We moved it on to Madrid, where we see Oliver Randalou take the win. We're right here in Finland now, where we're going to decide this afternoon who'll take the win here. We then jump all the way across Europe to Ireland, to Mondello Park for round four, when after that we'll go back across Europe to Riga, baby. It's Latvia for round five. Then we head to the Iron City, Ferropolis, Drift Island, and then for the final round, we head to the capital of Poland, to Warsaw, to the PGA Narodowe, where Drift Masters meets Red Bull for one hell of a final show. As we can see down there, the driver's presentation was a little chilly, according to Connor Shanahan. He had his hoodie on, but these guys still heated up the track and heated up action as we see Timo Peltola bring out the top 16 parade in that incredible carbon fiber Mercedes-Benz wagon. It doesn't make any sense, that machine, but it works perfectly, and the crowds, well, they were excited to see so many Finnish drivers, Jacob, in that top 16.
Yeah, great mix, great battles that we came into in the top 32. Bit of a mix-up in a few spots. Drivers that were on heaters getting shut down. New and rising stars making their way into the top 16. It's still anybody's fight at this point. With the track reset, with the rain, with everything else, and with all the energy from the incredible Finnish fans here, you have no idea who's going to do well, who's going to go out, and we're already seeing, you know, this crazy series take its toll on some of these cars. There's already some damage to mechanicals. Our car's going to be able to make it through battles. Who knows?
No one knows. No one knows. And as this track dries, we see it earlier on, as the breeze comes in, it dries the track very quickly. Not only does it dry very quickly, but it gets very patchy. Down at the bottom end of the circuit, before those two last final outside zones, there is a dip in the circuit where a big puddle gathers, and that it happened to Dwayne McKeever in his top 32 battle. Carried a lot of pace down that hill, got himself into a spin and knocked himself out of top 32. There has been some upsets, and I think we should have a little look at what top 32 had to offer for us as we see the action unfold earlier on today. As you can see, our start line marshal down there, just trying to clean off that start line, trying to remove some of that standing water before we kick off our top 16. The top 32 was the interesting part.
About it.
Really big battle here. But as always, we're
So there we go. We can see a recap there of what is happening in our top 32 as we see a lot of names taken down, some upsets in the championship. Kevin Purser taken out by Marco Zaccaril, a man that was on the podium just a few weeks ago, Jacob.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how things can change, especially at a track like this, which promotes so much flow and commitment in the driving. And this is what we're talking about, drivers becoming rising stars. All it can take is one good battle to change everything, and one bad battle to change everything else as well. As City out with the bit of a small crash there, but that's all it takes sometimes, just a bit of a tap. You get a little aggressive, and somebody who's on the podium not that long ago, now sitting on the sidelines watching as other drivers start to move up the ranks.
Yeah, certainly so. And Ite said it, yeah, as you mentioned, has a hit with Jarkko Jula. Jarkko Jula not deemed at fault, moves through, but a man that did move through, and he's leading the championship in 2025 so far, is this man, Oliver Randalou. He got the job done against Perko, and you know, the wildcard driver, you know, put up a good fight, but unfortunately made too many mistakes in that lead and chase position. And Oliver Randalou takes a step into the top 16 and starts really now to cement himself in that championship fight as he heads through. And the Estonian driver, very happy, looked very chilled in the break between the two. As we see Laurie Heinen, again, up against a very on form this weekend, Yves Meyer. You said to me, you can't count these chickens against him. This man could do anything this weekend.
No, with a ton of momentum, and this is a hard-fought battle from both drivers, but a small mistake there from Yves Meyer is all that it ended up taking for Lauri Heinonen to move on. And I mean, these fans here absolutely pumped to see the local legend take that win. And we'll see, can he repeat what happened last year?
Exactly that. And as we see Jack Shanahan there take down the Frenchman, Jason Benet. Benet putting it too close to the wall in his lead run and putting himself out the fight. And I think that was a big part of what happened in top 32 was drivers overdriving the car. We spoke about it yesterday at the end of our qualifying session for our qualifying showdown, that would drivers overdrive the car? Would they push too hard? And look at that, Shanahan puts his hand up and says, well done. And I see Jason Benet, and he said, I'm ready for this. Next round, I'm going to come for it. Connor Shanahan, again, another driver, putting it all out there, but he took on a heavy-hitting battle against Connor Falvey. Falvey was on form.
Yeah, Connor Falvey, I mean, really pushed the pace against Connor Shanahan, who just edged him out just that little tiny bit, but the Battle of Ireland takes another crazy turn here as these two gentlemen from Cork went head-to-head, and it sets up another battle that is going to just make top 16 already one of the most epic sections of this event. I mean, it's crazy what top 16 already looks like.
It certainly is, and we've got some heaters of battles coming up in our top 16. Even the one that's going to kick us off is going to be very, very interesting. And I don't think you could count anyone out of the fight this afternoon. I think with the changing weather conditions, with the way that things have been and how tight they were yesterday in qualifying, it could be anyone's game today. James Dean will hope it's his day today because he topped out qualifying yesterday with a 98.5, a near perfect run. And as you can see down there, Dean in the car ready for action. He'll be taking on Juha Rintanen for a spot in the Great 8 awaits for one of those guys. The Paddock down there ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, lined up. I mean, these drivers are locked in. We're seeing a couple battles deep of drivers just sitting in their car, getting ready, watching, lined up, you know, maybe checking at the big screen, maybe watching live right now on Red Bull TV and trying to see what's going to happen on this track.
Well, let's take a look at the track that these guys have got to tackle this afternoon. We see it earlier on today. Nothing's changed on the track except for the conditions. And these were the conditions yesterday in qualifying where it was bone dry. This was from practice as we see Jarkko Juhla fire that car in. First outside zone collected nicely. And then they've got to get the rear wheels into that second long outside zone without putting the back end of the car too far into the wall. Then they drag the front end in to that inner zone and avoid that no-go zone before they go to outside zone 4 and put the bumper back on the wall again. And it's down the hill into that bump, into the crease of the fold as they pick up these two zones and the final zone on the wall, up on the banking, across the line. It seems very, very simple, but it is not. And with these weather conditions changing the way they are, that final outside zone high up on the bank has been very, very difficult. And as the track dries, it makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, it was the first spot that we noticed started drying off, the rain running down from that. It dries off quickly, and the car's coming through. It's very difficult to get up there at that point. So if we don't see any more rain, we're going to see this track get even more dynamic. If we do see rain, it'll be a little bit more predictable for the drivers. But I talked to the judges about it, and they said, we don't change anything. We judge them the exact same way, whether it's dry or wet, have to get through it.
Well, there we go. Let's take a look at the heat tree of what we've got going on for top 16. This is going to be the battles that go head-to-head this afternoon here at round 3 in Finland for Drift Masters 2025. And these are the ones that are going to stack up. It's going to be James Dean's take on Rintanen, Karpolinski, Zakaril, Nakamura, Kavia, Randalu, Keski-Korpi, Pashkonski, Christoforou, Heinonen, Juhla, Wycheck, Nielsen, Shanahan. Randalu, Mika Keski-Korpi is one that we picked out and we said that's going to be a good battle. Two guys that are coming up, but you know, you could say Randalu's already there, but Mika Keski-Korpi's driving this weekend has been unstoppable. And then the one you spoke about just earlier on, Shanahan versus Shanahan. They didn't want to meet in the top 16. They said they wanted to meet further on in the bracket, but they have to get it done now.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts, and they're actually mic'd up against each other. They'll be talking through that battle, both radios connected. I would pay good money to hear that. That's going to be nuts. And then the one of the final ones there, Piotr Vincek and Oran Nielsen. That is going to be nuts. Two drivers absolutely on heaters. I'm expecting big things from that battle.
Well, I am expecting big things today from these battles. These guys are all ready. The grandstands are packed. Everyone's got their shelters on. They've got their beers in hand. They are ready to rock and roll. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for top 16. Well, here we go, time for top 16, and as we always say, and I think we will always say it, the time for talking is over, because it's already it's good to talk about it, and these guys will always talk about it, but it's time to walk the walk. And as we were getting through that intro for our top 16, the rain began to fall once again here in Finland after a little break in the weather with that top 16 parade. Now these guys treated to a full wet circuit, so it looks like we could be full wet throughout the whole of competition. It's going to be Dean to lead out Rittinen for a spot in the Great 8 awaits for one of these guys. They put the cars into gear, they come off. Dean to lead out Rittinen. The higher qualifier decides to lead first as he flicks that Mustang RTR across the circuit. Nice line as Rittinen puts it into a spin, puts himself in the middle of the circuit. He's going to try and re-initiate, but he's going to find himself right up on the front wheel of that Mustang of Dean, as Dean keeps his cool. Fires through the middle of the circuit, misses that no-go, now looks for the outside zone 4, and James Dean, we know, has that perfect lead line as the rain hammers down in Finland. Dean puts that car right where it needs to be. Absolutely beautiful from James Dean in all weather conditions as he puts the back end of the Mustang to the wall. Rittinen finds the door.
Yeah, James Dean took notes from earlier on in top 32, finding a really good line through this. Seeing, I mean, he was one of the first drivers up before, so it becomes very difficult to know what you need to do. So I'm sure he sat back and watched everybody else's runs to see where the grip is, see where they can find the most speed. But Juha Rittinen making a mistake really early on. I don't know if he found the smallest bit of grip in there. It looked a little strange, but gets back into the battle. But at that point, it's all James Dean out front. Does take a nice shallow section there to miss the big puddle, and that's going to be key. We saw that take a lot of drivers out in top 32. As we come into our final zones, that large puddle, I mean, some drivers were using it to slow down. Some of it were hitting it, not knowing, and spinning. So that's going to be a very decisive area as we get through the rest of these battles.
Well, I think the thing for me was James Dean and Juha Rittinen had full wet conditions in their top 32 battle, where a lot of these guys later on in the grid, they had full dry conditions. So it's going to be tricky for everyone as we move through. Flames are up from the side of the track as the pyro blows into the sky, and Juha Rittinen flicks that GR86 into this second outside zone. Dean will know to keep his cool and keep a little distance from Rittinen as he doesn't know what he's going to do, but Rittinen puts the back end of that GR86 up close and personal to the wall as he fires through the middle of the circuit. Rittinen goes for the wall once again. It's a beautiful line from Juha Rittinen. The Finnish driver will want to do the Finnish fans proud as Dean now starts to rein him in, tries to drive that car right up the side, and he does as Dean looks for the door of that GR86 across the line.
Yeah, James Dean did exactly what he needed to do. More or less knowing that Juha was not in a good spot with that large mistake earlier on. James Dean went, okay, I need to run a good line. I need to chase him pretty tight without overcommitting, without creating some sort of mistake on my end, because if I mess this up and he messed that up, now it's in the judge's hands. So this becomes a really strong game of patience and skill here from James Dean in the chase, who does an amazing job of just keeping a close proximity without over-aggressive, without really pushing too far into Juha Rittinen, who knows he's got to lay down a perfect run to make up for that mistake that he made previously in the chase. So great run from both of these drivers. Really like that they both stayed in it, they both stayed committed, and both of them staying out of that puddle, getting up to the wall, and just a really solid run to kick things off here in our top 16.
Yeah, I think the thing that I take away from this battle is how nice both the lead lines were.
Yeah.
And how nice that they controlled the car, didn't let it go too wide after outside zone 5, put the car right where it needed to be, and got that transition dialed in where a lot of guys struggled earlier in top 32. James Dean steps out of the car and says to Rittinen, that was wild.
Yeah, great run from both of them. You know, very experienced in driving the rain for both these drivers, even just today.
Exactly, so there we go, slide of left for Rittinen, right for James Dean, and it's 1 vote for Dean, it's 2 votes for Dean, it's unanimous. James Dean gets the win, advances through to the Great 8. Unfortunately, Juha Rittinen out of competition, and he will be back in Mondello Park to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, Juha Rittinen is one of the best in the world. He's driven in so many different places. This is just another event. He'll hopefully, you know, learn from the mistake and see what's going to happen once we get over to Mondello.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Juha Rittinen has been recently, and he'll admit it, you know, he's been struggling with everything going on inside his own head. So I think that, you know, trying to get that mindset back again, that he is one of the greatest European drifters out there, and that he is worthy of being on the grid is going to It'll take a while, but once he gets back there, he'll be in that killer mindset and he'll be deadly. We go back to the start line to see Marko Zakaril, the Czech Republic, to take on Paweł Korpolinski from Poland. Zakaril, we see what it meant to him in that little teaser of what happened in top 32, bouncing around, jumping on the car, very, very excited. And as I said, new engine platform for Zakaril for 2025, getting himself back into that form of where he used to be as a national champion in the Czech Republic. BMW 2 Series, thumb up out the window for Zakaril. The anti-lag bangs from the back of the car as he comes off the line and he leads in Paweł Korpolinski. Korpolinski taking the opportunity to chase him down first. The high qualifier once again playing that game, chasing first as Zakaril puts the back end of that 2 Series into outside zone 2, follows that wall all the way around, trying to escape that wall, trying to line to that inside zone 3 as he now works his way around. And again, another really nice lead line so far from Zakaril, but there's no shaking. Paweł Korpolinski, the Polish driver, super technical and deadly in that chase. Incredible sim driver as well as professional drifter. He's going to go too high on the bank though. Zakaril has to back out of it on the top of the bank.
Yeah, I really thought everything was coming together there for Marko Zakaril. It does have that mistake near the end, but the rest of that run looked really solid for a driver that's kind of just feeling the momentum of this entire thing. So
how about this? What about if the bank earlier on was causing everyone a problem because it was super slippery? But what about now if it's if it was super grippy and they couldn't get up there, obviously, as it was drying, but even when it was wet, it was in a weird position. You know, it was like guys were struggling to get there. What about now if it's gone super slippery where it's really wet and it's easy to get up there, but then you hit the wall?
Yeah, that could be the case. I mean, there's walls everywhere on this track, and any one of them could take you out, especially with the momentum that you can carry through some of these runs. So with that last section, I mean, there's rubber that's laid down now from when it went dry. Once you get a little bit of water on there,
did a good job.
Did a very good job. And the question then becomes like, do you just hit the wall and try and power out of it, or do you make a big change like that? Do you make that correction and hopefully not hit the wall? So, but you see that correction, right? I don't know which one's better or worse.
No.
But either way, the decision was made for Marko, who pulled out of it at the last second.
Exactly that. So there we go. Off the line goes Paweł Korpolinski now to lead out Marko Zakaril. And through the gears they go, flicks that car from left to right on the handbrake for quite a long time there. Paweł Korpolinski, but he gets that car dialed up, set up into the outside zone. Zakaril doing it in. They go side by side into that inside zone. Room given for Korpolinski to transition as Zakaril now finds the side once again. And the S14, both cars wobble a little bit in that outside zone. But Korpolinski now starts to pull away from Zakaril as Korpolinski fires it into that second to last outside zone, and in comes Zakaril. Oh, and he gets into the wall once again.
Yeah, exact same spot, exact same issue, but this time now in the chase. So see how that plays out, but I mean, Paweł, really, really solid run out there. You know when you're chasing, or when you're leading second, you know what that lead run was like. You've got all that information. You can see where they made the mistakes, and you hope you don't make the same mistakes in the same spot, or you can do a little bit better. And I really think that's what Paweł did through this run, is when, okay, I see where Marko hit the wall, where he might have been a little bit short in a few spots, and I'm going to make sure that I put a punctuation in any of those places to ensure that when the judges are comparing our runs, they see that I'm doing better in that spot than he is. And that's a great mindset to get into as we see that.
It's quite a hit on the wall as well.
It was a good hit, yeah. It seems from the outside not that bad, and then you talk to these drivers like, no, it was a good one. And it may not be a ton of speed in there, but it'll shake you around quite a bit. But yeah, Marko Zakaril, look at that.
Oh, it was the wheel to the wall.
Oh,
that was
that's
the problem.
why.
It was the rear wheel to the wall, and you actually see it in that shot of that wall camera. Trying to see Marko Zakaril. He's happy, nevertheless, of the run. And our judges put their decision. Look at the state of the wheel. It's completely broke the edge of the rim off of the wheel there.
Wow.
So it was more of a hit than what it looked like. Judges this weekend and always at Drift Masters here, David Kalas, Vernon Zwernerfeld and Mateusz Jedges. And our line judge, or our EVS judge, as we like to call him, does all the replays for our judges. Chris Witowski in the tower as well today.
Seen a little bit of smoke coming through here. That's actually Tonica Villa really warming up his tires behind.
Marko Zakaril pointing to the wheel saying, look, I'll put everything on the line.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, especially in a run like that, and you've come this far.
Well, here we go. Decisions in. Left for Zakaril, right for Korpolinski. And who's going to be taking it through to the Great Eight? It's going to be Paweł Korpolinski. Unanimous vote from the judges. And Zakaril gives him a round of applause and says, you know what? It's always a tough battle battling Pavel Korpolinski because he's such a good driver.
He's so clinical. He's so clean. He can get through the run perfectly. I mean, you can use him for the perfect line run in so many occasions. So you got to be that bit more aggressive, and I really think that's what Marco Zaccardo tried to do.
Exactly that. When we go back to the line to a battle that me and you are both looking forward to. This one's going to be a big one. Naoki Nakamura to take on Toru Kavia. It is the man from Japan to take on the Norwegian sledgehammer. And both guys sitting on the line, ready to rock and roll. Naoki Nakamura, the higher qualifier, opting to lead first. So Nakamura knows what he wants to do. Thumbs up to the cameraman. He's happy to rock and roll. And look at this from Kavia. Thumbs up. Looks super chilled, dialed, in the zone is Kavia. As he pulls the handbrake, one last little test before they leave the line. Fires through the gears. Both guys absolutely firing in top 32. And a little wobble there from Kavia as Nakamura gets that car right where it needs to be. Right to the edge of the curb, onto the wall, and look at this, Kavia knows he can trust Nakamura, the winner of our qualified showdown yesterday, and look at the aggression from Toru Kavia as he batters and bruises aside of that GR86 through the middle of the circuit. A little wobble from both guys as Nakamura now puts the hammer down, starts to drive away. Deep into the zones goes Nakamura. Here comes Kavia as he applies the pressure, puts foot to floor, trying to find the side of that GR86 once again, up high on the bank. Nakamura takes the wall, Kavia deals with it.
Oh, so there's going to be a lot to break down here, and I do not envy the judges on this one because there was mistakes from both drivers in this run. The aggression is great. We love seeing doors banging. I'm a big fan of it, but it can lead to some problems. So Nakamura out front, great initiation here. He's got this dialed all the way through the run, and Toru Kavia knows this. And look how aggressive he needs to get in the chase. Starts to almost supersede Nakamura and actually gets into the side of him at the very finish of outside zone 2. And it kind of knocks Nakamura in a way that puts him a little bit offline. You can see it there, where now Nakamura's got it kind of straightened out to be able to make it through there. And then Toru Kavia is on the back foot through the rest of this run. And then for Nakamura, there's a bit of an issue near the end of the run. So it's balancing things out. The aggression from both drivers is there. They're both, you know, at full capacity, full speed all the way through this. But having a couple of little mistakes here and there really evens the playing field and makes it difficult. Look at Nakamura just throwing it in, and then it's almost a straighten across the line.
Yeah, that was quite a mistake there from Nakamura. Look at
his team.
His team, look, and the look on their faces says it all. Yeah, and it was a mistake from Nakamura. You see it from that different camera angle, the amount of angle he pulled to the wall, tags the wall, and then, you know, a strange line through that final outside zone. And here we go, off the line they go. Nakamura now to chase down Toru Kavia as they fire through the gears. And look at car in, beautiful line from the Norwegian sledgehammer as he puts a back bumper of that S13 into the wall. But look at Nakamura, he can't be shaken. He shallows up the angle and he starts putting the front wheel of that GR86 onto the door. The S13 transitions before Kavia and rubs the rear bumper as they fire through outside zone 4. Kavia on a nicer lead line at the moment, but there is no losing the Japanese driver throughout this circuit as Nakamura is going for this one. He dives in once again, the final outside zone coming as Kavia puts it to the wall across the line.
Wow, solid run. The amount of angle that Toru Kavia could get out of that car all the way around that run was absolutely wild. I don't know how the physics work that allow a car to be sitting on angle like that for so long through these zones, but just backing it, look at this. Still pushing through the run, still, you know, keeping speed with it, and Nakamura just hunting him all the way through. Couldn't fit anything between them. A little bit of a love tap there on the transition, and then Nakamura back on throttle to get into the side of Toru Kavia. Man, one great looking battle. Both these liveries look incredible.
Very cool.
I'm not sure if we're in Finland or Japan right now, but so cool to see from two competitors that are top of the field in their chase game. Both very aggressive, but both very friendly off track. So,
oh yeah.
Yeah, great battle here from both these guys. That was what an awesome way to get through top 16 right now.
It certainly is.
Sad one of them's got to go home because I want to see this.
I was just thinking that. Could we just do it again and again and again and just watch these guys go battle head to head? And look at that Kavia. You could see the onboard reaction of Kavia as he was screaming in the car and shouting. He was happy with that.
Nah, he knows.
And it must be sketchy for these guys to, you know, you're sitting on the line, you're looking down that star straight line, and you're thinking, how is it out there? How are the conditions?
Yeah. Yeah, you can take a solid guess at it, but we're already seeing some changes in this track, so it's anybody's shot at this point.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, the decision drops in from the judges. Who's going to take it through to the Great 8? Both guys will want a shot at Great 8, that's for sure. Slide them left for Nakamura, right for Kavia. It's one vote for Kavia. It's two votes for Toru Kavia as he gets the win and advances through to the Great 8. And we lose Naoki Nakamura, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the wall hit from, and the judges give me the thumbs up, Nakamura hitting the wall on that final outside zone. Unfortunately, it just upset the line. Becky's down there with Torane Kavia. Becky, he must be happy. We heard it in the car. The screaming and shouting couldn't be missed.
Tor, you were elated there to get yourself into the Great 8. We were just chatting there. You said Spain wasn't great for me, but we're here in Finland and we're advancing on.
Oh, yeah. These conditions are so hard driving on, and I don't really know how to control it, but it's so different. Every corner is different, so I'm just trying my best. But driving against Naoki, he's the reason I'm running a pink car, and yeah, I'm over the moon. Like, my heart is pumping harder than ever.
We were watching there in the chase position, you're holding angles so fluidly. I was going to ask you how you did it, but at this moment, you're just like, I don't actually know.
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Well, there you have it, guys. We'll see you in the top 8 tour. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, there you go. Spain wasn't the round for Kavia.
It happens.
It wasn't the round.
Not every round is for every driver.
You know, these drivers are at the top of their game weekend on weekend, and sometimes it doesn't play off for them. Kavia will be happy moving through to the Great 8. Who will he be battling, though? That is to be decided right now, as we see Oliver Randalou on the line to take on Mika Keskikorpi, a battle that me and you both pointed out as a big one. And Mika Keskikorpi asked to go in the lead position by Oliver Randalou.
Interesting. Yeah, these tactics are great. It just adds such a next level to every battle where, you know, one more choice, one more decision, and it could make or break your entire run.
It certainly could. Well, there we go. Wipers on for Oliver Randalou, the man leading the championship at the moment. Now chases down the young Finnish driver that's here to make a statement. And look at the big flick from Mika Keskikorpi. And he almost leads Randalou into the wall too early, and he's absolutely almost up and gone. And it takes Randalou a little while there to get himself back into the fight as Mika Keskikorpi now flicks his way through the middle of the circuit. He's going to go very deep on outside zone 4, and he gets himself in the zone. But look at Randalou on the back bumper. There's no shake in the Estonian driver as Finland and Estonia go head to head. Mika Keskikorpi puts that car in to that second to last outside zone. He looks for the wall, he looks for the outside zone, and Randalou spins.
Wow. Man, okay. Mika Keskikorpi, what he did there is he drug Oliver Randalou into deep water.
Yeah.
He went, I'm going to throw everything at this. I'm going to go wide. I'm going to sling it. I'm going to do fast transitions. I'm going to hold more angle than anybody think is possible. I'm going to run the wall the whole way through. And Oliver Randalou hung with him for almost every single step of the way. And that is a massive accomplishment, because this run for Mika Keskikorpi is the definition of a stylish run. Big angle all the way through, full commitment, could have crashed at any minute. And all it was just one small thing at the very end that created that spin up. But I thought Mika Keskikorpi was going off there. When he came through that zone, heading towards that puddle, I'm like, well, that's it. He's mowing the grass. Somehow gets on throttle and catches it. And then right through here, that's it. Just that bit of spin. That last zone is everything in this run. Certain tracks, it's early. Certain tracks, it's at the end. But look at this. Mika Keskikorpi, tons of angle. And Oliver Randalou, I just wasn't able to hang on. Wow.
And look what it means to the Finnish fans. They were on their feet straight away. And this now, it kind of throws a spanner in the mix, because Randalou has to lead now. So Randalou now forced into a situation where he has to put down the incredible lead run. And can he force Mika Keskikorpi into a situation where he makes a mistake? But Keskikorpi can play this one clever and keep himself in the fight, and he does so far. Look at this, shallow angle, still keeping himself in the battle as Randalou puts the back end of that BMW into the outside zone the whole way around. Fires through Mika Keskikorpi, a little shadow there, a little wobble, but he stays in the fight, shortcuts the outside zone. All he needs to do, really, is keep close to Oliver Randalou, as Randalou does everything he can to try and force it his way to the judges, as Randalou goes high on the wall, kicks the clutch, and Keskikorpi puts it across the line.
Yeah, nuts, absolutely nuts. Oliver Randalou did what he needed to do. You have to run, you have to do something in the lead that the chase driver just can't hang with. So when we saw before Mika Keskikorpi, it was a lot of angle and aggression. Here, Oliver Randalou did scrub out a little bit of angle to try and run away from Mika Keskikorpi, but there were some spots where it looked like he was going to get away with it. He was really starting to push the pace on it. But Mika Keskikorpi, I mean, right here, look at the gap that's there. That's sizable. That is a big gap between those two drivers. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion at this point, but Oliver Randalou when you have that sort of situation, certain drivers shut down and say, well, it's over for me. Other drivers step up and lay down the heater of a run. That's what we saw from Oliver Randalou there. That is, you know, either way this goes, you got to be happy, you got to be proud with coming up. But I think what we're starting to see here, because there's a little bit of sun peeking through, and this is very reminiscent of what we saw about halfway through top 32, where one spot in the track starts to dry out. Yeah. And it was that bank. So I don't know, but we might be in for some more patchy, dynamic driving once again.
Now look at this, Oliver Randalou still happy, even though he may assume what the result is. Here we go, just slide them left for Randalou, right for Keski-Korpi, and it's going to be Mika Keski-Korpi gets the win, advances through to the Grade 8, and even Oliver Randalou, he says, yeah, I spun, there's nothing I can do.
But other than that moment, everything else about his run was phenomenal. So, I mean, I would hold your head high, and he's still well within this championship race.
He certainly is. Well, we'll find out where he sits later on this afternoon once we get those final championship points all added up and into the system as we move it across to the other side of our top 32 bracket, where we're going to see George Christoforou to take on Jakub Puszczonski. And that beautiful white GR86 looking fresh again after Spain. And George Christoforou, well, gifted almost a spot in the top 16.
Yeah, from a very rare mistake, but hey, you get that momentum, you never know.
Well, sometimes it goes for a driver that way. You can get the luck, you can get the rub of the green, as the Irish like to say, on your side. And look at this, full laser focus. He doesn't even look at the camera, he puts his thumbs up. This man, so decorated in so many trophies, in so many different forms of motorsport. He knows what he's doing. Is he in the chase position? Puszczonski, the higher qualifier, deciding to chase again.
Interesting.
So forced just George Christoforou to lead first, not knowing the weather conditions. They come through the gears, down the straight, and a nice initiation from Christoforou, a little shallow on the outside zone. He's into the wall though, and he upsets the line. And look at this from Puszczonski as he plays it safe in the middle of the track, stays out of the outside zone. Now gives Christoforou the room to manoeuvre. Doesn't want to get too close as the Cypriot driver balances the back end of that BMW in outside zone 4. Down the hill they come, and he completely avoids outside zone 5. It's going to be a shallow transition into outside zone 6 as he puts it into a spin before 7.
Everybody's on notice now. Every driver that's watching, everybody that's on the grid, everybody here, it should be well known that zone is not easy right now. It is incredibly difficult as we see even more sunlight starting to poke its way through the crowds. But outside of that, I mean, George is just on a heater. He is being as aggressive as he possibly can against, I mean, an absolutely clinical Kuba, who almost predicts what George is going to do going into that wall, cuts a bit of the line out, and there is a little bit more grip shallower through some of these zones, especially now that there's some rubber laid down in this. But yeah, I really like how aggressive George is in this run. Unfortunately, it means, you know, that things don't go the way that he really wanted it to be. But yeah, Kuba Puszczonski, he plays this very clinical. This is a chase job from somebody who understands what could happen, what might happen, keeps back that little bit and doesn't want to risk it, allows George to make a mistake in front of him and doesn't make contact, doesn't risk the car. So that's a big part of this right now, is not risking the vehicle, because, you know, even if you're not at fault and something breaks, if you don't make it to the line, that's it. So there is a lot to be said there. Looks like we're taking a look at George's car.
Yeah, so we're hearing word that George Christoforou's car has sustained some damage after hitting the wall. And yeah, you can see it. That wheel looks like it has got quite a lot of camber on the rear of it. Means the top of the wheel pointing in towards the inside of the car. That would have been made with a contact with the wall. So our start line marshal down there, Marcin, will be checking that car out to make sure it's safe before he leaves the line. And our safety marshals will have a look at it if needed. And this is how it happened. Look, he does take it to the wall quite hard. He gets to that outside zone 2 very early.
Yeah, I mean, if I was George right now, I'd be arguing, hey, I finished the run on this car, so why don't you just let me continue on?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if the arm's not broken, it's just bent, it is possible to get through, and having a bit of additional camber right now may not be great, but if you can do most of the run, that wheel is not looking amazing. It almost looks like it's set back a little bit too. Hard to tell with the body kit.
Yeah, so I think they're just asking George, did the car feel good enough to run? It looks like he's putting his thumbs up and he's going to say, yeah. Look, at the end of the day, like what you just said, he finished the run with it. He feels confident enough to continue with it in the chase position. So we're going to allow George Christoforou to run on the second half of this battle, where we will see Jakub Puszczonski lead out George Christoforou for a spot in the Grade 8 awaits for the second half of our top 16 bracket. There we go. go, green light goes, and Pruszkowski knows what he needs to do in that lead position as he comes through the gears. That car looking so good on circuit right now. George Christoforou goes for initiation, a straight line one of that, and keeps himself on the inside of the circuit. As Pruszkowski puts the back end into that outside zone, doesn't flirt with danger, and yet Christoforou shuts that car down. I wonder, yeah, it looks like he's got a massive issue on the back of that car as Christoforou completely shuts it down, and now Pruszkowski going to get the opportunity to just run this out.
Yeah, this is a great time for him to explore the rest of the track and really see how things feel and really check out this last zone is kind of the big one. So no smoke for there yet, but if nothing else changes, I wouldn't be shocked if we start seeing it. So George, I think he might have just shut it down, realized that the car was a little more finicky, especially when you have a bang like that. It might feel okay for a bit, but things start to loosen up or things might break free, and you don't want to risk more of the car for it. So yeah, Kuba, though, look at how calm he is back there, just so relaxed, elbows back.
Well, I mean, this is a man that has raced Dakar in not only a car but on a motorcycle. He has done everything you could possibly do on 4 and 2 wheels. So
yeah, he set a world record for the fastest drift at one point. I don't know if that still stands, but I mean, he's.
Don't tell him that, because he might go and try and do it again.
Maybe in the wet this time. There you go. Next record. Why not? Why not here? Oh man.
So there we go. Both guys pull up to receive the decision from our judges. As Pruszkowski steps out of the car, and Christoforou, he'll take a look at that rear wheel, and he'll know, look at that straight away. Takes a look down. Decision drops in from our judges. Slide him left for Pruszkowski, right for George Christoforou. And there we go. It's going to be Pruszkowski taking the win, advancing through to our Grade A. And unfortunately, we lose the man for Cyprus at this event. We'll see him back in Mondello Park for round 4.
Yeah, great attitude. Always got a smile on his face. Just, generally a great guy to have around the pits.
He certainly is a great guy to have around the pits. Becky's down there with Jakub Pruszkowski. He must be feeling good once again. He's always got a smile on his face, Becky.
Kuba, congratulations on getting into the Grade 8. We're seeing a lot of our higher qualifiers taking the chase position first. Can you tell us why you decided to take that position in this particular battle?
On the rain, I think it's always tricky, the first corner here on this track, and it's really hard to judge the speed. And I choose the second place to see how is the grip. And in the end, I think it was good decision in this moment. But this is the competition. You never know what will happen.
Can you give us a quick track update? Is it all fully wet out there, or are you starting to find dry patches?
I did not hear enough, but...
Are you finding dry patches on the track, or is it still full wet?
No, track is fully wet, extremely slippery. Last corner is extremely slippery, and you need to be really quiet with soft with the gas.
Perfect, we'll see you in the Grade 8, Kuba. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Becky. Yeah, it's still full wet, and yeah, I mean, it explains it right there. Yeah. The rain's starting to fall just as Becky ends out that interview with Jakub Pruszkowski, and he needs to be careful with the throttle.
No, that's fair.
So basically, what he's saying is you drive with the throttle like it's got an egg on it.
Yeah, you just do one toe.
One toe.
One
just
toe.
Gently press the throttle, not too much. A man that doesn't know how to press the throttle gently is up next. It's Laurie Heinemann in this crazy Dodge Pro Charge V8 S13. Well, he's going to be going against a Finnish fellow shipman, and it is Jarkko Juhla, the man that made his debut here, this crazy JZX 100, probably one of the cleanest JZX 100s I've seen.
So nice looking.
It is absolutely stunning. It's almost a shame to drive it around the circuit and put it against the walls, but hey, that's what he built it for.
That's drifting.
That is drifting. And these guys are drifting. Here we go, thumbs up as he pulls that car into gear, looks across the camera, gives a little nod. And Laurie Heinemann opting to lead first as they come off that start line. Laurie Heinemann doesn't want to change the script. He knows what he knows, and he knows that car from left to right. And look at this, straight onto it. Jarkko Juhla knows he can trust Laurie Heinemann. He would have watched this man grow that Laurie Heinemann has, and he would have cheered him on from the sidelines when he won that championship in 2024. But look at Jarkko Juhla, goes for it. And that was a wobble from Laurie Heinemann. Was that forced by Jarkko Juhla? Well, we'll find out from the judges as he comes firing down the hill. Laurie Heinemann steps on the throttle once again. You hear that V8 scream as he flicks the car to angle. Juhla on the inside. He can't find the side of Heinen's car.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on in that one. There was just wild. It's both drivers kind of making their way through the track. As you said, egg on the pedal, but Lauri Heinen's scrambling those eggs right away. You can hear it on and off throttle, really hunting to find that grip as we see that onboard as he gets right into the side of the wall, and just it looks like he's just using it to get around the track. I mean,
like
Lauri
a buffer,
knows,
like
yeah,
a buffer.
It's almost like when you're bowling and they put the lane covers up and you still get a strike.
That's where I wanted to see.
That transition there, yeah.
That's where I wanted to see.
And I mean, there was a bit of a mistake back there as well, and Lauri had it. There's a few on this, and it just shows, I mean, these are some of the best drivers in the world right now, and they're fighting to get around this track. They're doing everything they can to find every piece of traction and grip that can be found here in Finland, but both drivers getting around, making it looking spicy, having a great time out there, and we'll swap them around and see what happens. Can Lauri hold back all that horsepower, and can Jarkko put down a better lead run than what Lauri did in front of him?
And here we go, about to find out as the light goes green. They leave the line. It's going to be Jarkko Juhla to lead out Lauri Heinen. Heinen's going to go for a straight line approach on that chase, and he fires that car in door to door with Jarkko Juhla as Juhla puts a back end at JZX 100 into the outside zone. Full throttle from both guys, and you can hear Lauri Heinen just working that throttle, just tickling that throttle like it's got an egg on it, and now they go bumper to bumper on that transition again. No problems from either guy this time. But look at Lauri Heinen. He can't be shaken as Jarkko Juhla leads them down the hill towards that bump. As they come over it, Jarkko Juhla kicks that car on track, flicks it through. That second to last outside zone. Juhla goes for that high line, and Lauri Heinen squeezes him against the wall.
That is a tight battle. That is as tight as a battle as we've seen today. Just both drivers getting through, filling the lines out great, lots of angle from both, and the proximity was there. Very, very scrappy in the chase for both of them. Lauri, I mean, doing everything he can, and the nice thing with having such a large car in front of you, you got a ton of real estate to aim for, but Lauri always is going to aim for that door. It doesn't matter where it's placed or how many it's got. Lauri's going to be on it the whole way through, and look at him, just so precise. Most drivers through that section, they're going to have their hand on the e-brake. They're going to be trying to make those adjustments. Lauri does it all with the right foot.
Yeah.
He steers that car with the throttle all the way through this run. So great to see him. Jarkko just putting it down, knowing that he's got this absolute legend following in behind him, and both drivers need to be extremely happy with their performance through this set here. It was great to watch, and this final zone really just being tricky one more time as Lauri kind of giving the fellow Finn a bit of a push across the line. Wow, so much fun. I mean, I can't imagine what it's like to have a battle like that in front of the hometown fans.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
They were standing there, two guys that are drifting in front of all their hometown fans. What must the feeling be?
It's unimaginable. I have no idea. I've never been in their position. I never will be. And for me and for everybody else, not anytime soon. I'm happy to be up here, but for these drivers, that's incredible. Look at them, still talking about drifting.
Yeah, they're breaking down the whole run between them. They're saying, I made a mistake there. I see you make a mistake there, and that's what they'll do. They'll analyze the run themselves. You know, they'll go through the whole run because they'll know what happened inside the car.
Yeah, they'll know better than we will.
And the judges, look at this, judging in progress. They're still looking back at the run. This is the judges are looking at the moment. I think this is what they're looking at is the point that I picked out on screen. For me, it was the wobble from Lauri Heinen, and that's what the judges will be looking at. Here we go, decisions in, left for Juhla, right for Heinen, and it's got a one vote for David Kalas. One more time, it's going to be a one more time. We're going to see him go at it again. So there we go, we're going to quickly fire it to David Kalas, undecided by all three judges, David.
Yeah, we understand that the conditions on the track are not easy at all. It is very difficult, and we saw quite big mistakes from both drivers. From Lauri, if you look on the transition from inner zone 3 to outer zone 4, it was very stepped. It made life of the chaser way harder than it should be. It was in the first run. Now we are looking on the second run, and you can see that the leader was now going through the no-go zone. He was not fulfilling all the zones really nicely, and he's also having quite some hiccup before outer zone 7. So we said, okay, there's too many mistakes in both runs, and just clean it up, show us better.
Well, there we go. Show us better.
All right, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Because if you want to see better than that, I mean, that's quite the run then.
yeah, exactly. Right, back on the line we go. It's going to be Peter Wojciech to take on Oran Nilsson. Poland versus Norway as they slam those cars in gear. This one is going to be absolutely electric. Both guys that always push 110%. Both guys that don't really know a limit.
No.
There is no limit.
No, there's no limit. The limit, I mean, really, it's the wall and the door in front of you, and that's about it.
And that is exactly it. Look at that. Very cool, calm and collected and focused. Look at the eyes of Peter Wojciech, the higher qualifier, decides to lead first as he flicks that car into gear and kicks the clutch across the circuit as Wojciech dances on the handbrake. But look at Oren Nielsen. He knows he can trust Wojciech. He knows that Wojciech is a world-class drifter, and he puts that front wheel of that Sora towards the door of the Super as they fire through the middle of the circuit. Big clutch kick from Nielsen as he sees Wojciech start to drive away, and look at this. Wojciech is absolutely up and gone. There's no catching the Polishman right now as Oren Nielsen can see the battle disappearing, but he makes a brave dive towards the rear wheel as they go door to door across the line.
Wow, that was spicy. What an amazing job from Oren Nielsen to time that out correctly, knowing he was getting pulled on a little bit and then diving in and cutting a bit of the line to do it. But Piotr out front, I mean, all his story here. Look how stable he is. That car is making almost no corrections all the way through. It's like he's on autopilot for this run. So good, so concentrated, very calm, smooth transition, walking that wheel around and just absolutely grips up, rips through this section. And I mean, that basically forces Uran to make that sort of dive. Look at the gap here, times it so well, drives right through it, and the next thing you know, on the door, Piotr, as they come up through our last zone, and Piotr, both of them on the wall up there. Other drivers, Kuba telling us, very slippery, very difficult up there. Both these drivers making it look easy.
Yeah, making it look too easy. And you know what, there was a brave dive from Oren Nielsen. It was either throw the battle away or throw everything at it. And he did throw everything at it, and he knew he could trust Wojciech right now. Wojciech, though, in that chase position, tucks that nose to that Super down the side of the Sora as they fire in. And look at this, Wojciech on the hunt already, on the kill. And he would have heard from the spotters that Oren Nielsen was all over the door on the front wheel of that Super as he fires it in, door to door, mirroring the angle, mirroring the proximity, getting everything done. As Wojciech now clutch kicks it through the middle of the circuit. Nielsen on a good lead run, but there is no losing the Polishman as Peter Wojciech puts that front bumper dangerously close to the back of that Sora. Good, one last transition to go as Nielsen throws big angle in. It opens the door for Wojciech onto the door across the line. Wow.
Wow, that right there was just how you teach people how to drift in the rain. Both drivers do such a great job through every transition, every zone. Piotr does an amazing job in the chase here, and a lot of that is just able to leave that door open for the entire run. Nice and wide through it, very stable, allows Piotr to have the confidence to be able to do that. And that is the trust that is in this sport. There is almost no sport in the world where to beat your opponent, you have to trust them and work with them in order to do that. And that's what makes drifting so incredible and nothing really like it. But man, Piotr just timing things, doing very, very much the same what Uran did on the previous run, timing things out before our second to last zone, and then both drivers working their way up to the wall here. Not quite as deep on the previous run, but still dynamic, still exciting.
I was a little bit skeptical of the angle that Oren Nielsen threw into that outside zone 6 because he did fire that car at big angle, and he actually made it work. And especially from that drone shot, you could see how he got that car to work. It slowed him down, he got on the throttle, and then he could balance that car up into that final outside zone. Both guys are there agreeing, saying, oh, it was a little sketchy here and there, and it's like glass. And Peter Wojciech there looks at the camera and says, that was tough. There we go, left for Wojciech, right for Oren Nielsen. It's 1 vote for Wojciech. It's 2 votes for Peter Wojciech. He gets the win and advances through to the top 8. Unfortunately, we lose the Norwegian. Oren Nielsen back to the paddock. Look what it means to Peter as he absolutely celebrates, puts his hands in the air and waves to the Finnish fans. That man is very, very happy. Big smile on his face, that's for sure. Look at that, thumbs up to the camera. He's in a good mood right now.
I believe it. I mean, I would be too. Just coming off of a really rough round previous and getting back in here, getting your momentum back, and already, I mean, lighting it up, showing off for the fans here. You can't chill this man out, that's for sure.
You can't chill this man out. Well, we have 2 more battles to go in our top 16. The first of one that will be Jack Shanahan versus Connor Shanahan.
Yeah, absolutely wild. This is going to be nuts. As I talked about earlier, these drivers actually, radios connected. They will be just talking to each other before, maybe even during, but definitely after the run.
They'll talk during the run?
I would. If I was Jack Shanahan, I'd be...
Like, did you hit me?
I'd be talking
Get
some.
off my door, leave me alone, stop bullying me. Yeah, oh yeah, we get closer.
Yeah, I'm the big brother, you know, that kind of stuff.
Well, here we go. They're on the line, ready to rock and roll. It'll be Jack Shanahan to lead out Connor Shanahan, the higher qualifier. Again, sitting in that lead position. A lot of guys mixing it up between lead and chase, and
there's a lot of people in Ireland right now, you know, having some deep, very feisty conversations about what's about to happen here.
Oh, for sure. Well, there we go. Shanahan, Connor, prepping himself there, winding himself up. He's already ahead of that start line. He wants to get as close as he can to Jack as they come off the line. This will be absolute fireworks. Connor said it earlier on, get your phone out because this one will be electric as they fire through that first and second outside zone. Both guys into the wall, tagging the wall as Jack Shanahan now starts to pull a little ground, but Connor squeezes the accelerator and drives up to the door of his brother's GT86. They go bumper to bumper on the transition. Jack Shanahan firing down a beautiful lead line so far from Jack. He puts that car right where the judges want to see him as he comes down the hill. A little bobble from both guys as they fire through. They transition identical into that second to last outside zone, but there's no shaking Jack Shanahan. He's on the door of his brother across the line.
Listen, when you've got two almost identical cars and two almost identical drivers, I mean, they share all these different cells and genes the whole way through. You get driving like this where it looks like they're completely connected. They're on the exact same wavelength. Look at the timing in these transitions. And it's not just one, it's almost every one where they're transitioning at the exact same time. They come through the same programs, they got the same family. It makes this sport look so much crazier because it's like they're reading each other's minds all the way through the tracks. You see him come through that bump. Same thing, transition at the exact same time to the same angle, and then Connor just right up on the door of Jack, hunting him down. That quintessential, Shanahan knock on the door as they cross the line. It's their calling card. It really is. They always like to finish a run strong. And yeah, man, what a great run. I can't wait for this swap around because Jack, when he chases, man, it can be carnage.
It certainly can be carnage. It can be super aggressive. That's what it can be. As you see him come off the line right now, it's going to be Jack Shanahan to chase down Connor Shanahan. A little tentative initiation there for Connor on the handbrake for a long time, and that opens the door for Jack. And look at this, Jack closer than Connor as he now starts to push his brother into the outside zone 2 and around as they look for this inner zone. They fire through a big angle, flicked on there by Connor, probably trying to throw off Jack, but it doesn't work because Jack Shanahan fires onto the door of his brother's GT86. They come down the hill. And now Connor starts to pull a little ground on his brother, but Jack shortcuts ever so slightly, fires through outside zone 6. Jack going to fire up onto the door, and he does. Squeezes Connor against the wall.
I have no idea how you judge this. I really don't. I mean, good luck, guys. I'm glad you're over there because these were almost identical runs. They attack the track in such similar ways, and you can see here, look, it's like pulls what, maybe 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters out of it, just to be able to get that extra proximity. Jack Shanahan just to master through this, times it perfectly on that transition, doesn't get caught up on it. Both drivers, it is just head-to-head battle. Who can get through this track the best? And then Jack with this great dive here. It's just phenomenal. I mean, they could have swapped cars and we'd have no idea.
Oh, 100%.
That would be neat. That would be hilarious if they just swapped cars on one of these runs. But what a total treat for everybody to get to watch stuff like this. Anytime the Shanahans go head-to-head, it is just showstopper from start to finish.
It certainly is. And you know what? I was just sitting there watching back on the replay thinking we are absolutely blessed to see these two guys go door to door around this circuit with such skill and talent and precision, because both of those runs were absolutely pinpoint perfect from both of them. A couple of wobbles here and there, but both guys absolutely made it work. And it's going to be a shame to see either one of these drivers go out.
This was the finals in 2023. So you just got treated to the finals early. That's what's nuts here. Oh, man. Yeah,
well,
really good.
Decisions in, slide them left for Connor Shanahan, right for Jack Shanahan. It's one vote for Connor. It's a one more time from Vernon. And it's another vote for Connor Shanahan. He gets the win and advances through to the top 8. Jack Shanahan loses out this time. Connor being super aggressive in that chase position, and a split decision from our judges. And I think they were in the same mindset that everyone else was, that you could see it again, you could watch it again, because how do you split it?
Yeah. I would have liked to see it again.
Oh, for sure. And there we go. Becky's down there with Connor Shanahan. He must be feeling good, but sad to see his brother leave the show.
Connor, congratulations. A very tactical chase run by you there. What was it like trying to keep that proximity with the conditions like this?
Yeah, very hard. It's always a hard thing to be your brother that early in the competition, but I'm glad that it was a good battle. Emotions are high. I haven't felt myself this year. I've been struggling, to be honest, but I feel really at home this weekend, and I'm just glad that I can have a chance to try push on now and try have a jump in this championship. But great job to Jack. It's literally millimeters. We drove for so many years in E36s in Driftland with KD Custom. It literally was like the same thing, just slow motion drifting.
Were you hoping for a one more time, or were you sure that you had it?
To be honest, on my side, I felt like I had a little bit of a leg up. I noticed Jack hit the wall pretty hard on the lead. So on the entry, that's the only place where I was thinking is like, I need to relax a little bit there. But it's crazy. Two guys at the top level of this sport, and we're talking to each other on radios how to be better during the battle. It's pretty crazy. You don't get that anywhere.
Congratulations, Connor. We'll see you in the top 8.
Well, there we go. You were right. They were talking to each other throughout the run.
How do we tune into that? What's the channel?
I don't think that it could be publicly broadcast.
No, I don't think so either, but that's okay.
But nevertheless, to hear that they were talking to each other, saying, and not even, you know, having a laugh, they were giving each other tips of how to be better.
Yeah, that's so cool.
And here we go. We go back to the one more time battle between Jukka Jula and Lauri Heinonen. Undecided.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, both drivers just throwing everything at it in their previous run. Judges saying, okay, that was pretty good, but clean it up even more. And both these drivers know how to listen. They know how to follow instructions, and they will. This will be a better battle, which is saying something.
Yeah, exactly that. So a few mistakes the judges saying from both sides of the drivers. They get the nod down there from Lauri Heinonen. Look at the leg twitching on the throttle pedal. He's ready to go. He lifts his leg off the clutch and lets go of the handbrake and launches that car off the start line as Lauri Heinonen leads out Jukka Jula for the final spot in our top 8 awaits for one of these guys. And Lauri Heinonen looks like he's turned that car up to 100, maybe got let the tyre pressures down a little more, because look at this, Jukka Jula just can't hang with him. He's in the middle of the circuit on shallow angle, and Lauri Heinonen starts to drive away as he puts that car right across the circuit, looks for outside zone 4, and Lauri Heinonen on an absolute flyer. This is beautiful from the Finnish driver Heinonen as he comes down the hill. Jukka Jula can't get himself into the conversation. He needs to do something, can make a stamp of approval as Heinonen fires it on angle, up on the high on the wall across the line.
Yeah, man, Lauri Heinonen took those notes and went for it. And we talked about before how he drives with his right foot. This demonstrates it so well. You can see and feel and hear the exact moment he touches the throttle on that car, and it just adds angle and it shoots out a little bit forward. Really knows how to use every implementation in this car. It's so incredible to see the level of driving that he's at and how that's bringing up the whole sport. And Jukka Jula just not able to keep up with the speed that Lauri Heinonen has got right now. That's really what it comes down to. Now, solid chase run though, just not the proximity we're looking for. And as we swap things around though, that could be enough, because as long as you're in the chase, as long as you're continuing this battle, you still have an opportunity, because anything can happen. We saw drivers who you think had the whole thing in the bag end up throwing it all away on something silly, and that could still happen here, as Jukka Jula has got big shoes to fill as he lines up in the lead.
Yeah, he certainly has. Look at this, Heinonen already creeping off of that start line, ready to try and get the jump on Jukka Jula. He doesn't want to let him get away. His fellow Finishman dives into that first outside zone. Look at this, Lauri Heinonen planted to the side of that JZX 100. Doesn't give him any room to breathe as Jukka Jula fulfills all of outside zone 2 perfectly, squishes the back end of that JZX onto the wall and uses it to push himself into that front zone as they fire through. Jukka Jula looks to go deep, but look at this, you can't shake Lauri Heinonen. He's onto the side, onto the rear bumper. He's all over Jukka Jula as they fire down the hill. Both guys go a little wide, but they deal with it, and Lauri Heinonen takes a brave dive onto the side of Jukka Jula's JZX 100 across the line. Yeah, both drivers just doing exactly what they need to win this battle. Jukka Jula's got to lay down an absolutely epic and solid lead run, which is what he did. And Lauri Heinonen knows that he's got to stay within a car width of that car the entire run, and that's what he did. So both drivers they took those notes, they understand, and this is what makes them great. That's what got them here, is that they understand what they need to do. No matter what the battle is, whatever the assignment is, they've got to ace it. So both drivers did that on this run. Jukka Jula, I mean, a little bit tight through there, but able to get through this run, hit all the boxes, check everything off, and Lauri Heinonen just there showing why he's a champion, showing why he took home the win here not that long ago, and really, really putting the pace on him. Look at the aggression. He knows. Yeah, that is aggressive driving right there. Very, very aggressive. I mean, such a smiley, nice guy outside of it, but once he's behind the wheel, man, whoo, he's a scary man. He certainly is. When the visor goes down, it's business for a lot of these guys. And then right out of the car and big smiles
Smiling
again, shaking hands, having fun, enjoying that. And Jukka Jula would have been said, like, I've watched you drive for years. I've followed your journey. I've watched you become the champion, the first man to bring a Drift Masters Championship back home. Who's going to take it through? Will it be Jukka Jula? Will it be Lauri Heinonen? It's one vote for Heinonen. It's going to be Lauri Heinonen. Gets the win, advances through to the top 8, and everyone's cheering. And he sees the flag drop, and Jukka Jula says it's 1-0 as he steps back into the car. It's a shame to see Jukka Jula disappear, but we'll be blessed with his presence in Mondello Park. at round 4 in just a few weeks' time, and that fulfills our top 8, Jacob, and it is going to be stacked once again.
Yeah.
Lowry, congratulations, you're into the top 8. Now, we always know when you have a one more time, it can be quite stressful. How do you reset in that moment to get yourself back out there and ultimately take the win?
Yeah, of course, you have to not overdo. Like, it's just the weather is now pretty good. Like, it's consistent, so there's no problem. I could do that all day.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the top 8, and hopefully you can do it again.
If it's that consistent, he could do it all day.
Yeah, I mean, the way he's driving, he might be doing it all day.
Yeah, like that's what he's hoping for.
Yeah, man, it's so incredible to see how good he is and how he's getting better every run. It's kind of scary for everybody else.
It certainly is scary for everybody else. And here we go. Let's take a look at our heat tree, the road to the final, right on your screens right now. Well, it's going to be James Dean to take on Pavel Korpelinski. Mika Keski-Korp, he's still in it to take on Torane Kavia. That's going to be a heater of battle. Heinen and Pruskonski, Peter Wycheck to take on Connor Shanahan. We're going to relive that battle we've seen many, many times before.
Yeah, every one of these could be a finals battle easily, and all of these drivers are on it. Nobody is walking into a win today. This is hard fought all the way through, and it's going to continue all the way into the finals. And yeah, I got nothing. I got no idea. This is going to be pretty nuts as we move into the top 8.
We don't have to wait too long, Jacob, because it's almost time for action. I know everyone's ready for it. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to head to our top 8. Well, we've whittled 46 drivers down to just 8 so far, and we're to one winner. One of these guys will stand on top of the podium here in Finland. Will it be the man that won here in 2023, or will it be the man who won in 2024? Or will James Dean put a spanner in the works and put that Mustang RTR on the top step this weekend? Who knows?
It could be a wild card too. Anybody here could do that. There is no foregone conclusion in drifting. Anytime you think you know what's going to end up happening, drifting throws you for a side quest and takes you in a completely different direction.
And it certainly does. Here we go. We're going to move on with our first battle of our top 8. It's going to be James Dean to take on the Polishman Pavel Korpelinski. Korpelinski pulls up into that chase position. Dean opting to lead first. He's felt out those conditions. As I said, he drove in full wet so far all day.
And he's used to being in the lead. He's a driver that traditionally is qualified very high. He is very used to leading first. So for him, just keep the momentum going. Don't change anything and drive your race. But I mean, Pavel is a clinical driver. We have 2 drivers with incredible lines. Man, this will be tight.
It certainly will be tight. There we go. That Mustang RTR Spec 5 DM slots into gear as he pulls off the line. Pavel Korpelinski in that UJZ-powered Nissan at 206 S14 goes for that big straight line approach. Down the side he goes on that Mustang. You can almost lose to that S14 down the side of that Mustang as Dean puts the Mustang to the wall and around that long outside zone 2, but there's no shaking Korpelinski at the moment as Dean puts foot to floor. That natural aspirated V8 opens up and squeals and shouts across the circuit as Dean now tries to drive away from Korpelinski, but you can't get away from the Polishman. Dean goes nice and wide, but keeps it on the tarmac, and that opens the door for Korpelinski on the final transition as he puts it to the door across the line.
I think I saw James there in the window just tapping. He was stoked.
Yeah.
Absolutely stoked for that chase run. And Pavel, I mean, he just, look at you. I mean, there's some marks on there. I don't think those were there earlier.
No.
But yeah, Pavel Korpelinski, I mean, when you're chasing a legend like James Dean, it gives you all the confidence in the world that you can put it on the door. James does not play games. He puts it into all the way through the zone. As much zone as he can take in that car is what he goes for. And Pavel uses that to his advantage. Doesn't let that crazy powerful Mustang walk away from him at any point in time. Just gets into it, drives his race the whole time. I mean, it's such a solid run from both these. Look at that transition from Pavel. It's so crazy to time that out. And it is a big car. That Mustang is massive, and it gives you that opportunity to do this. Look at that, all the way in there. What a great run from both of these drivers. And once we swap this around, I mean, James knows that he's got to drive hard. You know when someone's chasing you that close.
Yeah, exactly that. And it was risk-reward there for Pavel Korpelinski. He took that risk on that final outside zone and it paid off. You see Dean take a little cheeky glance out the window to see if he was still there. They come off the line, Korpelinski to lead in Dean as they slam through the gears, and a big clutch kick from James Dean as he puts that Mustang sideways now, looking for the door of Korpelinski's S14. He takes a little dive, goes closer as Korpelinski absolutely dialed and settled in that long out two. Now works his way around. This is beautiful from Korpelinski. Oh, they go bumper to bumper on the transition, and I think Dean thought there was going to be a collision, held off a little bit, but now starts to turn the screw and work himself back into the battle as Korpelinski deals with the bobble and keeps that shallow line, trying to find that grip, trying to drive away from James Dean, but Dean is there on the door across the line.
Oh man, just even a little sandwich nudge there at the very end, but this to me is going to come down to these transitions because every zone was filled so well. It really comes down to how committed you are through each transition and how you're able to predict what the driver in front of you is going to do, because Pavel, through this run, looks great, and through the chasing zones, everything looks solid for both drivers. So when they have to change directions, when James Dean's got to suck back and then get that car, back into angle going the other direction, he's got to time it so perfectly. And Pavel, look at that. That was interesting. I don't know if there was contact there. I'm sure the judges are going to be rolling it back and taking a real tight look at it because it was really close through that transition. And I think there might have been just the slightest of nudges. And that might be what this ends up coming down to, because both drivers textbook through the rest of the runs, and James Dean just an absolute expert when it comes to nosing the front of the car in and then getting a little bit of e-brake or adding a little bit of throttle, maybe even a clutch kick to get the back end to slide around and get it completely parallel. So we see that last zone as both drivers just incredible jobs here. Yeah, unbelievable from both these guys. I was watching the onboard there of James Dean. You can see the work he's putting inside the car, not only letting the car transition through its own steering, but again, another driver, we see it yesterday in qualifying, turning that car in more, dialing it in onto the door of Pavel Korpelinski, and they're beautiful. And the scenes from our Phantom slow-mo camera giving us all the beautiful shots, both guys out of the car, ready to receive the decision from our judges. And I think the judges are still deliberating this one. Still some chatting going on from our judges. I can see David Kalas and Vernon and Mateus Jedges there just having a discussion. Our EVS judge there trying to give him back as much information as he can, rewinding what happened in the run, and the judges taking a look back at it. I don't think this one is clear-cut and maybe as what it looked in the past. We could see on our other monitor now of what the judges are looking for. Yeah, it seems to be they are really checking those transitions, and they flip back to the other one as well. Big conversation about this. Yeah, it's tough because there's a few spots where each driver kind of pulled a bit of a gap, and I think they want to take a look as well at any contact at any point. So those to me are the two big things that they're going to end up looking at is through these transitions, was there contact? Did that disrupt the lead driver? Here it's I wouldn't say completely clear-cut, but... Well, here we go. The decision's in left for James Dean, right for Korpelinski. It's going to be a one more time. We're going to have to go to you, David Kalas. Unanimous one more time, but you guys were discussing that for a long time.
Yeah, because there was so much things happening on both runs. We've been putting down all the notes for the mistakes from both drivers which were happening. And there was so many of them that we needed to discuss how we are weighting each individual mistake, and then we came up that it was like very tight. If we would be pushed to decide, we would be possibly able to, but it is way more clear to send it one more time, and we will see who will be able to clean it up and who will not be able to clean it up.
Oh, well, there we go.
Couldn't agree more.
I couldn't agree more, to be honest with you. Yeah, and that's why those guys are in the hot seat. They are the judges, because...
I'll take more drifting. Yeah, I'll take as much as I can get.
Do you know what, Jacob? We've got a whole bag load for you.
Perfect.
Before the day's over. And we've got a really good one on the line. We've got a very on-form Mika Keski-Korpi now, sitting in that lead position to take on a very on-form Norwegian sledgehammer. Torane Kavia sits there, waiting to find out what he can do. These guys separated by only a matter of points. 12th and 13th place qualifier on the line right now. It's going to be a crime to see either one of these knocked out of competition, but somebody has to make it through to the final four. Who will it be? Look what it means to Keski-Korpi already. The focus, the determination in his eyes. He's gone for a big initiation, but he's missed that first outside zone. It didn't pay off for him this time. He gets into outside zone too and starts to work it in and starts to turn the screw. But look at Kavia, you can't shake him. The Norwegian sledgehammer side of that BMW 2 Series, and contact on the transition. Super aggression from Torane Kavia. Mika Keski-Korpi now puts foot to floor, flicks that car down the hill, uses all of the grip available to keep it on the tarmac as they fire through again into this second to last outside zone. Kvyat onto the door and lets Keski-Korpi breathe.
Yeah, Mika Keski-Korpi is doing exactly what he did in his previous battle. Try and drag that chase driver into deep water, take him to places on the track that they don't want to go. Unfortunately for him, it didn't work out in that first outside zone, but he didn't panic, didn't freak out. He just got back on the throttle and then went and attacked the second outside zone. Now, the issue with that is trying to drag Torne Kvyat into deep water is super tough because that boy can swim. He can take you through anywhere you want to go on track. He will follow you there. He will push you around the track any chance he gets. There's very few things that Torne Kvyat cannot do in a drift car, and he shows that. But Mika Keski-Korpi's got to drive his race out in the lead, do what you need to do, big angle again, big transitions, trying to keep that pace going on. But the Norwegian, that sledgehammer right there through the entire thing, we might be here all night. They're going to be handing out one more times left, right, and center, and that's fine with me. I mean, I don't fly home for a while. I'll stay up all night for this. It's great.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with
Sun doesn't go down to like what, midnight? So let's go.
It never goes down.
No, it's perfect.
Never goes down here in Finland. Well, we go the back on the line. Kvyat to lead out. Mika Keski-Korpi. Look at this. Keski-Korpi knows that Kvyat's fast. Starts to creep off the start line already as they come through the gears. Keski-Korpi knows he would have made a mistake. The spars would have been in his ear. And look at this. No mistakes for Kvyat in that lead position as the rain starts to fall once again here in Finland. The wipers are on and both guys go bumper to bumper into that outside zone. And now Keski-Korpi starts to apply some pressure to the back end of Kvyat's S13. They fire through, they look for outside zone 4, and look, Keski-Korpi can't be shaken. He knows what Kvyat did. Oh, and he goes for an early transition, and it pays off for Mika Keski-Korpi. He's down on the inside, but can he make it work? Oh, he can! And look at the aggression from Mika Keski-Korpi as he pushes Kvyat across the line.
Wow, every time the Torne Kvyat tried to pull a bit of a gap, Mika catch him, Keski-Korpi right there, right on the side of him. That is so difficult to do, to transition like that. You have to put so much faith in the driver in front of you, but if there's going to be a driver to do that with, Torne Kvyat is so heads up. He does not play games. He doesn't do anything silly. He just runs this track as hard and as aggressively as he can. And Mika Keski-Korpi just, man, I love his chasing style. I love the fact that he will out-snap the driver in front of him, and Torne Kvyat is just going to push through everything. He doesn't care. He will rebuild this car as many times as he needs to. Puts it into the wall. Big transition, big float there. Look at that snap. Wow. Oh, that is so hard to do. I cannot tell you how difficult that is to do and to nail it. Like, just grabs the e-brake at the last second so he doesn't absolutely slam into the side of the pink S chassis. Oh man, if we're making a highlight reel from this event, that has got to be in it, because that is insane.
We'll make sure that's in it.
I hope so. I'll call the editor right now. I'll sit next to him to make sure it makes it into that cut. This battle, though, was nuts.
Wow, that was incredible. Two absolute steely competitors, and they go head-to-head. There's no messing around, no games. No. They just go head-to-head every single run. Mika Keski-Korpi would have heard off the radio he made a mistake on that first outside zone. Look, I'm no judge, you're no judge. No. They're the judges in there. All I know is these guys put on one hell of a show just there.
I think he made up for it. In my books, he made up for it.
Well, here we go. We're going to find out what the judges think. And it's Mika Keski-Korpi on the left, Kvyat on the right, and it's going to be Torne Kvyat. Torne Kvyat goes through. I'm going to look through to the judges, and it was that outside zone 1 that was missing that sealed the deal. Yeah, and Vernon gives me the nod of approval. You can't be missing zones at this point. No. Look, it worked for him early. It didn't work.
Yeah, and Torne Kvyat would have known that, would have gone in and said, okay, well, then I'm going to make sure I crush that zone, and he did. And really, it is coming down to, well, I mean, how big's that zone? A meter? That's it. It's 1 meter difference, so an entire
We'll get
run.
you to lay on it later and work out is it 1 Jacob big?
That would be 1.85 meters, I think. 6 foot. With these shoes on, 6 foot.
There we go. We're going back on the line to the next battle of our top 8, and it's going to be Jakub Puszczonski to take on Laurie Heinlein. And I mean, look, Laurie Heinlein told me in Spain that he likes fighting from the back.
Oh, okay. I mean, he's got to work his way up.
He doesn't like leading the championship. That's what he said to me. He said, I don't like leading it. I like to fight all the way through until the final round, decide it at the final event.
Well, I mean, this is his opportunity to do that. He's behind on the points chase, and now he becomes the underdog and fights his way back. There's nothing better than an underdog story.
But Jakub Puszczonski's also fighting from the back.
Yeah.
So we've got two guys fighting from the back. They're hungry for a win, hungry for a podium, hungry to get more points in the bag for the championship. And here we go. Laurie Heinen fires that car in, nice angle. But look at this, Kuba can trust Laurie Heinen. He knows he's a 2024 champion, defending champion. He knows he can throw everything at it. And look at this from Heinen. He's found that perfect line in outside zone 2 as they flick through. It looks like a little contact there on the transition. Kuba getting all up in the grill with Laurie Heinen as they come down the hill. You can't shake the Polish driver right now as he once again goes for it. Oh, and another big transition as Heinen puts it up towards the wall across the line.
Yeah, Laurie Heinen's using his rear bumper like curb feelers all the way around this track. It's like he's got a sensor back there. It's like a reverse sensor. He knows exactly where he is. He could run this completely blindfolded at this point. It's so locked in and ingrained, and as he said, if it stays wet like this, I could run it all day. And Kuba Puskonsky does not let him get away at any point in time. Right in there, almost going front wheel to front wheel through that second outside zone, and then through this transition. Look how tight of a line Kuba's got to take, but he's able to do it. He manages it and actually uses that to pick up speed and then close the gap on Laurie Heinen, who's on an absolute heater. He's going through this track faster than anybody else is. I don't know how he's finding the grip. I don't know what he's doing, if it's something with the car, something with the drive, but he's got it nailed and gets all the way up to the wall in the last outside zone.
Interesting fact.
Okay.
That final outside zone looks like it's drying again.
It's happening.
It's happening.
It might rain again then, now that we've said that.
It might rain again.
Anything we say, the opposite
Laurie Heinen
happens.
will be praying for the rain because he wanted it consistent.
Yeah.
Will we go? They're off the line. Laurie Heinen to chase down Kuba Puskonsky through the gears, and that GR86 goes the Polish driver as he now fires that car into that first outside zone. But look at Heinen, dials on big angle and deals with it as Heinen now puts himself into that second outside zone. As Kuba Puskonsky takes a perfect line, they put foot to floor. And can Laurie Heinen deal with this transition? He goes early and he makes a mistake. Heinen makes a mistake. Kuba Puskonsky keeps himself in it. Absolutely perfect from Puskonsky at the moment. Heinen caught himself up the inside. And now Puskonsky understeers. This one is all over the show as they both make a hash of it. Heinen's on the grass, on the curb, and they're across the line. Wow.
Okay. Well then. This gets interesting. This gets very, very interesting. There could be a situation here where both drivers have zeroed out on that run, which I mean is going to then make that first run even more important. But both drivers just getting wild, and this is what happens when you're trying to push. When you come off that previous run, you know how difficult it is.
Let's take a look at where the mistakes were. Look, Heinen makes a mistake here, straight for a quiet period of time.
Yeah, cuts a lot of the track there. Now, was that because Kuba, though, not on the correct line through that part? Tough to say. There's a lot of cause and effect in drifting. If something happens to the lead car, the chase car's job is to chase them. So did Kuba set up the incorrect line? But I mean, he had a mistake a little bit later on, so kind of becomes where was the mistake first?
And look at that understeer. Catches that understeer, dials on the angle, and that really messes up the line. I want to see how it messes up Heinen. Oh, it does. It almost makes contact, has to almost come to a stop, and then Heinen's like, I'm nowhere. I can't reinitiate, and if I do, I'm on the grass.
Yeah, I mean, Judge is really taking a lot of looks at the mistakes here to understand what's going on. Kuba with a over-rotation, which turns into a bit of an understeer. Really nasty situation there. They're really going on. I mean, the Laurie fans right now.
But the Laurie fans think that Laurie's won it.
They're going to think he's won it no matter what.
Yeah, he's won the whole event to them.
That's what it's like being a fan.
Well, the decision's in. Slide them left for Heinen, right for Kuba Puskonsky. It's 1 vote for Heinen. It's 2 votes for Laurie Heinen. Laurie Heinen advances through to the final 4, but we have to go to the judges first. David, please explain that one to us.
Yeah, normally we need to decide lead to lead, chase to chase. There is only one situation where we can decide lead to chase, and this is exactly what happened here, where in the second run, Laurie incompleted around inner zone 3, and Kuba incompleted at guidelines where he was like unchaseable. So we are having 0-0 situation in the second run, and in the first run, Laurie was able to get more points from that section, and he was able to get the win like that.
Thank you very much, David, for clearing that up for us. Yeah, 0-0 on the first run. Becky's down there with Laurie Heinen. Becky, he must be happy. The fans certainly are.
Congratulations, Laurie, but that was a sketchy one. Can you tell us what happened there from your point of view?
I think he just went to over angle and was struggling because of that. Like, you are expecting him to pull through there until the 6th clip where there's a diesel, so yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see you in the next round. Congratulations, Laurie.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, a strange situation, but nevertheless, yeah, we got a decision, and the judges, a tough day for them at the office this weekend.
Yeah,
that's
super
for sure.
tough.
I think it was tough for him yesterday.
I had to go over and have a further conference with them, make sure I knew all the details.
All the details.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get all the details later on in the day, that's for sure. We're going to go back to the one more time battle between James Dean and Pavel Korpelinski before we finish off our final top four battle, and it's going to be Dean to lead out Korpelinski. This one more time battle undecided last time. Judges saying clean it up.
Yeah, not much though. There's not much more to go. So we'll see as the drivers get back on the line here. This is going to be a wild one.
It certainly is. Well, there we go. Korpelinski sits on the line ready to rock and roll. He knows how James Dean, where he positions that car, how fast he is. What would he have done? Would he have said to the team, I need a little bit more grip, I need a little less grip, I need to do this, I need to do that? They would have felt each other out. Dean lifts the clutch and then Mustang and pops the front wheels up in the air as he accelerates down the straight, kicks the clutch to go down into that initiation, and Korpelinski now shallows up the angle, tries to find some proximity on the side of that Ford Mustang as Dean puts the back bumper to the wall all the way around. Now James Dean pedaling that car, kicking the clutch as he goes for the transition. Korpelinski looks for the side but gets lost a little bit. As Dean now opens up the throttle, starts to drive away from Korpelinski, but you can't lose Korpelinski, that's for sure. They both transition at the same time, and Korpelinski back at it again as he throws that S14 to the side of the Mustang.
Yeah, Korpelinski's just got he's got James's number throughout this entire run, and it does make it easy when someone drives like that in front of you, but Korpelinski makes it look even easier. None of this should be considered easy. Let's be perfectly clear. This is incredible. Some people can't even park their own car. Imagine trying to park it sideways at 60K.
Like that.
Okay, I mean, hey, I drove with you, so. But yeah, both drivers just absolutely wild here, putting the car within just millimeters of each other through an entire run, doing 60 kilometers an hour through some of the parts of this track, even in the wet right now. It is nuts what they're able to accomplish. And Korpelinski just able to figure out where James Dean is going to go, starts to reel him in, cuts a bit of a line there, but then uses that to then slingshot back in, and James Dean just on an absolute heater again. Went wide there, does touch that puddle. Nothing wrong with it, but it's not the best way to get around this track. It can become very difficult as we see maybe smoke, maybe steam coming off the back end of James Dean through their final outside zone. Things might be drying up.
It certainly might be drying up. It's heating up on track. No wonder it's drying up out there as the pyro lights off the start of the sideline. You can see James Dean mirroring the initiation of Pavel Korpelinski. Korpelinski on the handbrake that slows him down. That opens the door for Dean. And look at the aggression from James Dean. He wants this one. He's hungry to get himself in to that final four. And they fire through. Dean goes for an aggressive kick across the circuit. He jumps the Mustang over the curve. He's super aggressive. He's pinned up. He's wound up. Bumper-to-bumper transition as he fires down the hill once again. Dean onto the side of that S14. Korpelinski can't be shaken as he goes high on the bank and across the line.
It is very rare to see James Dean almost look desperate in a chase, and that's kind of what it looked like here. It seemed a little bit out of form, just really trying to push around the track, find anything he can, and that really comes from Korpelinski just laying down this heater out front. So James Dean does an amazing job at parallel and actually adds more angle and gets right into the pocket here. Korpelinski just on that wall all the way through, and James, you can see that left foot braking as our drivers come by. Look how close they're getting. I mean, shout out to our media team for putting themselves in some crazy spots to get these beautiful shots for you. And you can tell just how difficult this is. And there's James Dean doing a little bit of off-roading, maybe taking some notes from Kuba about rally style as it comes through the rest of these corners. But very, very tough here. It's not often that you see James Dean kind of looking like he's falling a bit behind and having to make some dives to get back into the race here. Maybe there was a mistake that I'm missing there from the lead car, but I don't know. It's a really, really tough one as the track conditions ever changing and the competition, as you said, heating up as we get through these battles.
Yeah, it certainly is. So waiting for the decision from our judges to drop in. That was a tough one for them to decide on last time. I can see the judges talking amongst themselves once again as both guys out of the car waiting to receive the decision. Who's going to make it through to the final four after the one more time battle? Still one more battle to go, but this one to be decided. Side of left for Dean, right for Korpelinski. It's one vote for Korpelinski. It's Pavel Korpelinski to get the win, and he takes down James Dean.
Wow. Wow. This is what I mean. James Dean, I would say inarguably the greatest two drivers. Lots of history, lots of battles head-to-head, and both of them know how to throw down in the moment. Man, I keep saying finals battles, but this truly is, this is a championship style battle. It takes it to the next level.
It certainly is. We've seen these two guys go head-to-head multiple times before. Both guys coming out, I'm sure now, the scoreboard of who's beaten who so many times. We've run out of pen, ink and paper to write them down because these two guys have gone head-to-head. Look at this, Shanahan looking focused as he puts that car into gear. It's going to be Conor Shanahan to chase down Peter Wojciech for a spot. The final spot in the final four awaits for one of these guys as they fire in mirror image on initiation. And Conor Shanahan tries to hunt down Peter Wojciech as Wojciech gets the back end of that Supra into the outside zone. A little wall tag from Shanahan, upsets the line ever so slightly. Look at this, Wojciech is up and gone. That car is super fast. It almost lifts the back wheel off the floor where it fires through. But now Shanahan makes a brave dive into outside zone 5 and another brave dive as he transitions into 6. Both guys wheel to wheel across the line.
Yeah, both drivers just scrappy through it, knowing what their opponent is like, knowing that neither one of them is going to give an inch, a mile, or anything else, and really throwing it at it. Look at how early Piotr Vincek gets that initiation going. Coming across the front end, Conor Shanahan could really tell how the cars load up and they can transfer weight this way, even in the wet. I mean, I would watch an entire run just in slow-mo to see how these cars move around because it is incredible what these athletes are able to make these just monsters of vehicles do, and the speed of Piotr Vincek as he comes through, touching the bumper there. And Conor Shanahan knows that he's getting a bit of a gap pulled and starts to make these heroic dives through each transition. Look at this. Just even a bit of a delay in it, which is so difficult to do. He has to wait for Piotr to start that change of direction, and is able to time it and still get back into the pocket. Both drivers very scrappy on that run. We'll swap them around, and the Irishman gets the fresh air.
GTA 6 off, as he pulls that GTA 6 off the line. Peter Wojciech fires in, he's on the handbrake. Both guys on the handbrake for a long time, slows that car down, that opens the door for Wojciech, as Wojciech now absolutely buried in the side of that Toyota GTA 6, and Wojciech wants this, he's hungry for it. The Shanahan leads around that first long second outside zone. They fire through the middle of the circuit. Shanahan trying everything he can to try and get away from the Polishman, but there's no shaking Wojciech right now as he fires down. Foot brake locked, and look at Wojciech, he's making dangerous moves. He's pushing that car to his limit, but he wants to be there. He lies on the wheel.
Wow, that is absolutely nuts as Tornica Via looks on, and Conor Shanahan, a bit of a shake of the head there, knowing how difficult that battle was. Just full intensity, even as the smoke starts to clear here. Conor Shanahan taking a bit more of a midline approach on initiation, but Piotr Vincek does not let him get anywhere. Basically rubs that tire all the way through that zone. Absolutely wild from a Piotr who's on fire through these zones. Just doesn't let Shanahan get away at any moment, doesn't give him any room to breathe, just smothering him in the chase. And Conor's just scrappy, fighting for it, trying to put that car into the zones. You can see how much work he's putting into it as the track conditions change. We're finding a bit more grip in some spots, and each driver using it to their advantage to find it and push that car to the limits. And Piotr, that massive dive at the end, that could have been it for him. He did not need to do that, and that just shows how either driver does not want to let anybody get even what, a millimeter, anything ahead of them through this run, as Piotr with an expert level dive to wrap up the zone and kind of pulling a Shanahan-esque move of making sure the end of the run was solid. Look at them. Big smiles there. They know that was just crazy.
I like watching the drivers talk to each other after the run, because they're like, oh, I hit the wall, and I just see the judges look back at the end of the run of Conor's lead, and you see him tagging the wall there,
yeah,
and a little spray up in the air, and the judges just take a look at that, and they're still deliberating it now. They're still going through it. The judges not clear cut on this one. They're taking a big decision about this one. I mean, look, I love watching them talk about it, because they will then get out of the car and say, hey, did you see me make a mistake?
Well, and there's so much respect.
They admit it straight away.
Yeah, and the battle's over, so there's no more secrets, and you can watch it in the replays. The international hand motions of drifting when they get it out to the side, and both of them, very fierce competitors. You know, they take this so incredibly serious. These drivers put their entire lives into their programs. It is all about drifting. It is all about being a champion. But that relief getting out of the car, that adrenaline dump, you're like, okay, it's over. I've done everything I can. And now it is up to 3 trained minds up in a tower to decide my fate for the weekend. That feeling is just intense. I can't imagine. Wow.
Well, here we go. The decision's in. Slide him left for Wojciech, right for Conor Shanahan. It's going to be a one more time for David Kalas. It's going to be a one more time. Matthias Judges decides to go for Conor Shanahan. We're going to throw it back to you, David Kalas. A little bit of a split decision, but you want to see him go again.
Yeah, everything goes to what is worse, if hitting the wall in outer zone 7 or missing the zone completely. So both are quite significant mistakes. Connor was a little bit more clean in his runs. Piotr was a little bit more aggressive. He had the proximity. So it was not so clean to decide who would need to go first or who is winning. Matthias thought that Piotr's lead was not enough, that missing zones is worse than hitting the wall. So he put it one more time, but me and Vernon thinks that we need more drifting. So one more time.
And before you go, David, I want to go back. As soon as we've got a little bit of time, we're going to have to wait for those guys to get prepped for the final, the one more time battle. I want to go back to the decision that you guys made between James Dean and Pavel Korpelinski. A tough one after a one more time, but you opted to go for Pavel Korpelinski. What swung you guys on that decision?
Yeah, this is something what you already said before, and this is like you cannot be winning competition missing the zones. And James was missing outer zone 7 in his lead. And then when he was chasing, he cut it very much, the no-go zone. He even put it wheel off into the dirt when Pavel was running nicely around those no-go lines. So that was like huge cut, and he also did a correction there. So those two big mistakes sealed the deal for James, unfortunately, even though his runs were really, really good.
Well, thank you very much there, Dave, for clearing us up for us. And it's great that we've had this bit of a break, so we could get back to David and chat with her. And we can see Peter Wojciech there pulling back into that area, car prepped and ready to go. And we can see the rest of the contenders there for our final 4 battles coming up in a few moments' time. We need to get this top 8 done first. And, I mean, look, it's heating up down there. It's heating up on the grid. I want to find out what's going on. I want to feel how everyone is. Becky's down there. Becky, what's the situation?
Pavel Korpelinski, you've just taken down James Dean to get yourself a spot in the top 4. Can you tell me what's going through your mind right now?
Oh my God, the battle against James was simply out of this world. It was like the weather, the conditions on track are really difficult. I did my best. I think that my opportunity was to ever beat James. The conditions helped me. That's what I want to say. I'm super happy about it, and yeah, it just means a word to me to beat James. He is the best drifter of this planet, I would say. So yeah, it's a huge thing. It's a huge achievement already.
What is it like to follow that Mustang RTR? Because it is a big car.
Oh yeah, it definitely is a big car. The S14 seems like a toy car compared to the Mustang, and when I saw James chasing me and being close to my door, the car seems that it's at least twice as big as my Nissan. It's huge.
So when you're coming into the top 4, do you have to drop your tire pressures? Are you kind of heating it up now, or is it keeping the same setup to just keep on moving?
No, I'm keeping the same setup from top 16 through top 8 and now for top 4. Exactly the same.
Well, good luck in your battle, and thank you for your answers. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Becky, for being down there and getting us all that juicy
I know. I like the tire pressure question. That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if he's driving that well, why change anything?
Be careful, we're going to be out of a job.
I mean, me too. She's getting all the technical stuff now too.
She could do the whole thing.
I would tune into the Becky show for sure.
100%. So here we go. Let's have a look at the battle tree as it sits right now. Obviously, in our final 4 battle, it's going to be Pavel Korpelinski to take on Torane Kavia. Laurie Heinen will face off against either Peter Wojciech or Connor Shanahan. Whoever wins that one more time battle, judges undecided on that. Want to see him again. Yeah. It was a bit of a split decision.
No, I get it. That Pavel Korpelinski and Torane Kavia is interesting because you have such a clean technical driver versus just a wild card, and we'll see how that plays out because I mean it's a good battle between the two, and yeah, this one more time, and you know the victor of whatever our one more time. What do you get as a prize? Laurie Heinen. So yeah, that's
not a prize.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I'll take that prize over going home, that's for sure. But it just shows where our final 4 is at right now. That these are just absolute monster drivers, and seeing Pavel moving his way up into this as well is so neat. It's so cool to see his progression throughout this weekend, and I mean really throughout his career.
There we go, we can see Connor Shanahan in the car and his mechanic Liam down there talking to him. I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I can read lips, but not Irish lips, so it's a little tougher. So
we see the team there just adjusting tire pressures before Connor goes out for the one more time battle. We can see Peter getting himself prepped, getting himself ready to drop inside the car and laser focused.
Yeah. I think they're just checking to make sure that they're ready to go, all set up, making those final checks. I mean, a lot of drivers like to get reassured that everything is correct. Did you do this thing? Did you check this thing? And that gives you just so much confidence before you go into the battle, is knowing that the car is exactly how you want it to be, whether that's a big change, no change, or a minimal change. It really depends. I mean, some drivers on the grid will change things between each battle or set the car up specifically for a driver.
Yes.
And then some of them don't change anything and they say, I will be the change. I will change what I need to do.
What I need to do, yeah.
Yeah, so it really just depends, and every driver's so different, and that's what can make this sport so cool, is you can kind of nerd out as to every driver and what they do and how they drive. So let's see here, drivers getting ready, fist bump.
Yeah.
Final tire check there. He's covering the gauge. He's cupping it, making sure he can't
Doesn't
see.
want anyone to see.
Yeah.
Very smart move.
Yeah, very smart move. It is kind of one of those unspoken things where drivers really don't like talking about the tire pressures that they run.
No.
So, and every driver's a little different. And
well, I mean, there's so much, visible to a lot of these drivers. They can watch back all of the replays from the broadcast on Red Bull TV, so they know all the onboards. They've seen all the camera angles. They know exactly what they're doing. The only thing that most of these drivers probably don't know is tire pressures, how soft the suspension is.
Yeah.
And they might be the little tricks that get these drivers the win, especially when there's minimal grip on track. There could be rain in any moment. What could give you the edge to win? And you're not going to tell someone else that.
And this is such a tight game all the way through that little advantage could be everything. I mean, I've heard some wild stories of cars being set up with some crazy things, like, having sway bars with a chain on one side, so the sway bar only works in one direction to get more grip in one corner in particular. I mean, and that's just scratching the surface of what these mechanics and drivers and teams will do just to get a bit of an advantage and that little bit of an edge to hopefully win. So super, super cool to see, and that's it. Mr. Shanahan locks in and gets ready and gets those tires warmed up.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to see them both down there in that tyre warming area. Both cars put to the test right now as they warm the fronts and the rears and scrub them in, get rid of that oily, greasy surface on the rear tyres. It would have had a fresh pair on for this battle. There would be no messing around. Yes, the rain doesn't let the tyres wear as much, but when you're in this situation, you've accounted for so many tyres across the weekend, they would have said, you know what, we'll put a fresh pair on for this battle, because this could be the option of going through to the final four or going home in the top 8.
Yeah, some of this is definitely getting the tires warm. A lot of it is removing that release agent. And when they form the tire, there's a bit of oil to get the form to come off. You got to get rid of that, or it's going to be real difficult to get that car down the lap.
So there we go. They've both pulled to the line. It's going to be Wycheck to lead out Shanahan as the wipers pop on once again. I'm not sure if we've got rain down there on the circuit. I'm trying to look across to the few puddles. Yeah, we've seen wipers. Wycheck in the car, focused and dialed out. Start line Marshall Martin down there just doing the final checks, the pre-flight checks, we like to call them.
Yeah, pre-flight check. I like that. Does he show you where the exits are?
Shows you where the exits are. Shows you to look for the lights.
Yeah.
Or the pyro.
Does he serve a snack halfway through?
Doesn't offer you any snacks.
No.
He's not that generous, but he is a very nice guy.
Very nice
So you
guy.
let him off anyway.
Yeah, great guy.
There we go. So there we go. All checks done. They get the thumbs up all around. It's Wycheck to lead out Shanahan for a spot in the final four awaits. All other positions filled. Who's going to take it through? As Wycheck fires that car from left to right, Shanahan dials himself on the door. He would have known what Wycheck was doing in that chase position, and now starts to repay the favour from the one more time. The first battle as they go round the outside zone. Wycheck fires through. He looks like he's dialed that car up to 100. He's deep into the back, and then takes the tyre off the rim. Wycheck trying to deal with it, but can he hold on? The boot lid's hanging off the car. There's no tyre on one side of the car as he puts it onto the wall and manages to get across the line.
Holy, and before they even started, one of the things I noticed is we're starting to see bare patches on track. It is changing quickly, but that tire has exited stage left. For Piotr Vincek, that was absolutely wild. Just giving it everything to get through this run. That's what you're going to need to do against Connor Shanahan. You need to push as hard as you possibly can. Second outside zone looks great, and Connor making up for lost time on that. You can see the drying on the edges of the track.
Yeah.
Not so much on the line, but Piotr really gets that car flinging and then adds the angle in, but I think he knew. He knew going into that zone. He's picked up too much speed and tries to get through the rest of this run. Look at the tire pops back on for a moment, but I don't think it stays on for long. Comes through the rest of that run, one tire down. It shows how warrior these drivers are. It doesn't matter what they go through. If the car is still going to drive, they're going to drive it. As we see that tire completely deep-heated. Crazy, crazy turn of events here for Piotr Vincek. Down a tire, and starting to exit out to the pits.
Yeah, well, there we go. He's out of the car, and he waves to the crowd, and our marshals down there wave and open the barriers for Wycheck. We need to make this one official of what is going to happen. Obviously, we can't change tyres here at Drift Masters. There are no 5-minute rules. So if you make a mistake, you make a mistake. And our start line marshal just down there giving the information to Connor Shanahan. And yeah, here we go. The decision's in, and it's going to be Connor Shanahan taking the win and advancing through to the top 8.
It sucks to see, but you have to think of some of the psychology in this, that Piotr knew how difficult this was going to be and knew he had to throw everything at it. And the difference between him doing what he did and then having an incredible run was a matter of a split second of timing and a few millimeters off the wall, and that is really the difference. We get spoiled with perfection all the way around the run when drivers are scraping a bumper, but especially in that Supra, there's no room for error in the rear end of the car. I mean, Connor's car is very, very similar in that way. But that is the difference of perfect and a crash.
And I think this comes down to, you know, comments that was made yesterday. You can't go out there and just make up the numbers. You have to go out there and drive 110%. And when you're fighting for a spot in the final 4, you have to go out there and drive at 110%. You have to put that car to the limit. So it looks like Connor Shanahan's going to take a buy run here and put that car around the circuit just to try and feel out the grip levels, you know, and try and feel out what it's like, whether it's changing constantly.
Yeah.
It's smoking, but the rear tyres are smoking, but yet the windscreen wipers are on the car.
Yeah, it's really weird. It could just be a bit of mist coming through the air to hit the windshield, but either way, there are spots on this track, as we can see here, drying up very quickly. There is a good amount of wind, and we know that this track dries very, very fast with windy conditions. I'm not seeing any more sun poking through. The clouds look as gray as they ever were, but either way, parts of this track are very different than the way they were at the beginning of this event.
It certainly is, but there's nothing stopping these guys having fun at the theme park.
No. I mean, look, the Finns are built different. It could be a complete storm, and they're still going to go have fun.
Yeah, they certainly will do. Here we go. Here's the battle tree. It is decided. It will be Pavel Kobylinski to take on Torane Kavia, and it will be Laurie Heinonen to take on Connor Shanahan.
Oh,
the
man.
roller coaster doesn't end.
No, it really doesn't. This is absolutely epic. There's so much chaos that's about to ensue, so much perfection we're about to witness, and one of these drivers will be standing on the top of the podium when we wrap things up today at the Power Park.
Well, 2 of these guys have already stood top step of the podium.
Right.
Will we see somebody else stand top step, or will it be somebody that's already been up there in previous years?
It's so tough to say. Everybody is just on their game right now, and as we saw earlier with Piotr, everyone is pushing and grasping for any little bit of an advantage that they can get, and it could be mechanical, it could be psychological, driver. Anything they can do just to get that little bit of an edge to beat out their opponent is what they're looking for at this point. Connor, I don't think this is luck at all. I think this is somebody who set such a high precedent and such a high bar for the other driver that Piotr knew that he had to push that hard, and we can see our equipment out here right now taking another look at that wall, making sure that everything is straight, because really, that wall being out even a little bit, just an inch, could be the difference between someone dragging bumper and someone dragging it back to the pits.
Yeah, exactly that. So we're going to get that wall absolutely perfect to how it was. Qualifying, top 32, top 16 the whole way through. We've made sure that the incredible track staff here in Finland at the Power Park have made sure that the whole show has run smoothly, and that all the walls are in exactly the same place. And we do that because a lot of these guys use those walls as a reference. If it's moved ever so slightly, and it could cause a problem. Yeah, and you don't want a leading edge. You don't want one piece of the wall sticking out a little bit too much. It can catch. And the track has been incredible. The staff here has been amazing. Everyone in Finland has been so friendly. I've had so many amazing conversations. So I'm so honored to be here and meet all the fans here. It's been incredible. It is incredible. I love coming back here. How do you like Finland? I love Finland. Yeah, so do I. Love Finland. Well, there we go. Looks like that wall is repaired. And I think that is the official Finnish Drift fans. Have you met them yet? I've met a few. There's been a few people in wigs approach me today. So you stole my voice, it says. Are they talking to you? Pardon? Right, here we go. It is almost time, ladies and gentlemen. The heavy equipment leaves the track, and it is time to get underway with our final 4. Well, here we go. The final four is almost underway.
Yeah, here we go. Moments before. This is it. The final countdown to the final four. One driver known for just expert prowess in ability to be a surgeon on line, and another driver known for taking every risk possible to make sure that they are the best of the best. And this is going to lead to just an epic run as Tornakavia, making sure that tire is well up to temperature before he gets to the line. So he's been doing this all day, too. He's really making sure that tire is cooked in.
Well, it's been working for him so far as Kavia warms the tyres on the back of that S13, and we see Paweł Korpolinski from Poland warming up all four tyres on this S14 2JZ powered. What way will this swing? Paweł Korpolinski qualified in 8th position, Kavia in 13th now. Will Korpolinski play the game? Will he slot straight into that lead position? Or will that little bit of rain that started to fall change the game again? As Korpolinski pulls into the chase position, it started to rain once again in Finland, and he's asked the question of Kavia, what have you got as a lead driver? Show me the line, show me what you have.
This is interesting. Tornakavia with some very warm tires right now. They're going to be very grippy. Is that going to be a bit too much? He might have expected he was going to chase first and wanted that grip to be able to keep up to the side of the ever-perfect Paweł Korpolinski. But now, maybe regretting the decision to have that much grip dialed into the car. We will see.
Or is he? Or is he? Or is that going to be the advantage for Tornakavia? He slots the car into gear, he's laser focused, he stares down the track and he kicks the clutch and he puts that car right where it needs to be. And now Paweł Korpolinski opens up the throttle and starts to drive into the side of that S13 of the Norwegian sledgehammer as Kavia balances the back of that car perfectly on the wall. But there's no shaking the Polish driver at the moment. It's bumper to bumper transition as they come in to outside zone 4, and the track starts to dry even more, even with a few specks of rain, and Kavia pulls a little bit of a gap on Korpolinski, but Korpolinski makes that dive once again and now pushes onto Kavia's front wheel across the line.
Wow. Good move there from Tornakavia, getting the heat into those tires. It really helped them through this run, and it could have been wreckers or checkers here, even coming into this first outside zone, lighting off the tires super quick and really early, in the focus from the Norwegian as he comes around. Look at both feet working there, left foot. Yeah. I mean, left foot on the brake, and that's exactly what it looks like when we talk about left foot braking, holding that car back to keep it in the zone. It is something that drivers make look so easy, but it's incredibly difficult to do, especially as we start to pick up these speeds, and Tornakavia just so focused on the throttle, off the throttle, a little bit of left foot brake and into the clutch, getting all the way around the zone. And Paweł doing a spectacular job in the chase, not letting him get away, but being very strategic in the spots where he wanted to pull back and then dive back in to the side of Tornakavia. And we're going to swap around now. Paweł has some big shoes to fill.
He certainly does, but we know this man's renowned for his line driving, for that technical skill. He comes off the line in that lead position as the pyro erupts off the side of the track. Kavia goes for the back bumper and dives down the side of Paweł Korpolinski's S14, and he's closer than Korpolinski was, and he starts to apply the pressure as Tornakavia starts to smash into the front wheel of Paweł Korpolinski's S14. He backs off and allows a transition as now he makes another dive down. Korpolinski goes into the wall, fires the tailgate in the face of the Norwegian as they fire down the hill, pick up the lines and look for that transition. Korpolinski's absolutely laser focused on their zone. Oh, but he shuts it down.
Oh man, that is just absolutely heartbreaking there. That run was incredible from both these drivers. Paweł just on it like he's been all day, surgical through it, and then it starts to come apart a little bit midway through this run. You can tell this is how Tornakavia likes to chase. He likes to put that aggression, intimidate the driver from behind, just pushing the car, hitting the door, and it can spook some drivers. And I don't know if that's what happened here with Paweł, but has a bit of a misstep getting into the wall pretty hard there, and Tornakavia just aggressive. You can see him steering into it. There it is, and there's that contact right at the line. This Paweł, I don't know if the car shut down or he just gripped up, lighting the tires up, and the tires just stopped spinning.
Stopped spinning, yeah. I think he lost. Something happened. The car broke down maybe, and there was nowhere for Kavia to go. Look, Kavia's already on the surge, ready to get to that. Boom! Straight into the face of Kavia.
Tough go from both drivers, but this is once again quintessential Tornakavia, just aggressive through the entire run and just trying to intimidate that lead driver. The judges have a lot to look at here, but Pavel with a solid run and a few minor mistakes.
Well, there we go. Decisions inside and left for Kvyat or right for Korpolinski. It's one vote for Kvyat. It's going to be Torane Kvyat into the final. And Torane Kvyat breathes a sigh of relief and he waves to the crowd. And you can see what it means to him as he holds his head. And all of the pressure, all of the heartache means everything right now for Kvyat to be back into a final at Drift Masters. It's not the end for Pavel Korpolinski, though. He will head to the 3rd and 4th place playoff, and we go live down into the paddock of the Shanahans as they prep that car, pump up the tyres. You're trying to look at the tyre pressures.
I mean,
it says 0.
That's not the pressure you want. But if you listen, these drivers put so much on the line, and you can see the emotion from Torane Kvyat on that run, just trying to keep it together. This means everything to these drivers. Tor's family had to drive this car all the way back to Norway from Spain for this event. I mean, so many hours just to get the car back, to get it suited for this, and then drive back out. This means the world to them. This is everything. They put their heart, their soul, their finances, their time. They miss birthdays and anniversaries, everything, just to come here and prove themselves the best in the world. And that's what it means to these drivers.
It certainly does. And look, if you thought the high energy, the higher risk, the higher reward, and you thought that everything was going to maybe slow down for a second, well, forget it. Because it's time to up the ante once again. It's going to be the two guys that the only two podium finishers ever here in Finland. In 2023, Conor Shanahan stood on the top step of the podium. In 2024, Lauri Heinonen stepped onto the top step of the podium. And right now, in the Final Four, they face off for a spot in the final. Who is it going to be? Will it be the Finishman who has every single Finnish driver not only watching but here in attendance, pushing him, supporting him, or the Irishman who has everyone on the sidelines and everyone back in Ireland screaming his name? Conor Shanahan pulls up into that chase position. Heinonen decides to lead. The higher qualifier says, I've got this. I know the ropes. I know what I need to do. Shanahan puts his thumbs up to our start line marshal, Marcin.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, e-brake. That's interesting. Okay. That is almost the international symbol for e-brake.
I wonder what's going on there with Shanahan. We're seeing a little bit of upset maybe. Look at this. Lauri Heinonen waves to the crowd, pushes the gloves deeper on the fingers, gets them ready to go. There's that little nervous look into the eye of Conor Shanahan as he adjusts his gloves. He looks a little nervous in the car, wiggling around, sorting himself out. Well, there's no time to work it out right now. You're on the line. It's time to go. They slot the cars into gear. Through the gears they go. Heinonen flicks it from left to right and puts that car right to the edge of the circuit. Opens up the front. Oh, but look at Shanahan. He's on the door and now starts to pull away as Lauri Heinonen finds a little bit of grips and pace that's left on the circuit. The wipers are on. The rain starts to fall in Finland once again as they go bumper to bumper on the transition. There's no shaking Conor Shanahan. He wants a taste of that champagne as he pushes almost Lauri Heinonen through that hill section as they come back up the hill once again into the second to last outside zone. Heinonen goes wide, flexes the back end, and Shanahan is on the door.
Wow, just scrappy and brutal from both of these drivers who are trying to figure out the best way to navigate this, get through these lines, and then Lauri with this big initiation gets all the way through 1, gets it deep into 2, and Conor Shanahan's right there all the way through. This is our import taking a look to make sure, maybe see if that e-brake's working. It looks like it. He is using everything he can just to make sure he is glued to the side of that of Lauri Heinonen, who's just rocketing through this track and firing through each zone, able to get through it and almost a little shallow in a few spots, but Conor doesn't allow him to get away. Look at the work back and forth between the e-brake downshift to get more power into this car and just try and get the wheel speed right as they come around this last outside zone. Lauri into the wall and Conor with even more angle as Jack Shanahan with a good job and a hand clap for his brother.
Yeah, a good job indeed from both of these guys. And Lauri Heinonen, you always think, is that it? Is that all the car's got? Is that all the pace he's got? Is that all the grip? And then all of a sudden he comes out and he can put even more, 10% further down. Look at this from Shanahan. He's absolutely amped. He sits in that lead position. Look at Jack across from him. He's looking over. He's talking to his brother, who's not even anywhere near him. He's saying to him, you can do this. You've got this. You can take him down. But can he take down Lauri Heinonen? The 2024 champion takes on the 2023 champion right now for a spot in the final as Shanahan fires it into that first outside zone, dials the car in on the handbrake, but he opens the door for Heinonen. They go bumper to bumper onto the wall as Heinonen can trust Shanahan. He leans on him, he waits for the transition. As Shanahan flicks it, Heinonen goes for the back bumper. Once again, they both go mirror image, mirror the angle, the good proximity. They transition together down the hill. Shanahan fires it in. Can he get this job done as he puts it through that second to last outside zone? Now Heinonen squeezes the ball, looks for the rear wheel as they touch the wall across the line.
Wow, both drivers need to be so incredibly proud of the effort they're putting in here today. Just every run is going deeper into the zones. The transitions are quicker. The tandems are even closer. Connor Shanahan off the line, whips that car around through the second outside zone, absolutely planting it. You see the brake lights flashing, just trying to hold back the horsepower to make sure that they can get it through the zone. And Lauri Heinonen right there through the whole thing, pushing the pace, pushing Connor Shanahan to just go faster and deeper into every single zone. And right there, that dive from Lauri. Man, these drivers just absolutely wicked, and we are hearing Connor Shanahan struggling with the e-brake, having to pump it every single time to gain that pressure, but really getting through in a little bit of a wall tap there at the very end of the run. Connor Shanahan shuts it down across the line, and just having to navigate even through this last zone is so difficult to put the exclamation point on the end of the run.
It certainly is, and Lauri Heinonen, I think that Heinonen held back a little bit there because he thought that Shanahan was going to go maybe too far into the wall. You could see him just hang back ever so slightly, both guys out of the car. Look at this, helmet's on.
That's some nervous tension.
And that is a lot of nervous tension right there. We wait for the decision to drop in from our judges. Who's going to take it through to the final to face off against Kvyat? Who will be in the third and fourth place playoff against Pavel Korpelinski? Slide them left for Shanahan, right for Heinonen. It's one vote for Shanahan. It's Connor Shanahan. He gets the win, advances through to the final. Lauri Heinonen will go into the third and fourth place playoff against Pavel Korpelinski. And there we go. We see what it means to Shanahan. David Kalas, that was absolutely textbook from both those guys. How did you even split it?
Yeah, we really liked that battle. It was really good driving from both. But as you know, you're not having good chase without good lead. And for chase runs, I need to say that both drivers did really good job. We saw like really nice proximity, even though we saw some little bit more aggression than it should be, some little bit more contact on the transition to 3 to 4. But what split it and what enabled us to choose the winner was the spectacular lead run from Connor Shanahan, who showed us like even in these conditions, you can make really nice and clean lead run.
Well, there we go. Without a good lead, you can't have a good chase, and you needed that good lead to get that good chase. Both guys super aggressive. Becky is down there on the grid with Connor Shanahan. We see what it meant to him, Becky. He must be happy.
Connor, an incredible run there. We can see the emotions coming out of you. What is it like to put on such a clinical lead run in these conditions?
Yeah, my spotter came on the radio and said, this needs to be perfect, and I don't think I can do much more in the rain. There's nothing left in the tank. I think I'm winning these battles by people hitting outer zone 2. I'm just trying to stay as clean as possible. But Lauri Heinonen, Olli Kaniotain, and all these Finnish fans are incredible. I have massive support for Lauri. It's always an incredible battle. Can go either way every time, but the fight is back on. I want the championship back to Ireland.
What does this mean for you to be getting that spot in the final?
Amazing. I haven't been on the podium since Riga last year. So it's a quite nice feeling, and it's pretty cool to do it on. This is probably my favorite track of the season, so it's good to be back in the race.
Congratulations, Connor. It's time to get it done. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Becky. Yeah, there we go. He's back in the fight. He's hungry. Hasn't been on the podium since Riga 2024.
Wow.
And that's a big statement. Let's take a look at the heat tree and let's see how this is going to go off. It's going to be Pavel Korpelinski and Lauri Heinonen in the third and fourth place playoff, and then Connor Shanahan, Torane Kvyat in the final. That will be electric. Two very aggressive drivers, two incredibly good line drivers. It's going to be splitting hairs for the judges down on that one, especially even in our playoff.
Yeah, I mean, the playoff is no joke here. Just nuts drivers on both sides of that. And then in the finals, both drivers with a lot to prove right now. I mean, Torane Kvyat is a driver that kind of left and I wouldn't even say retired, but took a little bit of a step back for a time and then realized he was still great and actually kind of won his way into wildcard spots to get back into Drift Masters. And then Connor Shanahan, who had an incredible season winning that championship and then struggled afterwards. So much to prove for everybody that's on grid right now. Lauri needs this podium in front of the fans, and Pavel just needs to show and prove that he deserves to be here. He is a driver that deserves to be on on the podium, and then 2 drivers with so much more to prove in the final. It's like the stories are incredible, and everything is on the line for every one of these battles. As we see here, Lauri Heinonen getting ready for his 3rd place battle against an absolutely incredible and clinical Paweł Korpelinski.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Lauri Heinonen, that's for sure. He's not going to have it easy against the Polishman of Paweł Korpelinski, as we see Heinonen now leaving his pit area, making his way down there onto the grid, and that will be the first battle we see. It will be Paweł versus Lauri. Well, that's it. It's time to get it underway. It's time for our playoff. Well, there we go. We've whittled it right down now. We started off with 46 drivers. It started to rain again, and now we're down to just 4 and just 3 steps on the podium. Who will take the 3rd step on the podium? Will it be Paweł Korpelinski? Will it be Lauri Heinonen? He was on the podium in 2024, and he'll want to get back on there in front of his home fans. He'll want to do it for the Finnish drivers, and he's a man that he said loves to fight from the back.
Yeah, he's now in that spot. I mean, listen, not many people remember who takes 4th. No. People remember who takes 3rd, and after losing that battle, you get that drive and that passion of it's not going to happen again. Not this weekend, not now, not here, not in front of my fans. So for Lauri Heinonen, there is so much pressure right now to be able to stand on that podium in front of everybody here in Finland, and I cannot imagine then for Paweł just cementing himself in the history books and taking down last year's champion. That is massive, absolutely massive.
And the thing for Paweł Korpelinski, he's always been the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Right.
He's always been pipped to the post every time at the last minute. He's always been in that championship fight. He's always been in that top 10, but never has he been there. Never has he really been in the cusp of it. Never has he been in the conversation when we get to the PGA Narodowe in Poland for those finals. Has he been there and said, I'm fighting at this event for the championship? Could this be the year that Paweł Korpelinski gets himself into a position where, as we move through the year, he starts to really strengthen himself? He's gelling with his car. He said all he done in the off-season was added a few more horsepower and took away a few kilograms.
Yeah. It's made all the difference, though. But I mean, when you're sitting on 5th place last year, you really want to push things. And then, being in a championship hunt and being back in Poland, that to me is insane. That is the ultimate dream for so many of these drivers.
I mean, look, he would love to win it in Poland in the final in front of his home crowd. That's what Paweł Korpelinski would love to do, and this could be the year that he could shine. He warms up the tyres on the back of that S14A, that 2JZ singing as he gets plenty of heat in him. What way will he pull? Well, he pulls over to the chase position as Paweł Korpelinski.
Yeah, he's forcing Lauri Heinenen's hand here to take that lead off the start, especially with a bit more rain coming down.
Well, yeah, so the clouds have opened up, and now the rain starts to fall a little bit heavier as Paweł Korpelinski asks the question of Lauri Heinonen, what have you got in that lead position? He knows he can trust him. He knows he's a good lead driver, but now Korpelinski wants to apply the pressure straight off the bat. They get the thumbs up all around from our start line Marshall Martin as he checks out the cars. The door slams shut for Lauri Heinonen. This is for the 3rd step on the podium. These guys want it. They're hungry for it. The Finnish fans are hungry for it. The flags are waving. Everybody are on their feet as they leave the line. This is going to be one for the history books for Lauri Heinonen as he flicks that car across the circuit, goes for that first outside zone, puts a bumper to the wall, and now Korpelinski sees an opening, starts to apply the pressure, starts to put himself where he needs to be as Heinonen takes a very nice line through the centre of the circuit. Full wet track once again as he goes deep into outside zone 4. Puts the back end towards the wall. Korpelinski can't be shaken though. The Polishman is hungry for that taste of champagne as they come down the hill. He flicks it through as Korpelinski sees the opening and goes for the side and the rear wheel of Lauri Heinenen's S13.
Yeah, this rain has played exactly into the hand of Lauri Heinonen. He said if the conditions stay this way, I can drive it all day. So for him, this couldn't be better. The track is very even now. We're not finding any more of those grippy spots, and Lauri Heinonen knows how to drive in these conditions, but Paweł Korpelinski has had so much practice through here and has so much riding on it to be able to move up through the ranks and stand on that podium. He is driving so well and very calculated, not overcommitting at any point in time. Could he be a little bit closer? For sure, but this is so strategic. He's knowing where he needs to dive. He understands everywhere that Lauri is going to go, and he's in the judges' heads right now going, I'm going to put down this solid chase run, and I'm gonna let Laurie make a mistake behind me when we swap this out. I'm gonna be so perfect, I'm gonna frustrate him and see if he does something crazy behind me, and I'll know that I had a fantastic chase run before him.
There we go, to get the green light ready to go. This could be the final run of the third and fourth place playoff. They come through the gears. Pavel Korpelinski flicks that car across the track as the rain starts to fall heavier in Finland. They touch on initiation and on the way into that second outside zone, and Heinen's closer than Korpelinski as he starts to apply more pressure than before. Look at this, he's squeezing Korpelinski, but now he gives him the room to manoeuvre as he transitions through. Korpelinski takes that momentum and fires the car towards the wall. It's not as deep as Heinen as they fire down the hill. Korpelinski looks for the outside zone, and Heinen goes for one more push, one more dive up the inside as Korpelinski takes it to the wall. Heinen on the rear wheel.
Wow, but I mean, Pavel out front, as solid as ever. That lead run, the line was amazing, the angle was great, and as much style as you can get out here in the rain, but Lauri Heinonen not taking any chances, knowing, you know, his spotter's telling him, hey, Pavel's chase run was good, but you can be great. This is your opportunity in front of everybody here in Finland. And he took it, he seized it, he got right into the side of him, threw it, and just waited and bided his time, knowing that every zone I can get in a little bit closer, I can reel him in a little bit tighter, and every transition, Lauri Heinonen does that. Takes the time, has the patience, dials himself back, refuses to make the mistake that put him into this battle, and knows this is his last shot to stand on the box in front of all of his friends, family, and fans here at Power Park. Wow.
Beautiful shots there from our wall cameras. You see right down, you can see exactly where the cars are putting the rear bumpers onto the wall. They're both out the car. Look at this. Korpelinski says, wow, that was good fun.
Yeah, great fun from these drivers who, the tension is here. That last step is waiting as our judges have the call.
Yeah, here we go. Slide them left for Heinonen, right for Korpelinski. Who's going to take third place here? It's going to be Lauri Heinonen! Lauri Heinonen takes third step on the podium here at round 3 in Finland, and look what it means to him. He finally gets himself back on the podium after last year and starts to ask the question to every other driver, can you still hang with me? Korpelinski bows out, but what an incredible drive from Pavel Korpelinski.
Yeah, well deserved, and he is going into the history books. He is moving up the ranks in the points, and he refuses to be a bridesmaid any longer and is still hunting on that championship. But Lauri Heinonen gets the shining spot here, taking third place. And this is it.
Here we go. This is it. We've talked about this all day. Who will take top step on the podium? It's time to find out. It's time for the final. He did it in 2023. Can he do it in 2025? He said he hasn't been feeling himself. He hasn't stood on the podium since Riga 2024 when he was crowned the King of Riga. What can he do right now? Conor Shanahan is back in the zone. He's back in the moment, but standing alongside him, standing in his way, is the Norwegian sledgehammer who's ready to take a throw at that car, to hammer him back down into position. Will Kvyat throw a stone into the works? Will he throw a spanner into the works? What will he throw into the works? Because Kvyat is also equally as hungry for a top step on the podium here at Drift Masters. He slams that car into gear. Kvyat laser focused as he looks at Shanahan leaving the line. They come through the gears, a full wet circuit as they go bumper to bumper, and almost a mistake, almost contact from Kvyat on initiation as Kvyat goes for the side of the GT86 of Conor Shanahan, but Shanahan looks flawless in that second outside zone. He works his way around. Collects the inner, but Shanahan can't shake Kvyat right now as Shanahan goes nice and deep into outside zone. But it's only opening the door more for Torane Kvyat. The Norwegian can't be lost. He can't be shaken as he goes for it. Nice transition from Shanahan as he positions himself perfect. But once again, the Norwegian's all over him.
Yeah, Torane Kvyat knew what he had to do here, and he dialed himself back. Someone who was known for incidents and contact and controversy, and all of his battles went, if I'm going to win this, I have to drive smart, and I have to go against somebody who's going to lay down an absolutely epic run, and that was Conor Shanahan. Torane Kvyat dialed it back just enough to not do anything crazy and not knock himself out here, and Conor Shanahan gave him such a heck of a run out in the lead, just completely calm, cool, calculated. Look at that laser focus. That stare could peel wallpaper as Connor Shanahan staring at the finish line through every transition and every corner, and Tornik Kavia staring at the side of that GT86, hoping that there is a top step on the other side of it, and we swap them around, and can Tornik Kavia outdrive Connor Shanahan in the lead?
We're about to find out. They get the thumbs up all round. We wait for that green light, and look at this. Shanahan already creeping off the line. He knows he wants it. He's hungry for it as he slams through the gears in that Toyota GT86. He goes to the back bumper of Kavia already as Kavia takes a shallower line through that first outside zone. Now he's into the wall. Now he's hungry for it. But look at this from Shanahan. He's clinical. He's even deeper into the wall than he was before as he opens the door and allows Kavia for the transition. He's going to make a dive through the centre of the circuit, and he does. As Kavia goes deep into four, he opens the door for Shanahan to take a step in, and there's no shaking Connor Shanahan. He's right with him. This is mirror for mirror. This is man on man right now as machine is working perfectly. Oh, Kavia goes too hard and almost stops it, and Shanahan makes contact.
Yeah, Shanahan wanted this battle to end heads up, so decided, you know what, Tornik Kavia, you don't have the momentum. I'm going to push you through the rest of this run. I'm going to make sure that this goes to the judges' decision, and what an epic run from both of them. Tornik Kavia, so great out in the lead, and look at Connor, just so intense, slapping the helmet, getting ready, getting into the zone. Tornik Kavia throws big into the second outside zone, just dragging what is left of the rear end of that car, and Connor Shanahan completely dialed, having his hand on the handbrake, ready to make any correction needed, and just pushing the pace, pushing that pink S chassis all the way around this track. Connor, the shadow Shanahan, because he is right there behind you through every turn. There is nothing you can do to shake this man. All the confidence in the world, and just so clinical as he comes through these transitions. Nobody transitions like a Shanahan does, and look at this. Decides to push Tornik Kavia through the rest of this run. It is absolutely epic. It is mind-boggling what we witnessed here today at Power Park in Finland. Oh, what a treat. What a treat, Ian.
Absolutely unbelievable. And look at this as the Shanahan team jump up and down and clap their hands. Wow.
Yeah, wow indeed. An absolutely incredible weekend here, and one for the history books, to say the absolute least.
Well, we need to make this one official. Both guys out of the car, the helmets slip off. They've pulled in front of the grandstand as Kavia says, did I damage my car anywhere at any point in that run? And we need to make it official. We wait for the judge's decision to drop in. Who is going to take it? Looks like Kavia may be having issues with that car. And and look at this. Kavia's boost hose popped off on the run, not running as much power. And that could have been what happened at the end of the run. Look at the smile on Shanahan's face as he says, what happened? And you yeah, there you go. And that's what happened. Kavia lost power, and he couldn't make it up the hill and across the line, and Shanahan gave him a little push, a little nudge. We wait for that score to drop in from the judges. And here we go, let's make it official. Who is the winner of round 3 here in Finland? Left for Shanahan, right for Kavia, and it's going to be Connor Shanahan! Connor Shanahan wins round 3 of Drift Masters here in Finland, and Tornik Kavia takes second spot on the podium. Laurie Heinonen rounds it out in 3rd place on the podium. Jacob's going to head off to the podium and do some announcing down there, and we're going to round out the show here. What an incredible day in Finland, and look at what it means to the Shanahan team and to Connor Shanahan himself so much.
Yeah, I just want to take a minute and say this has been absolutely incredible. These drivers are insane, and this is one of the most exciting events I've ever witnessed. You cannot tell me that drifting in the rain isn't incredible. These motorsports athletes have put on an amazing show, and well-deserved from Connor Shanahan.
Certainly well-deserved with Connor Shanahan. There we go. We're going to go down with Connor Shanahan. He's with Becky. Becky, he's done it. He's got himself back on the podium.
Absolutely, Ian. Connor, congratulations. You managed to put it on the top spot. You are the winner of round 3. Can you tell us what this means to you, your family, your fans, your friends?
Yeah, it means a lot. As I said earlier in the day, I've just kind of tried to fall into the momentum. You know, every day you get up, you ask yourself, are you still good enough to be at the top of this game? And it's a hard game when the days are bad, but damn, it's a good day when the days are good. I just honestly can't dedicate this enough to the people around me. The support what I have all over the world right now is mind-blowing to my incredible team. I honestly feel like the team is back, not just me. It's amazing. All my friends, they're putting their heart and soul into this. The car was unbelievable, and I can't thank Jack. He's
built a monster this off-season, DBM Engineering, race running barns, Pulsar turbos. It's a winning package, and I'm glad that we got to show it here. To all my family, my mom and dad, never stop supporting, you know, everybody around me. I can't thank them all enough. To my girl Amanda, who's watching in America, I'm sure she's happy and sad that she's not here, but thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart. I'm back where I belong. 2023, I won this event and went on to win the championship, and the plan is no different now.
Talk about the highs and the lows. I mean, the highs can be so high like right now, but the lows as well. You have to manage it all.
Yeah, it's, as I said, those days where it goes bad are so hard, and I think any driver at the top of the sport knows what that feels like. And you know, I put in a lot of work as a driver, but I also put in a lot of work with everybody around me, and I'm honestly so lucky to have the people what I have. You know, every day I tell myself that, and I know that it'll come good again, and today we proved it, and it's really is a nice feeling when you're at the top of this game.
Congratulations, Conor. We will see you celebrating tonight, I'm sure. Oh, one thing.
All the Finnish fans, as I said, this is my favorite race. Thank you all for supporting. I wish that, you know, of course, the Finnish drivers on the podium. I obviously wish it was nice, but thank you all so much. And Oli Kanyota, and I was happy that you guys got a championship last year. Thank you for an amazing place. Thank you for an amazing race, and we'll be back for sure.
Well, there you have it. Congratulations, Conor. Ian, Jacob, what a round.
What a round indeed, Becky. Absolutely unbelievable. And you can see what it meant to Conor Shanahan there, the emotions pouring out of him. A man that struggled last year massively. He was so desperate to keep a hold of that championship, but it just couldn't work. And here is how today rounded out. Conor Shanahan takes maximum points with 100, then Kvyat with 88, Laurie Heinen with 76, and we start to work our way down. James Dean in the fight now with 58 points collected this weekend, alongside his good friend Piotr Wojciech with 55. Mika Keski-Korpi, what a drive from that young Finnish driver with 48 points in the bag this weekend. Naoki Nakamura, though, proving this weekend he's got what it takes, and he's back in Europe, and for a reason, that's for sure. Oran Nilsson rounds out 12th place with 32 points, and we start to get in there. Dwayne McKeever, we lost him in that top 32, but he still bags 26 points this weekend, and then the points start to dwindle away as we get down the order and to the top guys that managed to just bag enough to keep themselves in the show this weekend. So there we go, there's the guys that are sitting at the moment with no points on the board, and work to be done throughout the rest of the season as we head forward in the next round at Mondello Park in Ireland for round 4. And you can see down there celebrations all round as the Shanahan family and the Heinen family come together for a photo. Let's take a look though at what it's done to the championship right now. Oliver Randalou was leading it this weekend, but how does it sit right now as Conor Shanahan leads the championship with 152 points. Leapfrogs Oliver Randalou, who sits second now. James Dean jumps himself up into 3rd place, and Kvyat puts himself into the question in 4th. Laurie Heinen rounds out the top 5 with 109 points. Well, let's take a look at the season calendar quickly before we disappear here in Finland. That is it. Conor Shanahan wins round 3 of Drift Masters 2025. Round 4, we're heading to Ireland. Let's take a look at what Ireland has to show us when we go there in a few weeks' time. Well, here we go, Mondello Park, synonymous for Irish drifting. It's created some incredible Irish drivers, as we've seen this weekend. It always throws up some thrills and spills. This high-speed, blind initiation always puts drivers to the edge of the circuit and sometimes over. It's door-on-door the whole way around with 2 immovable concrete walls and a technical circuit that pushes the drivers to the absolute limit. Will we see an Irish driver on the top step of the podium, or will that Irish streak continue to be broken in Ireland? Well, from me, Jacob, and from everyone here at Drift Masters, we will see you at round 4 at Mondello Park. It's goodbye for now.